Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have a mega marathon of over-the-top excitement and drama with over 9 hours of Judge Manning and Judge McNally doing what they do best. We are watching 12 of this year's best videos, covering 37 different cases. We aren't likely to get any new hearings from them anytime soon, but these classics never get old. Let's watch. Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. We have 2 shorter TPO hearings today. One with a woman who thinks it's okay to eat, lay down, and be on her phone during court. And the second with a woman who went through a bad breakup and a mental health crisis. Let's see what the judge is going to do.
All right, everybody, cameras on and stay on mute. Cameras on, everyone. Please stay on mute. Cameras on and everyone stay on mute. If your name is not yours, if your screen name is not your name, you need to change it. There's nobody in here that's named iPhone and nobody named Rule NICI. Change your screen name to your name. Your name is not Rule NICI. Your name is not iPhone. Sir in the white t-shirt, change your name to your name, not Rule NICI. Your name. That is not your name. Change your screen name to your name. Everybody change your screen name to your name. Turn on your cameras. Everybody, cameras on and stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute. Everybody turn your cameras on, stay on mute. If you're in a room that's darkened, you need to get in some light. Rhodesia, got to see your face, not top of your head. Are you sick? Get up. Don't lay in the bed. Get up. Put on a shirt of some sort. Don't lay in the bed. Besides someone who works for this office, Cofield, Kilpatrick, cameras on. Sir in the white t-shirt, your screen name says Rule NICI. That is not your name. Everybody, your screen name should be your name. Sir, with a mask on, your name. Your name's not iPhone. Change your name. Change your name. If you're on a phone, hit those 3 dots. It'll give you an option to rename. Rename yourself. Cofield, camera on. Kilpatrick, camera on. Everybody, turn your camera on.
That's staff.
Great. Can they put staff on there for me so I'll know? Cameras on. If you are a party, turn your camera on. Does it look like everybody's been through there, Ms. Free? And we can go ahead and call this calendar since the wrong link was sent out to folks.
I still hear them sending people over.
Okay. All right. So I may have to call this calendar twice, everyone, because the wrong link was sent out to people and probably to most of you. So when I call your name, iPhone. Sir, you got a little mask around your chin? No, sir. There you go. There you go. Everybody, your screen name is your name. That way I know that you are here. All right. We may have to go through it twice. That's because the wrong link was sent out and we want to make sure that we know that everybody's here. All right, everybody, if you stand by, let me get back to this one right here. Let's see. Dwayne Holt and Ronika Williams. Miss Williams, up off the bed. Don't want to see you. All right. Mr. Williams, where you at? Mr. Hall.
Right.
Yep. Right, y'all both raise your right hands for me. Y'all swear a firm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Mr. Hall?
Right here, Your Honor.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
All right. Glad to see you out of bed. Mr. Hall, you have any witnesses besides yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What about you, Miss? Where are the witnesses at, Mr. Hall?
All around.
I'm here, his mother.
All right, ma'am, you need to leave the room. You can't be in there while we're testifying.
Okay.
All right. And what about you, Miss Williams? You have any?
You said, do I have a question?
Witnesses.
No, I don't.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Hall. Tell me what happened. Why you're seeking this video. Start from the most recent event, Mr. Hall, and work backwards. Go.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I perhaps had took out a TBO out on her because I had got tired of her kept on calling me, kept on harassing me and stuff. Because back in July the 1st, we had that was her last day here at my home. and she started making like multiple threats, talking about saying something about she was gonna get some peoples to pull up at my house, and started threatening my mom, saying something about she was gonna get her mom to jump my mom and stuff because we were asking her back for the house keys and stuff like that. And then ever since we had broke up, she kept on calling, kept on doing the harassment phone calls. And about like the second or the third week of July, she had popped up there at my job. And for I was out, had took a break. I probably had seen her right there by my job.
Well, hey, Miss Rodnika, first things first, you show up in my courtroom, you're laying in the bed. Then you leave your camera on after the counter call and you get tucking yourself in, getting all cozy like this is some sleep story that's going to put you to sleep.
One question.
Now you're sitting there, ma'am, you're eating Funyuns, and you think this is just a big old joke.
I have a question.
And you're not listening. I'll hear your side, Miss Williams. Go ahead.
Okay, the stuff that he just said, it's not true because I came to the job. I did come to the job. That's cool.
Well, then it is true. He said you came to his job.
Okay, I came to the job to see how he was doing. That's all.
Okay.
At the part of his house, that's not a part. No. And then important that I have a gun in my phone that he said he was going to shoot me with his gun.
So you didn't file a counterclaim against him, ma'am. This is about you. And then did you go? I mean, you went. He told you to leave it alone, get out, and then you turned around and you go up to his job. You say he's lying about it, but then you say, "Yep, I did go to his job." So did you?
I have a threat. I have video in my phone right now.
So this is about you didn't file a counterclaim. Did you?
Listen, when I went to the office,
No. This is we don't do that. Did you threaten his mother?
No, I did not. I didn't say not one word to his mama. I didn't say not threat to his mama.
Stand by. Mr. Hall, so your mama's out of the room, right? Can you bring your mama back in the room for me?
Okay. I'm going to go.
Well, I was going to say she better be when she can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mom. I'm sorry. Are you Miss Hall? I just know Mom.
Oh, Mom, Miss Robinson.
Okay. Okay, Miss Robinson. Can you do me a favor? Can you raise your right hand for me?
Yes, ma'am.
You swear for testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Go ahead and tell me what you personally witnessed with Miss Williams.
Oh.
Anika is a compulsive liar. She's very ungrateful. She's very manipulative. She's very sneaky. And she did say that she was going to have her mother and her sister to pull up at my house, not once, not twice, but 3 or 4 times. And when I asked Renika for my keys up for her moving out July the 1st, she didn't have 1 key. She didn't have 2. She had 3 keys to my apartment. She's a very good liar, very manipulative. Sneaky.
But do you feel in fear for your safety?
Yes, ma'am. Because her mother and her sister, they are good about going around fighting people for her battle. They fight. She called them and they come and they fight people for her. She also had someone to pull up. They was having a hotel party one night. She had her sister's boyfriend, and her mother to pull up and to fight some of the S's in the
Yeah. But Miss Rodnika seems to think it's more important, excuse me there, Miss Robinson, to talk on her phone to somebody instead of paying attention while she's eating Funyuns, licking her finger. So
probably talking to her mother and sister now. From the
what do you think you're gonna do? Send a mama down here to pull up on me?
Yes, she probably will.
I doubt it. That wouldn't be a good move. That wouldn't be a good move for her mama. I can promise you that. All right, Miss Williams, hang up with your mama or whoever you're talking to on the phone and respond to the allegations about you.
Okay, I got one question to say. I did say I can get my mom to put up with me and get my stuff out of the house.
No, you called your post.
Hey, Miss Robinson, I got this. Go ahead.
I was moving my stuff out of the house. Me and my mom was on the phone. I called the police. I had to come to the house, and they came.
Your mom was trying to call you.
Yes, my mom called
Turn
me.
your phone off. Turn it off. I don't want to keep hearing it going on. You're in court. What do you want to say? Because you really want to answer that phone and talk to your mom.
No, I'm talking to you. So I'm thinking my fact because everything they saying, I was moving my
Somebody's in
stuff.
there talking to you. You know what, ma'am? You're looking. Somebody's in that room talking to you. Who's in there talking to you?
My boyfriend. So listen.
What?
So listen. So when I was moving my stuff, I was already giving. Listen.
All that stuff out of here.
Ms. Robinson, I got this. Go ahead.
So I was moving my stuff out the house already. The police came and escorted me and get my stuff out the house, and they came. I called the car out there to the house. I did. Because my mom said call the cops, and I did. So whatever they saying, it's not true. Because guess what? When I was staying with them, he kept hitting on me. Yes, he was. He kept touching me. I violated that.
You violated.
Yes, he kept hitting on me. Hitting on me.
All right. So you don't have any kind of counterclaim against him. Anything in, and you can put Mr. Holt back on camera, Ms. Robinson. Anything else you want to tell me specifically related to the allegations that Mr. Hall made?
Okay, Mr. Mahal did. He he always hit on me, always. The other night and nothing new, he always hit on me. So when I tried to go put a charge on him about this situation, it never failed. And I talked to an officer about this. I have it in the office when I got the paper. He have his friends calling my phone last night harassing me. He have this girl named Lulu calling my phone harassing me about the charge. He wanted all this.
Anything else?
And another reason he threatened me. He threatened my family.
Anything else? Do you have proof? Do you have any evidence? You don't have witnesses? You don't have anything like that. So do you have anything else?
He said he was gonna kill me with his gun. I have the gun in my phone right now. You want to see it? I will show it to you.
You have a gun in your phone?
Yes.
I don't think I even understand that statement. You have a gun in your phone.
Yes, I had a gun sent to my phone. Yes, I did.
I don't understand what you're saying. You had a gun sent to your phone. That doesn't really make any.
Listen, the gun came up. Someone sent me the picture that he said he was going to shoot me with the gun.
All right. Well, he didn't. That was somebody else. Anything else you want to talk to me about that's relevant to this hearing?
Only thing I want him to do is stay away from me.
All right. And you're going to stay away from him for 12 months. You're going to stay 200 yards away from him. No contact with him or anybody going to get anybody to contact him. You're also going to take the FFIP class, was a 26-week class. Ms. Williams, put your email in the chat so that I can send you your compliance hearing notice, because if you don't, you're not in compliance, you're not doing what you say, you could be incarcerated for not following my order. Put your email down there in the chat to Miss Free. Then you can go hang up, talk to your mama all day long or whoever's calling you. All right, put your email in the chat. Once you both, you, Mr. Hall, and you, Ms. Williams, put your email in the chat. Y'all can both leave them. Y'all stay healthy and safe and have a good week. This hearing's over. Moving on to the next one. All right. Let's see. John Lewis and Miss Catherine? All right. And you, Miss Catherine, if y'all both take yourselves off mute, raise your right hands for me. All right. Y'all swear for testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Sir, you still want to go forward?
Yes, please.
All right. Mr. Lewis, start with the most recent event of family violence and or stalking. Most recent event. Work backwards. I may interrupt you at some point down and say, whoop, and then I may hear from her. So go ahead.
Okay, the most recent event, she came to my house again and brought an X-Acto blade and cut her wrist on my Ring camera. And the neighbors came over, the police were called. It was quite the ordeal. She shouted a lot, called me trash. She flipped back and forth between saying I was her only friend and wanting to see me, and calling me trash and other names, and calling my sister names. Police report was filed. That was the most recent event. That's what caused me to file this TPO.
Let me ask her a question. Miss Catherine, so Miss Catherine, did that happen?
I mean, yes, that I was there, but
So
that's not exactly what happened.
what did you do on the Ring video? Because I'm sure he could show me the Ring video. So what did you do?
Well, I attempted to kill myself on his front porch as an attempt to see him for the last time, because I felt it was my only option.
Miss Catherine, have you reached out to somebody and gotten some help?
Yes, I have a team of people. I go to therapy twice a week, group therapy once a week. I see a psychiatrist every 2 weeks, and I'm currently undergoing a round of ketamine IV therapy.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I just want to. Yeah, you're getting some help, so I get that.
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis, are you feeling in fear for your safety? So she was served on the 19th, which hasn't been that long. Has she tried to reach out to you?
Not since then.
What are you asking for, Mr. Lewis?
And so I'm asking for an extension of that. I was unaware that she was going through all of this. That's good to hear, but yes, I do have anxiety living in my own house. I would occasionally stay with my sister so that, she wouldn't know where I lived,
All right, let me see.
where I was.
So, that's okay. So, Ms. Catherine, so you understand this put in place. You can't go, you got to stay away from him for at least 12 months. No phone calls, no texts, no showing up at his house, no reaching out to his family, anything like that. You understand that, right?
Yes. Am I going to get a chance to say?
Go ahead. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
I mean, I guess I'm not sure exactly how much I'm allowed to say, but the last year of our relationship was spent going back and forth between him wanting to be with me and him not wanting to be with me, just like monthly changing his mind. And I had been in love with him since I was 16. And so just that he reciprocated my feelings, finally, it was like the best day of my life. But then he proceeded to go back and forth every month until I guess up to this summer, my mental health had deteriorated so much from just the push and pull of someone saying they love me and then abandoning me over and over again. And then, so yeah, I did a lot of things that I regret. I didn't feel like myself. I wasn't myself. I was suicidal for months because I was just grieving so much, because the last time I saw him, we agreed to talk the next day. The last time I saw him in June. And at that time, I knew it would be too soon if we did talk the next day. And I knew we needed time apart, so I kept my phone turned off. We didn't talk. And then a couple of months later, I called him. He answered, but I didn't have anything to say, so we agreed to hang up. And then,
hold on, Ms. So, I mean, I don't want to rehash the issues you had in your.
well, it's relevant because he never said, don't contact me. The last time we spoke, he never said that. He never responded to a single text, a single email, a single phone call to say that he didn't want to talk to me anymore. He just blocked me on everything. This was someone.
So if someone blocks you, tell me what that means.
Well, for him, for the last year, it meant he was currently not interested in me. And a few weeks later, he would love me again. So it's like, this was my best friend. A few days before the last time I saw him, he said he loved me. And so it's just, he didn't say that he was disappearing. He just abandoned me. And so I did go to his house and I did try to kill myself because I thought at least I'll be able to see him one last time, because I just was that unwell that I thought that was my only option. And I realize now that that's ridiculous. And anyone who would watch me possibly bleed to death on their front porch and not open the door is not someone that I want to contact, which is why I have not contacted him since that day. So I'm fine with whatever.
Okay, thank you, Ms. So here's what we're going to do, Ms. Catherine. All right, we're going to put this in place for 12 months. You're going to continue to continue with your psychiatric treatment and follow any recommendations. Okay, I see your point, but also nobody wants to see somebody showing up on their Ring doorbell and cutting themselves on their front porch.
I mean,
either.
I guess that's.
I mean, it kind of goes both ways, Ms. Catherine. I want you to get the help you need. Okay, nobody is worth that. Please put your email in the chat. Once you put your email in the chat, we're going to email Miss Catherine. You're rehashing. You said you went over there.
I'm not trying to rehash. I'm just saying the order says, in the order that I got, it says he's attempted to tell me multiple times to stop contacting him. He never did that. So in the past,
Miss Catherine,
he would do that.
Catherine.
I just don't know why my life has to get ruined because he can't just tell me that he's leaving.
Miss Catherine, put your email in the chat. We'll send you a copy of the order. You do the same thing, Mr. Lewis. Once you put your emails in the chat, you can both leave the meeting. Miss Catherine, you're going to have to follow any recommendations, okay? And continue with your therapy. Best of luck to both of you. Both of you, I'm going to put you back on mute. While you put your emails in the chat to Ms. Free, you can go ahead and leave the meeting.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. We have clips from 3 TPO hearings today, including one of the judge's least favorite situations, 2 women who are fighting over a man who's currently in jail. What does the judge have to say about this?
Going off, they're talking. So, all right. So, Ms. Young, Mr. Carr.
Yes.
All right. So, Ms. Young, do you have any witnesses?
No, but I did email the evidence.
Mr. Carr, do you have any witnesses?
No, ma'am.
All right. You both raise your right hands. All right. Do y'all swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this petition for a TPO is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Here's the rules. All right. You're not going to talk over each other. You're not going to interrupt each other. You're not going to talk over me. All right. You're not going to talk to one another. You're going to talk to me. All right. If anybody's going to interrupt anybody, it's going to be me interrupting you because I'm going to ask you a question for clarification. When you hear me say stop or you hear me do this, guess what? Stop talking. If you start talking and you won't stop talking, I'm going to use the power of the mute button, which is one thing I enjoy about Zoom. So I get to mute people if they won't start talking, okay? And when we start talking, I call this right here is what I call a huge fire, okay? So when you start talking, you say, can I say one more thing? One thing I will let you say is, sure, I'll let you say one more thing, but if gasoline is going to come out of your mouth, then no, I don't want you to say it. The only thing I want coming out of your mouth after that is water. You understand? Okay? I want the truth. Once I've kind of finished, you say, can I say one more thing? If you're not going to say anything that's going to come out that's water, then I don't want to hear it. Okay? I want you to stick to the facts and just the facts. And I don't want to hear anything except for what's in the petition. Okay? Ms. Young, what's in the petition? Okay? I don't need a lot of background. I understand you're here because there's allegedly family violence. So when the two of you met, you know, all of that beforehand, all of that doesn't matter. And Mr. Carr, you didn't file a counterclaim. So if she's ever committed family violence against you and stuff like that, and the complaints you have against her, whatever, because you didn't file a counterclaim, okay? You can say anything bad you want about her, but I don't care, okay? Because you didn't file a counterclaim. So let's stick to the issues at hand. You got it?
Yes.
Go, Ms. Young.
So in the petition, it brings up what happened back in August 7th, 2020, when we had an altercation and one thing led to the next. There was much verbal disrespect between the both, and I was holding my daughter when he began to choke me like this from behind, and he proceeded to tell me, put her down, put her down. I put her on the bed, and that's when he let me go, and it was almost like a sling to the floor. My daughter was sitting on the bed crying, so once I got up, I ran over to grab my daughter, and we ran out into the living room, where he proceeded to go into the kitchen and grab a knife, and he came and he stood in front of me while I was holding our daughter, and he was like, put her down, put her down. And I said, if I put her down, what are you gonna stab me? And he threw the knife, he left, and that's when I called the police. Union City Police Department showed up. I submitted a case or incident report at the time, and that was documented, which is something that I did submit. And then in the service, it also refers back to the more recent incident where we mutually were meeting up to exchange Leilani, which is our daughter, so that he could have time with her as well. And we pulled up. I got out the car to grab Leilani out of her car seat. He had a friend in the car with him, young woman who walked around and went to her side of the door and kind of just wanted to introduce myself because there's no reason for awkwardness or anything of the sort. And when I went to go introduce myself, I said, you know, hey, I'm T, I'm Leilani's mom, just wanted to introduce myself to you. And that's when he ran around the back of the car and was like, you're doing too much. It's not your business. It's not your business. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm just trying to introduce myself. He's like, well, you're doing too much. And my face and her face both look super confused. He grabs Leilani, puts her in the car, and she's crying. And any other time that we have met up, whether he puts her in the car or I put her in the car, we always allow the other person to get a kiss, say goodbye, see you later. And so he put the seat back, and I was like, well, can I at least say bye to my daughter? And I'm like, it's okay, Leilani, calm down. You're fine. You're going to go with Dada. You're going to have a good time. Give me a kiss. And then he's like, okay, you're doing too much. Get out my car. Get out my car. And he's pulling on my arm. And I'm like, Jonathan, calm down. You're doing all this in front of her. Like, this is not necessary. So he proceeds to pull on my arm, gets me out of the car. I'm like, okay, you know what? Not like this. Not like this. She's not going to go like this because, first of all, we're acting like this in front of her. It's not okay. She's screaming in the back of the car, crying. She wants to get out. Let me get my daughter. You're not getting her. You're not getting her. So I had my arm on the car door, Like, let me get my daughter. He's like, you're not getting her. He proceeds to put the car in reverse while I'm standing there and tries to leave. And he obviously didn't get far. He stops the car. He jumps out the car as if I'm a man and like bump chests me. And I'm like, okay, what are you gonna do? His friend is in the back or in the passenger side. She's like, Jonathan, you're doing this in front of your daughter. Her exact words. I looked at her. I said, if it's no issue to you, can you please get out the car so I can get my daughter? The girl gets out of the car and I'm able to get my daughter at that time. I grabbed my daughter, I put her in her car seat in the back of my car, and I sat there before driving off because I was really upset and I just didn't want to leave out of the parking lot that mad. Left at that time, called my mom to tell her what happened because I knew his next step was going to be to call my mom. And so let her know what happened. While on the phone with her, letting her know, she says, this is him calling me now. The very next day is when I went to file for the TPO.
All right. So I'll hear from you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
Okay, so just to put it, it's really hard not to say what happened prior to those incidents because you have to have some type of clarity to understand the situation because you can't just go off one person's word. So to go back to the situation that happened.
Okay, well, if something happened that day, I mean, I'm not talking months, but if something you said happened that morning or that day that allegedly led you to this event, then I'll be glad to hear that. But I'm not going back.
Okay, that's fine. It's all of it is pertaining to that exact day. So this incident that happened on which was May, the most recent one for the 19th, a couple months ago.
The most recent.
Right. So the most recent one. So the one actually, so we actually had we actually did agree to meet up for me to get my daughter. I was going bowling that night. I had a female friend with me that I had actually brought my daughter around. It's the first time ever bringing my daughter around a woman. I actually brought her around my daughter that Sunday previous to that Wednesday. So we had already hung out. We decided to go bowling that day. I had friends that wanted to see my daughter that haven't seen her yet. And I was simply coming to pick up my daughter. So I pulled up next to Talasia in the Quick Trip parking lot. She had already had Leilani in her lap in the driver's seat. So she didn't get Leilani out of her car seat. That's one thing that she missaid or said wrong. She did get out of her car and come to the passenger side of my car to talk to my female friend, which I did think was unnecessary, but I let her do it. I just said, let me get my daughter. You can introduce yourself, that's fine. Just let me get my daughter. Because I wanna throw something else out there. That Sunday that we actually that I actually hung out with my female friend with my daughter, I met up with Talasia that Sunday night to give her Leilani. We happened to be at the same place that day, which was Pond City Market. I went earlier in the day. Talasia went later on in the day with her boyfriend, mind you. So I went to go drop off Leilani that Sunday night. Talasia had her boyfriend in the car. He never got out the car, never introduced himself. Talasia never introduced this man to me. Now, she drove hours away to go spend the night at this man's house and never once introduced me to him, never once introduced me to the man that's around my daughter. Out of respect. So when she wanted to, introduce herself to my female friend, I let her. She can do that, that's fine. So what she didn't tell you was that, yes, my daughter Leilani cries every time I come get her. Since we've been co-parenting, and when I had to come pick her up, she'll cry when I come get her. But as soon as I drive off, everything is good between me and her. That's my daughter. I love her. That's my life right there. So it's never nothing ill will towards me and my daughter. That relationship is solid. So I had Leilani in her car seat. Talasia wanted to be extra. She wanted to stand around. She didn't let me drive off with my daughter. She got into the back seat, and this is what my female friend told me. She wanted to. Talasia was saying things under her breath. Oh, now you got time to spend time with your daughter. Oh, you bring my daughter around strange women, and this is what you were doing 6 months while I was pregnant. It was a lot of things that was coming out emotion-wise on Talasia's end that she did not mention from what she just said. So I know it was a different intent for her trying to get my daughter. She wasn't trying to get my daughter because she was crying. She was trying to get it because I had somebody with me. And she never seen me with somebody else. So that I don't know how she took that, but clearly she didn't like that. So she wanted to proceed, try to take my daughter out the car. I'm pushing her off my car, like, no, you're not getting my daughter. Move, go on somewhere. And we've had altercations in the past where every time me and Talasia had an altercation or a disagreement, she will pack up her stuff, she would take my daughter, she would leave and go to her family's house. Every single time. It could be the smallest disagreement. And we've actually had the cop come to my apartment. So because I want to let her get the car seat because you tried to take my daughter. I wasn't okay with her constantly trying to take my daughter with her because she wants to run away from a disagreement. She's always been that way. She's very impulsive, and I'm not the aggressive person. I have to always respond off of how Talasian is acting towards me. I've never punched her. I've never just slapped her. I'm not an abusive person. Talasian pushes my buttons and she pushes me to the point where I have to respond a certain way. I don't have to, but I just naturally respond a certain way. So that incident that day was kind of just mind blowing to me that she would stoop that low and she would take my daughter back just because she couldn't deal with me being around somebody else. So it was not about none of these situations are ever about Leilani. It's about Talasian and how she feels towards me. So when the whole family and restraining order on my daughter, I don't understand it. If Talasian doesn't want me to be around her, that's fine. But then when it comes to my daughter, Leilani has nothing to do with what me and Talasian have gone through our disagreements. The time where I put a knife out, it wasn't to stab her. It was purely out of frustration. It was out of a moment where I've never been this frustrated in my life. Nobody has ever pushed me to this point in my life. I've never been in a fight before. I've never had charges from domestic violence ever in my life. Anybody that knows me know I'm not an abusive person. I'm not a confrontational person. But Talasian pushes me to that point, and she's verbally abusive. She puts her hands on me. She's messed up my apartment multiple times. She's come to my job, stood on top of my car. She's cussed out my mom for saying simple things about her. She's been a bad image to everybody around.
Why did you stay with her? You had a child.
I didn't stay with her. At this whole time, I understand that. But the time that we had a child, this was 2 months after we've known each other. So it wasn't enough time to really see what was going to happen. You see, yeah. And so at that time, I didn't know she would act like this. I didn't know she would respond like this after every single disagreement we have. I've always come back to this situation trying to come to a conclusion about this. I've always tried to work this situation out. Always. I've always been that person. I've always been the most understanding person. But Talasian is a hothead. She's got into it with her sister, with her mom. They got kicked out of the house that they were in. Now, mind you.
Stop. This is
okay, but this is pertaining to our daughter, though. This is pertaining to our daughter.
Focus. You just got on 285.
I know. I know. Okay. Okay, I'm quiet.
Have you legitimated your daughter?
I haven't. I was in the process before I knew she even filed this restraining order on me.
So tell me what the process is. What did you do? Google it?
Well, yeah, I did. I was looking up the process and because I didn't at that time, to be honest with you, I didn't know when I tried to go see my daughter, I didn't know I didn't have that right to even see my daughter because she was with her grandmother at that time and I couldn't even go pick her up and go see her. So I didn't know that at that time. I didn't know about the details on getting a child legitimized. But when I learned that information out, I definitely want to do it because Talasian has tried to keep my daughter away from me multiple times because of her personal feelings.
So you've Googled.
I've Googled. I haven't gone through the actual process of doing it, no.
Okay. So you've Googled. Well,
right
now, since all you've done is Google it, everybody on the screen has the same rights that you do, but minus Ms. Young. Mm-hmm. Everybody on here has the same rights that you do to that child.
I understand that.
If I went to Ms. Young and said, "Can I see the baby?" She could say, "Nope."
But we never got to the point where she was actually keeping me away from my daughter at a long period of time. We've always been cordial. We've always been cordial when it came to, meeting up with Leilani and whatever the case may be. So I never really had to go down that route because Talasian was kind of on the more cordial side with it.
That's where I'm going with this. You need to legitimate your child, not just for the sake of you being able to see your child, but there's things like, there's things that need to be, child support, you being able to see your child, stuff like that. But it looks like you and Miss Young don't need to be around each other until everything gets settled down. Am I right?
I can hold my composure. I'm fine. So, but I understand we probably don't need to be around each other. I just want to see my daughter. I don't have to talk to Talasian at all. and that's perfectly
What is
fine
that?
with me.
What is that? Tell me what that looks like to you. Seeing your daughter, but not.
No, I mean, she can tell me about what's going on with my daughter, but when it comes to any other conversation outside of that, we don't have to talk. We can just simply meet up, go on about our business, and that can just be that. I'm perfectly fine with that. I just want to see my daughter.
Ms. Young, tell me what you're wanting out of this. What does this look like to you? What does the solution look like to you?
I just to kind of bounce off of what he said as far as like us, he's tried in the past.
I just want to know.
I
just want to know, what do you want out of this? What is the resolution right now that you want out of this? What does it look like to you?
I don't think that he is mentally okay. What I want to see out of the situation is that my daughter is safe from up and down behavior between her parents.
Here's what I'm looking for. I want a TPO. I want this. I want that. This is what I said. What's this look like to you? What is the end of this? What's the end result look like to you?
I have no idea.
You came here seeking a TPO.
I did, and that's what I still want to see the end result as.
Okay. You want it in place for 6 months, 12 months? 12 months is the maximum amount of time you can have it in place for. So
12 months.
Where it protects you. You can have it where it protects you and your daughter. You can have it where it protects you, but he can have, now I can't, now let me tell you this, Mr. Carr. There's nothing that I can do to make her let you see this young, the child. There's nothing.
That's wild.
I mean, I have no authority. I can't make her do that because you haven't legitimated your child. That's where so many fathers need to recognize that when there's a child, if they're not married, they need to run to the courthouse and legitimate their child immediately. And that's nothing about her. That says nothing about her. That's just the law. There's nothing, I can't make her do anything as far as that child goes. Okay? So,
okay.
I can't put in this order that she has to let you see that baby girl anytime. So, so don't hold that against her. Do not hold that against her and anybody. That's just Georgia law.
Well, she's making that choice to do that. So
no, no, because right now that she just doesn't have to do it. So that's it. So I can't. So let's don't put it on.
So can I ask you a question?
So Ms. Young, do you want this in place to? I mean, because right now you don't have to let him see her. So do you want this to also protect your daughter too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now here's the thing, Mr. Carr, is that if you file a legitimation case, what I could do is I can then put language in here, you and Ms. Young, and because if you're going to file it, I'm assuming you're going to file it in Fulton County. If you do, a judge can hear it here, and the judge hearing that legitimation case, and whoever, if you have lawyers, can also look at this and then maybe when it's filed, stuff like that, they'll address custody. When I say custody, because custody means visitation and things like that. It doesn't mean, keeps the child with them, okay? Visitation and things. So they can also address that, how you would exchange this baby girl, what you would do, things like that. But right now, this is going to keep you two apart. All right. Okay. Now, what I'm going to put in there though is that Ms. Young, you can reach out to Mr. Carr if there's something. Obviously, I mean it's obviously his daughter, right? And he cares about his daughter. Can I get you to agree to that, Ms. Young? Okay.
Yes.
So, and how old is this baby girl?
She'll be 2.
Okay, so she's 2.
In July, which is coming up. I can't even see my daughter. That's crazy.
Okay, stand by. Ms. Young, do you want him to be able to see her on FaceTime or anything like that, or Skype, or no? And I don't care.
No.
Okay, so, but if you want to, let's say, for instance, she gets an earache or whatever happens to 2-year-olds, or bumps her knee or something like that. And if you want to send him stuff like, hey, an email, just letting him know, hey, I'll refer you to Jonathan, I took her to the doctor, she got all her shots or whatever. Ms. Young, you can do that. Mr. Carr, just don't respond, okay? She can keep you informed of anything like that, okay? Because I would want you to know if there's something going on with your daughter as a father that you need to know, all right? And if, she gets, whatever I don't know what holidays are coming up, but 4th of July, if there's a picture taken or something like that, or if she wants to send you a picture of your daughter on Father's Day, out of, because that's what she wants to do, because she realizes you're the father and you would like that. If she does that, just take that as her doing it, okay? Just don't respond. That makes sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, so I will put that in the order that she can send you things like that from her daughter. That's not her. It's just her doing it for just being a mom to a dad and nothing to do with any sort of contact like that, okay? So I'll put that in the order, but I'm going to put whoever's hearing the legitimation case in Fulton County, they can make changes to this if they want. So if you file something and it modifies, somehow it is disagrees with the order that I have in place, let's say, try to make this kind of simple so you can understand. If it's not mirroring my order, then we can modify my order to mirror whatever other orders in place, okay? Y'all both get that? All right.
I do have a question. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So with this order being, with this restraining order being filed, and it's 12 months. That's what she said, right? 12 months.
Right, unless another judge that's going to hear your legitimation case wants to modify it, or Ms. Young wants to ask for it to be modified.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask about the get her legitimized, and what process would that, how would that interfere with this actual being filed, this restraining order being filed? How would that kind of coincide with my daughter being legitimized? Seeing this is a year.
You're still going to be able to file that. You can go whatever you want to and file that, but reach out to a lawyer. That's one thing I can tell you. Reach out to a lawyer and handle it that way, okay?
Okay, we'll do.
Reach out to a lawyer, do that. You can Google a lawyer or whatever you want to do, but reach out to a lawyer, or Fulton County has the Justice Resource Center or something like that. But just do what you got to do. But I would try to reach out to a lawyer since this is in place and have it. But nothing's going to do anything. But I want you guys both to put this baby girl first and foremost, okay? Because you guys are right here, as far as I'm concerned. This child right here, way up here. That's where I want y'all to put her, okay? Let's not put her in the middle of this, whatever we do. Right? Let's put her way up here as far as importance goes. Let's put you two down here, okay? Let's take care of this girl, right? She's our future.
All right.
She's our next Madam President, maybe. All right, let's make her that.
Okay.
All right. You both stay healthy and safe, Mr. Carr. Thank you. If you put your email in the chat, we'll email you an order and you can pick up your certified copy of Ms. Young on Monday, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Once you put your email in there, sir, you can go ahead and leave the meeting. Y'all both stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, I guess. Mr. McGreevy. All right.
Turn your volume up on the side. Make sure.
All right, Mr. McGreevy, they're getting him logged on in the other room. We'll be back. He'll be on in just a second.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, my phone died.
That's okay. Did you get it? You got it plugged in so you can get some juice?
Yeah, the other phone is. Let me plug it into this phone just so I don't lose it. Plug that phone up to another one. Yeah, I just had the paper read to me.
All right. Are you ready to go forward, or do you feel like you need to continue?
No, I definitely go forward.
Okay.
I have witnesses.
We're ready on this end, Your Honor.
All right. All right. If you could both raise your right hand.
Are we
Church,
give me a computer? Can you hear now?
Yes. Mr. Church, if you could raise your right hand.
Ma'am.
Everybody raise your right hand. Y'all swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this petition for a TPO is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Mr. Church?
I do.
Mr. McGreevy?
I do.
All right. All right, Mr. Church, the rules are, tell me exactly what happened. Don't argue with anybody. Don't be nasty. Just tell me exactly what's going on. Start from the most recent event and work backwards. Don't interrupt one another, okay? Be specific.
Most recent, work backwards.
Yes, sir. Be specific to me.
It's got to be written down on the, it's been a month since I've filed it. Well, the most recently what happened was pull up about 2 a.m. and I knew it was his truck, but they come out and either him or his friend shot off a gun right on my door and told me that two people were putting their ears to my door, and that's why they came up and shot the gun and asked me to come outside. And it did. It put me in fear, but I tried not to be in fear from it. But I can't believe he would do something like that, but that's what he does. He did that. And then before that, he's a felon, number one, with a gun. And he's been arrested for it just about a month ago. And well, maybe 2 months ago for that or something on Lakewood Avenue. And I'm in fear from, you know, what he does. Just 3 or 4 nights ago, there were 7 people in the house. I stay in a house about 30 feet from the door, and I use the kitchen in the house. And I go in the house, and I'll own the house, but I go in, and there's 7 people in there dancing around with needles and passing out and going, Narcan, Narcan, get Narcan. I go call the police. I don't live in the house, and he lives in the house, and that's going on there. And they threatened me. They wouldn't leave. These 2 young junkies threatened me, say, we don't have to go anywhere. It's ain't your house. I told them to get on, you know, and they wouldn't leave. I called the police.
So is he renting from you?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Let me hear from you, Mr. McGreevy.
No, that's not true. Nobody fired no gun. And this thing about the people in the house.
Go for a lie detector.
What he's talking about. I was in bed. Those people were not my company. He has other tenants that live in the house. And we all know the people that were in the house. Every one of the tenants know the people that were in the house. They were not my company. I was in bed. And there was some people up making some noise. I don't know to the extreme that he's saying, but they were not my company, Your Honor. I was in bed at this point in time.
It says in this thing that you threatened him. What, did you shoot a gun outside of his door?
No, Your Honor. I've never threatened him. He's threatened me, but I've never threatened him. This was his way of what he told me how he was going to get me evicted.
I mean, did you shoot a gun off outside of his door?
No, Your Honor, we did not.
I have the witness.
There's actually cameras, and I have camera footage of him breaking my camera off because he was mad. So he comes in the house storming, he's screaming, cussing, kicks my door, and then as he goes back out of the house, he breaks the camera off the house. That's destruction of my property. All I did, even that day, I helped him load all the trash up into my truck and haul it off.
It was kind of him destroying his own property, isn't it?
No, because it's my cameras.
So he says he says that you guys are all, you know, threatening him. You threatened him with a knife and physical harm.
Never happened. I got 2 witnesses sitting right here. I've never threatened him in any way. I have a calm demeanor. I don't threaten people. I'm more apt to walk away from any problem than walk into it.
Go ahead, Mr. Church. Anything from you?
Yes. Every time he does something wrong, threatens somebody or something, He denies it right to your face right after he's done it. And I think he's a sociopath.
How'd he get into this house with you?
He told me that all his relatives had died, overdoses, one thing or another. He didn't tell me they were overdose, but that he had 7 people die, and I felt sorry for him. I didn't check his record, but I said, "You're not a drug dealer, are you?" And he said, "No." And I've just been scared of him for since he moved in. And I can't do. He's always got a gang of people out in the yard or in the house, and they're all against me because I don't want people in my yard at all times, and I don't want people over at the house at all times. He might have 10 people a day come see him, and sometimes 40. And I'm just in
It's
fear.
not about that. It's not about how many people comes to see you. But
I'm in fear of those people. I'm sorry. I'm in fear of those people and in fear of him because he's telling you a story. I'll take a lie detector test right now.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking how many times he's threatened you.
Oh, probably 30. I mean,
how many times have you called the police?
I've called the police. How many times? 4.
What have they done?
The first 2 times they laughed me off, so that's the last 2 times they had enough.
What did they do?
Well, one pulled around the front and he laughed it off, and said, "You're calling because of that." It was because that was because of a friend that he brings over there every time he can bring her over there who has assaulted me. It's a female. He keeps bringing her back, and she makes a huge. The kitchen is a filthy mess.
Okay, I don't care about the mess. I care about you.
His friend that he brings over there consciously and on purpose to assault me. And she's assaulted me twice, and I've made a police report about it. But I didn't go way over. It broke into my place and assaulted me one time, and the other time assaulted me through the door in his room and hit me in the face over somebody. And she brings her around every second he can. But the main thing I'm worried about is him having a gun and threatening me. And threatening. They're all talking about beating somebody's every minute. I'm 63, and all of them are in their 40s or younger. I can't beat them. I can't fight them. They're always talking about fighting and threatening. And just physically, invading your space,
right?
And threatening. Do people's records mean anything? I mean, if you look at
anything else, Mr. McCready?
Yes, Your Honor. The whole point of this really is he wants me evicted.
No, he always paid the rent on time.
Because the way he
I want him out of from threatening me.
You're not supposed to be talking.
I was talking. It's the way he comes to collect the rent. So I didn't pay the rent last time it was due. He comes over there the day before, cussing and yelling at me. He don't ask for the rent politely or nothing like that. He uses cuss words and is just completely vulgar and rude. And the female friend of mine that he says assaulted him, he actually assaulted her, and she just ended up.
All right. Well, sir, Mr. McGreevy, do you have all your belongings out of the house?
No, Your Honor, I don't. All my belongings are in the house with my dogs. I just got taken. They just asked me to leave yesterday, and I need at least like a few more days so I can get all my stuff out of there. I had planned on moving anyway, but there's one way to go about evicting somebody, and then there's
I kind of got that. I went to school to learn all that.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you're gonna have to get law enforcement to go over there with you so you can get all your stuff. Y'all both put your emails in the chat for me. Got in there where the little 3 dots are?
I just don't understand why I have to be off the property. I'm no harm to him. And I've never made any threats to him. I've got 2 witnesses sitting right here.
Yeah,
then-
well. Seems like y'all need to stay away from one another.
I mean, I have nowhere to go. I'm in a motel room right now. I don't have any family. I don't have nowhere to go.
All right, so we will send you guys a copy of this. I will stay healthy and safe and have a good weekend.
Do I still have to stay off the property, Your Honor? I don't have nowhere to go.
You have to go get the sheriff's office. They'll go over there with you. Get a police escort. They'll go over there with you to get your belongings.
So this is really just to evict me?
No, sir. It's for his safety.
That man is in no danger from me. I've never made a threat to him. I got witnesses right here.
So, okay, so go ahead. You got, I'll email you guys a copy of this, all right?
This is his way of, Your Honor, this is his way of being a slumlord. You know, this is how he,
Okay, so stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
I can't believe you would support this.
All right. Jericho and Arnold. Y'all both raise your right hand. Ms. Carricker. Need you to turn your camera on. Both y'all's cameras on so I can see you. Would you swear yourself? All right. Y'all swear a firm testimony. Raise your right hand for me. Y'all swear a firm testimony you're about to give in this petition for a TPO is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. So gotta put this one lady who's gonna be a witness into a waiting room. All right. Ms. Carricker, you have any witnesses?
I do not. I have evidence that I can present for myself.
All right. And Ms. Arnold, that's your only witness, right? The one I just put in the waiting room?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Same thing, right? All right, go ahead, Ms. Carricker. Let me know. Go ahead and tell me what's going on. Start with the most recent event and work backwards, okay?
Okay. So the most recent event will be on the date of May 23rd, 2021. Around about 7 p.m. or 8 p.m., I started receiving a lot of phone calls, a lot of text messages, and strange guys visiting my home. I asked one of the persons that were texting my phone, how did he receive my number? He advised me that it was an ad on Craigslist.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask somebody a question. Does this have some, is there a man in the middle of this whole thing?
It is correct.
So was it somebody's boyfriend at one time and now it's somebody else's boyfriend now?
That is correct.
This man that's in the middle ain't here to testify for anybody, is he?
This is correct. He's incarcerated.
Yeah, you two, hold on, let me talk. And both of you women are doing this over some man that's locked up.
He's incarcerated now. He
So
was
he's
just
locked up, but all this is going on some man that's not here, can't be here, locked up. And this is what y'all doing over some man, because this man is worth it.
This is what she's doing, Your Honor. I'm not the first female that she has done this to in regards to the same man.
It always happens on Friday, Miss Free. It's always on Friday. I gotta meet this one man that these women decide to destroy their life, because this one man's got to be amazing. That these women, these intelligent, beautiful women, decide to destroy their lives over this. I've never met him. He's never been on here, but he must be something. Because this one man don't ever show up. But these women will go and get into all kinds of trouble. Go ahead, Miss Character. Tell me about all this. I got to meet this man one day. Tell me about everything that happened over this one man. Tell me about it. I got to hear.
So Destiny Arnold, I'm guessing is his ex-girlfriend. I've been dating him since August of last year. However, it seems as though every female that he decides to move on with, she is taunting, harassing, stalking. The young lady just bonded out of jail. From what I was told, she was incarcerated for the last 16 months. Since she has bonded out, she has been an issue for me since she's been out.
I just want to know what she's done to you. I don't care about her bonding out of jail.
So there was a cocktail bomb thrown at my home. I have a fire report. Also, on May 23rd, 2021, there were strange men showing up at my home because of an ad that was placed on Craigslist by Destiny Arnold, in which she stated that I was looking for a man to come and take care of me. My mom had willed the home to me after she passed away, and that I need someone to pretend like they love me so that I could stay away from her man. I also have text.
So that's how you know it was that she posted it, because that's what it said.
Oh yeah, and her name is stamped on it. I have the evidence.
Okay, can you show it to me?
She also listed that information on Facebook as well. My personal info.
Did you email me that evidence already?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so when they started showing up and calling and texting, like I said, I had no idea what was going on. I had one guy to send me whatever ad he was talking about. She's on Facebook stating, anybody, call this person's number, say what you want, say what you will, and then let me know what she says. She was paying people to text me and to call me, to harass me. She also texted me from her phone number, stating that she would not leave me alone if I can't stop bothering her man. So me and this man went out of town to Alabama. I received a text message from Destiny that stated that I was going to get enough about bothering her, D word. We can't say it in court, but she told me that I was going to get enough. And she asked me, does she need to pull up to 3341 Villa Circle, Atlanta, Georgia, 30354, which is where I reside. I come home from out of town and find my bushes burnt. When the firefighters came and the detectives came, they discovered a Snapple bottle with thongs inside them, doused in gasoline, and they had been set ablaze.
Okay.
And this was after she sent the text message asking, do she need to show up at my house? I did not have any address on Destiny at the time.
All right. Anything else?
Everything else is in the evidence. This has been going on since January. And it's
Arnold,
it's getting to be very dangerous because it was kids here when this happened, and I can't play with life like that. I'm sorry.
All right, Ms. Arnold, go ahead. I'll hear from you.
Okay. I don't know anything about an ad on Craigslist. She did have I guess a policeman or something reach out to me about a fire. I had no knowledge of a fire until that person had reached out to me. Just this past weekend, Miss Carricker called me and She was cussing me out, and she told me about this court date. I was never served, so that's the only reason I'm here, because she called and told me. So the man that all this supposed to be about, you actually have met him before. She had him arrested. I'm not exactly what for, but you was his judge and you denied him a bond. But besides all of that, this has been going on since I've been released. He told me while I was incarcerated that he was homeless and he decided that he wanted to live with this lady. But when I was released in December 2020, he like really packed up his stuff and left. And that's why all of this been going on. Me and him, we moved into his grandparents' house, and starting in January 2021, she initiated contact with me, and I didn't know who she was. I just know I was receiving messages on Instagram. Somebody asking me, like, what's up? Like, where you at? But I'm like, I don't know this person. But around January 20th, 2021, I was at a doctor's appointment with the guy in question, and she came to that doctor's appointment basically making a scene, and I did not confront her or anything. I stayed in the car, and she recorded my car when she came out there, and she put it on her Instagram page. So then that's how I was able to link those messages to her. Like, now I knew who she was. So after that, every time we made contact, she basically had initiated it. When I was when I moved to the grandparents' house with the guy, she came. I was trying to get the police report, but since I have such a short notice, I wasn't able to get it. But she has came. I was actually sleeping. I take medication to put me at sleep at night, but she came to the house trying to fight me, but I was sleeping. Nobody woke me up. They was trying to get her to leave. She would not leave. They had to call the police. Okay. So in February 2021, her and the guy had an incident where
I will talk. She says you stalking her. I don't care about her here. Matter of fact.
Okay. I'm just trying to speak on the facts, because I'm not stalking her. She repeatedly, okay. I don't know if he hit her, but there was a police report filed, and she had charges put on the guy, and she basically told him if he doesn't entertain her as girlfriend, that she was going to take that police report and turn it into a warrant, and that's what she did. On April 2nd, she posted and the guy having sex on her Instagram. On April 6th, this young lady went to a blogger. She went live with a blogger. The blogger had like over 40,000 Instagram followers, and she called me out saying basically that she wanted to fight me, and she did not know what me and Mr. Bridges was. That's the guy. And on April 16th, she said that she was able to find an address on him, and it came out. But
Go ahead.
he got arrested. This is what she said her plan was. She said she was gonna separate us by playing with the police. And she said that she would have me arrested. And then when I'm arrested, she was gonna go drop the charges on the man. And then she said that she was basically gonna blackmail him into being with her. So I just feel like this is her plan to try to get me locked up some kind of way. So the only reason why they had dealings because I was in jail. And she wants me back in jail, basically so she can, I guess, have him without me interfering. But ever since January up until the weekend that just passed, she's been initiating contact with me, and she's been telling me she wants to fight me, and that's not a person that's afraid for their life. She's on several recordings, and I sent them as many as I could find to your case manager.
All right. Anything else from you, Ms. Carter?
Thank you, Judge Manning. Yes, you do. You have met Jacarlos Bridges, and the date that's in question, which is January 19th, the date that she was at his grandmother's home, I had his daughter. His daughter name is Rain Bridges. Destiny Arnold has a restraining order. She cannot be around Rain Bridges. She was. So the day that I was at his home, I was bringing his child to him. I also placed that in the evidence as well.
All right. Anything else you want to tell me? What is it you're wanting?
I really want for her to, she needs help. She needs help.
Let's see. Look, Miss Orr, what is it that you're with? Well, you're witnessing.
I need for her to stay away from me. I need her to stop with the fake pages. I need her to stop contacting me. I need her to stop creating new numbers, new pages, just to contact me in regards to Jacarlos Bridges.
I've never been around her, Your Honor. I've never been within. This is the closest I've ever seen her face. I've never seen her before.
Yes, you have. You just told her you saw me at the chiropractor's office. So did you see me or you didn't?
Okay, stop. I hope everybody's listening because there ain't no bad worth all this. Y'all realize that, look, people going to jail, getting locked up, and last time I counted, there was more than one man out there. Way more than one man out there, because on the elevator this morning, I passed at least 4 or 5 in the hallway. At least 4 or 5 men did I pass in the hallway. And Miss Free, did you pass a few in the hallway? Okay, so I know that's at least 10. So there's at least 10 more men available instead of this one that you two women are fighting over. And now everybody's going to jail, getting locked up. Now y'all are sitting here in front of me. And this, one Friday, Miss Free, we're going to have it where 2 women don't get over here and fight over one man and are destroying people's lives and get off social media trying to destroy one another because it's out there. So Miss Owner, one day you're going to have a child, and now Miss Carricker's going to have a child. And guess what? Their children, y'all's children are going to be online one day, and now that it's on there, they're going to see all this stuff. They are going to see all this stuff online that y'all have posted online about one another. Y'all ain't thinking ahead of it because one day, you know, y'all look in the mirror right now and say, I'm forever going to be young. Guess what? I thought so too. This gray hair came on quicker than I thought. Oh God. Looking there, I see my father every time I look and I listen to myself, I hear my father too. I'll regret this one day. Thank goodness they went to social media when I was growing up. But y'all are destroying each other over this man that ain't gonna, that look, the way he's treating someone of y'all, whoever he's treating, he's dating right now, look at who he treated that way in the past, because that's gonna be you in a month or two. And it's gonna keep going on and 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 going on. So look in the past. If he ever asks you to marry him and he says he's been divorced, go ask him what county he got divorced in, run to the courthouse and look at his divorce papers. Because that's going to tell you what's going to happen if y'all get a divorce. See if it was contested. See what kind of paperwork he filed. Go see his divorce lawyer. Do what you got to do. Look into this man. Oh Lord, but let me tell you, if there's some woman that's acting this crazy over him, then he ain't worth it either. Because she's coming with some baggage. But that's all I got to tell you. Y'all put your emails in the chat for me. Mr. Arnold, your witness done gave up. No. Okay, she don't have. Tell me what your witness is going to tell me, Miss Arnold. First hand, what is she going to tell me? That you ain't stalking her?
No, basically when
what is witness going to tell me?
Called me, she's been with me at times, and she hear her saying like, "Oh, where you at? I'm finna come fight you," but like unprovoked at all.
Well, I mean, I believe you. I believe both of y'all have went toe to toe.
Mm-hmm.
I believe y'all have.
They're going to piss on my mother's grave.
There ain't a doubt. There is not. I got this, Miss Carricker. I got this. There ain't a doubt in my mind that y'all have went toe to toe. Not a single doubt in my mind y'all went toe to toe. Nope, not a doubt in my mind. But I don't need to hear from anybody else that y'all went toe to toe because I'm not a dummy. But y'all gonna stop going toe to toe today. So put your emails right there in the chat. We're gonna send you copies of this order. Ms. Carricker, you can pick up your certified copy today. To Monday. Keep this other copy with y'all. Leave one another alone. And the best advice I can give you is, come on, if you can't find another man somewhere else, there's plenty of them out here. Look, I'm looking outside the window. I see some right now walking up and down the street. Find another man that ain't taken by somebody else or got 20 other women looking for him and stalking him. Because that ain't bringing stuff up on you. Ms. Arnold, you done been in jail. That probably had something to do with this man. And wasting your money at Georgia State ain't gonna do you any good if you sit here convicted of felonies.
She just did 16 months behind the same man with a different woman. That's why
I got this, Miss Carricker. I got this black robe on and I'm at work. I get to talk. And I'm at home, I got to shut up. All right. Y'all put your emails in there. Thank you. Your email copies of the order. Y'all stay healthy and safe and good luck finding a good man. Miss Carricker.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. An old lady let a family with 6 kids move in with her to help them out, but now she says they're disrespecting her and threatening her life. Mom and Dad have a ton to tell us about how wonderful they were to the lady and suggest that it might be dementia. Let's see what the judge thinks.
No one's name is RVVL, whatever it says. If you need me to change your name, I'll do it for free. Your mother did not name you that. It needs to be your name, not REVVLV. Guest. You need to change your screen name to your name. Stop walking around. You got to have light in front of your face, and everybody has to turn their camera on. Going on 3 years, people. Learn how to work Zoom. Turn your cameras on. Miss Dukes, I got to see your face. You're backlit. Get back in front of the camera, everybody. Miss Dukes, get back in front of the camera. Tamika Hart, turn your camera on. Tamika Hart, turn your camera on.
I'm trying to cut it on now.
Don't take yourself off mute. Just turn your camera on. Everybody, your camera's on and you have to stay on mute. Miss Cargill, are you sick? Take yourself off mute, Miss Cargill. Are you sick?
Yes, yes. But
okay. No, if you don't feel well, that's fine. If you don't feel well, please, I know. I got the flu myself. I would be laying down if I could.
Okay.
Feel free to lay down.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ma'am with the glasses. I don't know where you're at. You're outside. It says RVVLV. And you're looking around, not paying attention to what I'm saying. You're at a door. What's your name? Ma'am, you're walking around outside. What's your name? You're walking, ma'am, you're on mute. What is your name? Okay, you're on mute. Never mind. You're on mute, ma'am. Take yourself off mute.
Oh, okay. My name is Denise Malleus.
Malleus. All right. Place yourself back on mute.
Okay, I don't even know how to do that. Oh God, I'm 60 years old. I don't know much about these phones.
That's young. You're very young.
I know, and I don't have no internet knowledge at all. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. You're very young, ma'am. You're doing fantastic. All right, let's see. When I call your name, take yourself off mute and say here. Please leave your cameras on. Tamika Hart, you got to figure out.
I'm trying.
You got to figure out, log out and log back on, but you got to figure it out. Can't see you, can't be here. Yasmin Dukes, Miss Manlius, and Mr. Hawkins. Miss Denise?
Yes. I'm here.
Thank you. Hold on. Miss Denise? Miss Denise? All right. Can you figure out how to take yourself off? Take yourself off mute. All right, Miss Hawkins, you need to turn your camera on too.
How do I do that?
Miss Hawkins, I'm not
I'm
IT.
trying to. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I got to be able to see you.
Can I go get on with my husband? He's saying that the host disabled it. What, am I the host?
No, you're not the host. There you go. I'm asking you, I hit the little button asking you to turn on your camera.
Okay, you got me?
Got you. All right, if all three of you will raise your right hands, please. Your military right. Do you swear affirm testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Mr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Mr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, here's the thing. We're not going to talk over each other. We're not going to argue with one another. Ms. Hawkins, you have to be still. You have to sit down and light somewhere, like my mom used to say. Got to see your face, your backlit. All right. Once you start from the most recent event, Miss Denise, and work backwards, okay? And be specific. If it was Mr. Hawkins, say him. If it was Miss Hawkins, say her. You folks don't interrupt her. And I won't, and then I'll let you folks ask a couple of questions, or I can ask a couple, okay? Go ahead, Miss Denise.
All I know is that I have to admit that I did allow Tom to come here because I'm a senior. I'm in a one-bedroom apartment, and I'm really not supposed to let nobody stay with me, but I did take them and their kids in. But anyway, to make a long story short, they basically took over my apartment. You know, it got to the point where sometimes I was having to urinate in the trash can in my bedroom because my bathroom was always, you know, being tied up. So anyway, the night before Christmas, I had said to Felicia, because her 18-year-old was in the bathroom, I said to Felicia on Christmas Eve, I said, can you please tell Sine that I have to use the bathroom real bad? I said, because the level of ignorance and disrespect that she has for me, I said, I don't understand because I've been nothing but good to her since I first met her. And then I also said, I don't owe her a effing thing. So I came in my room and I pushed my door to. So next thing I know, I hear Felicia out there screaming and howling and cussing. So I go out there, I'm thinking she talking to the girl, but she out there jumping around. It's like 1 o'clock at night. I got neighbors. She out there in the living room jumping around, screaming and howling and cussing, talking about what she gonna do to my pastor's wife.
Who was out there jumping around, screaming and cussing?
Felicia was. Felicia was in there jumping around talking about they want Flip. They got MF and Flip. I guess Flip is her nickname or whatever. So she's in there jumping around, screaming and cussing, talking about what she's going to do to my pastor's wife. So, but in which I don't understand, because when they first came here, those kids, they came here with nothing. Those kids came here in pajamas and slippers. They didn't even have clothes and coats. So my pastor's wife, she got clothes, she got coats. She even made sure we ate every day until the food stamps came through. She did nothing but help. You know, she got a bunch of blankets so that they was able to lay on the floor. So
okay, so hold on. Let's get back to you two, not your pastor's wife.
Okay.
What else did Miss Hawkins do to you?
So then her husband says to me, because I'm shaking, I'm scared, I'm not gonna lie. Okay.
Hold on. What else did Miss Hawkins do to you? We'll get to Mr. Hawkins in a minute. What else did Miss Hawkins do to you?
She went outside and smoked a cigarette. She didn't do nothing else to me.
Okay, but in your thing, it says there's been some death threats or something like that.
Okay, well, when I was in the hospital, that's when I was in the hospital. She told me, because I had been hospitalized twice. I was in 2 different hospitals. She told me, she said, the reason why you sick, because it's a spirit of death following you around your house. And she told me that her and her kids was praying that I died, that I was going to die. Okay, that's what she told me when I was in the hospital. So, I had told her. And then she also had told me that some of her kids heard me call the 2 little girls MFers. I never called those kids that. So she gonna say that her husband heard it too. So I told her, I said, well, since your kids and your husband is lying on me, I want y'all out of my house before I get out the hospital. Because one thing I don't like is liars, because I've seen a lot of people get in trouble because of lies. And if you tell one lie, you'll tell another one. And like I said, your kids is not going to jam me up. Okay, so
they were all staying at your house?
Yes, it was the husband, the wife, and 6 kids. Ages.
Wait a minute, hold on. You have a 1-bedroom apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of you were staying there?
Yes, ma'am.
So you opened your house to them as a favor?
Well, it was cold and they didn't have nowhere to go, and I felt sorry for the kids. And I can't, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a real kind heart. I always get the short end of the stick, but I learned my lesson this time. You know what I'm saying? Everything was fine when they first came. Well, then what happened was, like I said, when I was in the hospital and I told her that, I wanted her and them to go. So she was like, fine. She said, I'm gonna put my kids somewhere safe tomorrow until me and Sean, which is her husband, until we get on our feet. So I said, thank you. I'd appreciate that. So after that, she called me back, because I guess she realized since they've been here for a certain amount of time that I couldn't put them out. So she called me back, told me, we ain't going no MF from where until the FI get ready. This RSHIT now, we up in this piece. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, Felicia, not right now. And I can't go through this, you know what I'm saying? So then anyway, like I said, on Christmas Eve, when she was in here acting a fool, her husband Sean gonna say to me, you can't put us out, and the leasing office can't put us out neither. His exact words were, we've been through this so many times, we know how this go.
So tell me, what specifically did Mr. Hawkins say or do to you besides that?
That's except the fact that he lied and said he heard me call his kids MFers when I know that I didn't. That's the only thing that he did. He told me that I couldn't put him out and that the leasing office couldn't put him out because they've been through this so many times that they knows how this go. So I'm saying in the back of my mind, okay, because like I said, and at one time, it seemed like whenever I ate or drank something out of my refrigerator, I had diarrhea. So I was thinking that they was putting something in my food and my drinks. You know what I'm saying?
So were you in fear for your safety?
Yes, I was. At one time, yes, I was. Okay. Yes, I was.
Hold on a second. All right, Ms. Hawkins, you got to turn the light on so I can see your face. All right, I'll hear from you, Ms. Hawkins.
You see me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good to know. How are you?
I'm well. Go ahead.
Me and Miss Denise is friends. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Me and Miss Denise is friends. November 10th, November 9th is when we moved over to Miss Denise's house. The reason being because, we got that Kim money. Kim gave everybody money. We was homeless, was staying in a B&B. The money somebody stole our money and we didn't have nowhere to go. Denise said, I love y'all kids. Y'all got some kids. Y'all some good people. Y'all come over here. First I was reluctant, and then I said, okay, we ain't got nowhere to go. My job was paying enough. I was working at Cracker Barrel. It just went down to 5 hours, $11 an hour. So I said, okay, I took Miss Denise up on her offer. We got there. We had a good time. She was like, I was trying to get as soon as possible, Denise. She was like, oh, y'all get for Thanksgiving. I ain't had no Thanksgiving with nobody. I know Sean cook. I know you can cook. And I said, cool, yeah, we for you. You know, she was sick off and on. They went to church. When they went to church, they got sick from the pastor's grandkids. They got caught the flu. My daughter had the flu. Miss Denise had the flu. So she called me. She said, you know, she texted me, you need to take them kids to the hospital. I said, I am. I took the that was coughing, but only one had the flu. So they went back to church. So went back to church. They came back. The coughing started again. Miss Denise asked me, can she take my 14-year-old to Tennessee with her? I told her no. I said, I don't know y'all. Y'all take her to Tennessee. So the pastor's wife, she mentioned again, she gave us some money on a bus card to, you know, get our jobs. See, all the way from North Cross to Union City, we need new jobs. So I thought that was, you know, nice. She said she got a program, nonprofit. She helped people. But when I told her she couldn't take my 14-year-old out of town, stuff started changing around. It started getting funny. So I said, okay. She got sick again after she went to Tennessee. She came back. The doctor said it was a different kind of flu because my kids got sick again. So she sent me this message. I was talking to her from, you know, texting her from while she was at the hospital, like, hey, this Felicia, how you doing? I hope you feel better. You know, she had texted me back, yeah, you need to take them kids to the hospital. I said, I am. But it seemed like more people now. So instead of me just trying to get on the bus because I don't have no money and I have to go on the other side of town to go to my storage, I'm trying to get my money together to get a car so we all can go.
He goes, stand by. So I'm following a whole bunch of what you say, but according to her, y'all were making her pee in the trash can because y'all weren't being very respectful. And
oh my God, we had nothing but love, Your Honor. We had nothing but love. All this, she told me right before we left, you know, I peed in my trash can. It's no big thing, but if somebody in there, I just pee in my trash can. I didn't know it was a problem. Whenever Miss Denise said, you know, we was making her food, which she really wasn't eating, but she had eaten Miss Geraldine, her pastor's wife. So she wasn't eating our food like that. But I go buy water, I go buy the things she liked. So she, you know, eat that, but she don't eat it all. So no, like she was peeing in her garbage can. She was because she wanted to. It was no reason why we in there do what we got to do and get out. We know it's a lot of us.
In her petition, it says that you told her, let's see what it says, the spirit of death was following her around her house.
She told me
she's going to die. And
she told me.
Hold on, and it says your children were praying that she die, and y'all broke the bathroom door, damaged the entertainment center. Let's see.
I have pictures.
And that you've been smoking weed and drinking every day at her house. And you burned up her pan.
And I burned up her pan.
Yeah, that was all
okay.
The petition that you
whoever put the apartments together, we fixed that stuff. Like we fixed the door in the bathroom. It was coming off. So my husband fixed it back. We spent $100, bought her some nice brand new bathroom stuff, some stainless steel bathroom stuff to go behind the toilet, a bar to go on top of the toilet. We bought her a stainless steel and diamond like scrunchy thing to wash out the toilet with. I did all the cleaning and I did it very well. Like I said, we took care of Miss Denise as much as possible. Her furniture, she said it came from, she was homeless as well. So she said she got the furniture from a program. After she came back, when she put this plan together, because she did tell me from the hospital, I want you to leave. And I'm like, oh my God, Miss Denise, we ain't do nothing. Because this that she sent me. She sent me a text telling me, you ain't did nothing I told you to do since you've been here. All you do is smoke and drink. So I'm like, Miss Denise, all you do is smoke and drink too, and you smoke crack. I would never judge you smoking crack. You know, I said, why you judging me? I handle my business. My daughter go to work, my husband go to work. And then I had to let her know. I was trying to get a job doing, you know, the daytime hours. I don't know nothing over here. But my husband said you call the little girls motherfuckers. So I never say that. Your kids lied on me. I said, I didn't say my kids, my husband.
Okay. Mr. Hawkins, go ahead. Let me hear from you.
When we first got there, like she said, on November, Denise was already complaining about headaches and stuff. She said she wasn't for the first week. We seen her maybe twice. She got up, went to the bathroom, got some water, then went laid back down. She wasn't eating or doing nothing. She went to church, like my wife said. She took my 2 daughters with her. They came back with the flu. They was in the room coughing for a couple of days. She finally decided to go to the doctors. She went to the doctors. She found out that she had, it's in the text messages my wife got. We got all the text messages since we've been there. She found out that she had the flu, and they think she had blood clots on her lungs. Okay, so she went out, she came home, she went to Tennessee, she came back with another strand of the flu. The kids got sick. We moved everybody out of that room because she said she was coming back with oxygen this time. So she had
y'all got 8 people living up in this house with this poor lady.
We wasn't even trying to stay there though. That's what the whole thing was. We were saving our money to get an apartment. Like we're not, you know what I'm saying? We already know this was no place we wanted to be. We didn't even want to come on this side of town because we were from Norcross. Like we was working, trying to get out of there. That's what we were doing. When she got sick, that's when she started flipping out on us. She just switched up. So I informed, like, she like, get out. I'm like, well, in the state of Georgia, after somebody being there 30 days, you got to take us to housing court. That's it. So I guess she figured out she could use
instead of listening to this
lady,
instead of listening to her and get out of her house, she's sick. There's 9 people in a 1-bedroom house. You decide that you're gonna play lawyer and tell her, she's got to evict you.
Because everything was cool. We was spending money on her.
Question for him,
and
Ms.
she
Hawkins.
just broke out with that.
That's a question for him, Ms. Hawkins. That's a question for him, Ms.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Hawkins. So then you decided
he can't put you anywhere.
After I started working, that it takes I have to have a certain amount of checks to get to apartments. You know what I'm saying? To show my income. So we like you said, we were planning on being gone for Christmas, but we ended up having to like double pay my bills because we knew we were having to leave and save money to get in the hotel. This cost $108 a day. That's what we were doing. We were going to leave, period.
So how did all the damage get done? Like, Mr. Hawkins, how did all the damage? No, Miss Hawkins, I'm talking to Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins, how did the damage get done to the house?
I don't know what damage she's talking about. When we got there, her toilet roll and her door handle was loose. It's Allen key screws you need to use. I told her I had some, they was in my storage. You know what I'm saying? I get them when I go to my storage. I rented a car to even go over there. But that's when the different stuff started happening. Like every day she'll come out and show us the pictures of the twins that, like we don't know who they were. So I asked her one day, I said, do you think you have signs of dementia? And she said, yeah, my psychiatrist told me that. So I don't know what all this other stuff she's been saying and hearing or what, like we told her the only spirit in the text message, my wife said the spirit that's around you is that gossiping spirit because she sit around and want to talk about everybody all day. That's all. All that stuff, like I fixed the door. I don't know what she's talking about in the cabinet because all that stuff was used from somewhere anyway. So I don't know what she was talking about that was on the cabinet. The door handle was loose. I just tightened the screws. That's all it was.
All right, anything else?
I just don't need no protection. We just want to get our stuff and leave her alone. That's all.
Anything else, Miss Denise?
My daughter lost her job because she
anything else, Miss Denise?
Yes. As a matter of fact, where my wood got damaged on my entertainment center, the 5-year-old admitted that she did it. Okay, but anyway, I just I need them to get all this stuff out my living room. Okay. Because I can't even sit down in my living room. And also, y'all took the remote to my TV in the living room. Y'all took my remote to my television. Y'all took my big bag of Dr. Till's exercise.
Everything is still there.
No, it's not. Let me tell you something. Because the day that the police...
Okay, let's go. Now we're going to put you all on mute if you start talking over each other. Okay. All right, Mr. Hawkins, you can go there with a Sheriff's Department escort, but it's only Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and it has to get scheduled out probably a couple of weeks in advance, right, Ms. Free?
That's correct, Donna, at least 2 weeks.
So it's going to have to get, and it's at 10 a.m. or 6 p.m. Which do you prefer? It'll be with the sheriff coming with you there. They don't play 2 minutes in the truck.
Tuesday?
It's a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. It's probably going to be a couple of weeks out. They're not 2 men in the truck. They don't help you. They just stand there while you get your stuff.
That's all I need.
Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, 10 a.m. or 6 p.m.
Tuesday at 10.
All right. What we're going to do is if both of y'all will put your emails in the chat, I think we have your email, Miss Denise. So, Miss Hawkins, if you want to put both your emails in the chat, we'll send you a copy of the order. We'll put it in place. We're going to send you a copy of the order that lets you go to that house and get your things. Now, there's also instructions on that order that says you have to call the sheriff's department and confirm, okay? So Ms. Free has to reach out to the sheriff's department and see what Tuesday at 10 a.m. they have available. You can't be late. You got to show up and you've got to call them in advance. You have to read every single word on that order, okay?
I will.
And just get what you got to do because you can only go one time. So once y'all place your emails in the chat, y'all can leave the meeting and we'll send y'all a copy of the orders.
Oh, Your Honor, I have one question.
What's that?
If they're not here, so can I just get rid of the stuff because my living room is really taxed.
So what we'll do, so if they don't show up when they can do that, I don't care what you do with it. They've got an order with the sheriff's department, so.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
We'll get y'all that order and it's going to be a day. So like I said, it's going to be a couple days out. I mean, a couple weeks out. So don't get rid of their stuff because some people get this and they never show up, okay? It'll be a couple days out. I mean, a couple weeks out and you should get it.
So, because I don't really have nowhere to store the stuff, so I got to keep that stuff in my living room for at least a couple of weeks, you're saying?
Well, I mean, and if you want the sheriff's department to come over there and supervise while they get it, yes.
Okay.
So it'll be a Tuesday at 10 a.m. Like I said, now they'll come, we'll send you the order. If you don't get it today, you'll definitely get it on Monday, but we'll get a Tuesday at 10 a.m. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, please make sure that you call that number at the sheriff's department and confirm, okay?
I will.
All right, thank y'all both. Y'all can all leave. Stay healthy and safe and have a happy new year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. In today's hearing, we have a man who wants a TPO against the birth mother of the child he is attempting to adopt. She signed over her rights years ago, but she's decided she wants the child back now. But the adoptive father doesn't want that, and the mother has started threatening him. Let's see what the judge thinks.
All right, Mr. Ponte, Mr. Brinkford, y'all raise your right hands. Y'all swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this petition for a TPO is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right. Mr. Brinkley, go ahead. Tell me what's going on.
Okay. So Irania is Italy's biological mother. We have a pending adoption on. I have an attorney and everything for the adoption. Italy has been with me full time since she was right after a year old. The way that she came into our life is because Irania's mother and I are extremely close. She was going through some things personally, so Italy ended up coming to live with me. We ended up having a conversation where we decided that I was going to go ahead and adopt Italy. Urania signed over all of her rights and everything. And then she just decided that she was going to pretty much move to like the Midwest, but she was also incarcerated for a little while. One of the first things is I had to end up taking Italy when she first came to live with me. We had to take her to the hospital because she had a UTI, but I didn't want to take her to the hospital by myself, me being a single man with a little girl. So her mother went to the hospital with us. Well, because of her being so young, they had a defects worker come out. The defects worker advised that she could only go home with me and my partner at the time. We ended up having a conversation with Irania. We went to a UPS store in Powder Springs where she signed documentation. All of that has been emailed over, but she signed over all of her rights and everything. And she agreed to everything. She spoke to the defects worker when she was incarcerated and everything. So for like the next maybe about 4 years or so, we were pretty much chasing her down to try to have her build a relationship with the child, but she didn't want anything to do with it. She advised me herself that she wasn't ready to be a mom. She would rather, party and just have a good time. That's all fine and dandy. I told her, live your life. She'll be taken care of. That's fine. Let's fast forward up until literally maybe about a year ago now.
Let's fast forward to May.
I'm sorry. So May of this year, she's told me on several different occasions that she hopes that I die. She can't wait until the day that she looks over in the casket and see me dead. I have recordings as well as my coworker, as well as my partner has heard her. She has now said that she knows my address and that she's going to kill me. She said that I wouldn't be able to speak if they were to find my body. So once I block her, what she'll do is she'll get someone else's phone. I sent that in the text message. I sent that in the email as well, where she texted me from someone else's phone, telling me that she was going to see me soon as she was going to kill me. She's threatened to kidnap the child. She threatened her mom to burn their house down with them in the house. Let's see. She late last year, as it pertains to the child, she was at a hotel with the child, and there was some random man in the background. And so I had to, at about midnight, end up going to the hotel to rescue the child because a completely different man, which her sister sent me the address to her job.
You show me where she's text you or play me a threat on a phone?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And then I just, for some reason, I didn't get the emails until yesterday. I didn't get the paperwork until yesterday in regards to the court date. So I didn't get to email everything over until this morning, but I did go ahead and email it over with the text messages and everything with her threatening. But hopefully you can hear this, but here is a recording.
With you right now. Where you right now? I'm at work, and if you threaten to come to my house or to kill me one more time, we're going to have a problem. Stop. Oh my God! I'm gonna go to your house and kill you. Oh my God! You just don't fire your ass. Oh my God! Let me think my child, bro. Then you just your fucking child, bro. That's fine. Well, that's fine because Detective Donnelly has everything that you said to me. Because every time you call my phone, you get disrespectful. I'm tired of you threatening my life. I'm tired of you threatening. And what are you gonna do? And what are you gonna do when you snap uranium? So what are you gonna do when you snap uranium? That's fine. Irena, you've ruined your own life with the drugs, with the alcohol, with everything.
What's the threat? What was the threat?
And what you gonna do when you find me, Irania? You're not gonna do anything. Okay, that's fine. So you know what? So that's fine. Your whole conversation is recorded, and that's fine. That's fine. This entire conversation is recorded, and my coworker has heard everything, and your threats again. That's fine. I'm gonna go to Sandy Springs right now and file a restraining order against you. Goodbye.
So that's that. When the Sunday prior to that, my partner was at home. We had just gotten home from church. She told me that she was going to kill me. That's when she told me that she had my address, that she was going to kill me. Her mother has heard all of this as well. Let's see, there was a text message. So when I blocked her from her telephone number, she then started messaging me from someone else's iCloud, acting like she was the child's father. But what she does not know is that the child's father has reached out to me, and I've had my own conversations with him where he's not aware of anything. Yes, I do. I have his contact information.
Stop arguing with each other. Stop arguing with each other. Go ahead, sir.
So I have his contact information as well. He didn't know that any of this was going on. Let me see what else. I had a conversation with him. I did end up going to she's called the police on me twice and lied to the police and told them that I kidnapped her. And so she tried to file a false Amber Alert on me. And they've told her if she files another false report, tries to file another false report on me, that she will be held for that. But it's constantly, she will call my phone. Like the last time, that's in the emails as well. she'll call my phone 30 times within a matter of an hour. And when I'm at work, she'll just continuously call. Again, on that, I think it was that Tuesday, my coworker, Ansley, who's on here as well, sat in the room with me as I recorded that call and told her that I was recording the call, heard her tell me that she was going to kill me. You know, and it's getting to a point now, even if I don't know if she really has my address or not, but with you threatening my life at this point, I've now had to get a protection dog. My partner and I have considered getting a license to carry because I don't know what she's capable of. But I'm at this point, you know, I could deal with, you know, I hope you die and different things like that. But at this point, with you telling me that you're going to kill me and you're going to have someone find me and y'all are going to come and kill me, it's becoming an issue now.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Aponte. I'll hear from you.
Sorry, Your Honor. It started when I was incarcerated in 2017, and my mother had made me aware that my daughter had a UTI and that I needed to sign something, but due to her real biological father not being in my life and me not even knowing Nigel Brinkley at all, I never even knew him, said that he was going to help me and that I needed to sign a temporary custody until I was released from jail, which was a week later. After that, it skyrocketed into him, oh, I'll help you, and I got this, and I'll put her in daycare, to completely no conversation, no visitation. So I was back and forth from Chicago and Georgia, trying to get myself together. Honestly, that is the truth. Once I did get established back in 2020 last year, and I came back, well, I was back and forth, and we never really even had a problem with communication. So it really started when he felt as if I was getting myself together. So now that I can get my child back, he's like, oh, I spent all this time with her. You're not getting her back just like that. I don't care if you got it together. It came back to last year. I'm like, okay, well, you're not answering my phone calls. That's a problem. That is my biological child. Why shouldn't I be able to reach out to her? You're not going to see her. I never knew where her school was. I never knew her doctor. I've never even knew where Nigel Brinkley lived. Not once have I ever knew. I still to this day do not know. He served me. I just moved into my apartment. How did he find my address? I've been open. So with him talking about my mom, I think him and my mom made an agreement upon themselves that I signed my rights over when we went to UPS in Sandy Springs, Georgia. And it was written out in paper that says that I give temporary custody to Nigel Brinkley until I was released out of jail. We never went to court. Nothing was stamped. None of that. After that, I tried to believe that he had the best interest between me and my daughter, but it was not like that. Constantly being blocked, not being able to see her on her birthday, not being able to see her on Mother's Day, Christmas. I had her for like 5 seconds. Him and his partner was so guarded over her.
Okay, so all
like,
I'm curious about, ma'am, is all
wanna-
this going back and forth where you've been calling him and doing all this. That's what I'm concerned about. As far as the
Ma'am, I have no whereabouts of my child. So yes, as a mama, I'ma get, out of character in the sense of me not even knowing where she is. I can't even hear her voice. That's a problem. And for you to be helping, is that helping or hindering? You're saying, it says in this that I tried to force her to have a relationship, but yet you keeping me on block. How are you forcing me to have a relationship? Why would you have to force the mother who wants to be there? That's where all this phone calls and everything. If I knew where he was, then he will have a reason to say, oh, she's been to my house and she wants.
Okay, ma'am, what about the recording I just listened to?
Yes, ma'am. What about it?
I mean, what was all that about?
It was basically about him. I've been telling him for years, I want my child back. And he's been telling me, oh, you're not even a mom. I'm adopting her.
Ma'am, why don't you get in touch with the person he says that represents him? Get in touch with the lawyer.
I didn't think it was going to go this far. He's really taking it farther than I even expected. Like way farther than I expected. He's trying to adopt my child. And you're not a friend of the family. You're not an adopted parent. How you just going to adopt somebody's child? I am well capable, man. I work. I have my own apartment. I have a support team. Regardless if he think my mother does not support me, she very much does support me. My mother is up in age, and I'm not going to pile her on with this. Nigel needs to give up my child because that's enough. I did not sign over my rights. And if he say I did, he manipulated me into signing it, scaring me into thinking that DCFS, this is my only child and I'm young. I don't know how this stuff goes. He manipulated me into thinking I signed my entire rights over to him. And that cannot be true, ma'am. Your Honor,
It sounds like you need to get in touch with his lawyer.
So how do I go about that? He just
don't
gets
know.
to keep Italy to himself. I mean,
I don't know. There's a lawyer.
This restraining
I'll be
order,
more than happy to provide all of that
this restraining
information.
order is for 12 months.
I'll be more than happy to provide that
I don't
information.
know what in the hell is going on today. Ma'am, he has a lawyer. Get in touch with that lawyer. That's all I can tell you. But right now, y'all both got it. This is going to go south real quick. You can stay away from him. Y'all work this out. Whatever's going on. What's your lawyer's name, sir?
Jeffrey Bunch.
Jeffrey Bunch. Look it up on the Georgia Bar, gabar.org.
Ma'am,
What's
can you please explain how this is going to go?
Stand by,
So
stand by.
I
Listen
can't
to
see
me,
my child for a
listen to
whole
me,
12
listen to me,
months?
listen to me, listen to me, listen to me, listen to me. Jeffrey Bunch, what's his phone number?
Let me get that for you. It is 678-483-8800.
There you go. That's where you go start about if I can figure out that about the child, because I don't know.
Okay, ma'am. I still got questions though. I don't understand.
Questions for who? You don't ask me any questions.
You
don't ask me any
got
questions.
questions for you, huh?
What questions do you want to ask me?
How does this protective service thing go? You're saying I cannot be around my biological daughter for 12 whole months, even though I've never done anything?
Ma'am, you're going to have to stay away from Mr. Brinkley. Okay?
What about my child, ma'am? I haven't seen my daughter at all. He's been literally keeping her away from me. Phone calls.
Ma'am, reach out to that lawyer and speak with that lawyer. I'm not dealing with the adoption. I'm dealing with the protective order between Mr. Brinkley and you.
Adoption? What adoption? I didn't agree to no adoption. I need to know when the next time I can see my child.
I'm going to say this one last time, Miss Aponte. Maybe you're not listening. Maybe your sister needs to hear this. Reach out to that lawyer because whatever's going on with that child somehow involves that lawyer. And it ain't happening today. So reach out to that lawyer and find out what's going on with the child. I don't know. I have no clue what's going on as far as Mr. Brinkley and his partner.
I'm trying to tell you what's going on. He's clearly trying to undermine and adopt my child.
I'm putting this in place. You guys figure that out. If you want to call the lawyer and find out what's going on with the child, ma'am, you do that. I've told you 5 times now. Reach out to the lawyer and find out what's going on between Mr. Brinkley, you, and the child. I can't say it any clearer. Stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, I ain't gone.
Thank you, Mr. Brinkley. We'll email you a copy of the order. You and your witnesses can leave. All right. Whoa. All right, Ms. Kenyard, anything else?
I'm sorry, can I ask you one last question?
I can't really say anything else to you because she's gone. We're going to email you a copy of the order. That's honestly all I can say to you, Mr.
All right, thank you.
Stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. We have a series of guilty pleas and a bonus expungement case. Let's see what the judge thinks.
Giving you a personal bond, and I expect you to keep testing. Good luck. Thank you. Gregory Lynn Sorrell, 23W831111A.
Back again, sir. And on a stupid
Your name?
charge.
Who's his lawyer? Are you his lawyer?
Yes, Judge. I don't have a lawyer. I represent myself. I represent myself. I don't want a lawyer. Yeah, I represent myself. I don't want a lawyer.
All right, okay, so I'm gonna tell you, I have MIDC lawyers here, they're free of charge, be happy. Be happy. I wanna see
No, I
that
want to
file
represent
here.
myself.
Be happy to
I'm
give you a
more
lawyer.
intelligent than you.
You wish to waive your right to a lawyer?
Yeah,
You're charged with trespassing, and Detective, could I have your name?
Detective Ryan Barrett with the Woodhaven Police Department, sir.
Charge is that you were at 21700 West Road in Woodhaven, March 5 of 23 at 11:30 p.m. Trespassing, that is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 500 fines, 90 days jail, costs are all of those. Do you understand that?
yes, can I explain though?
No,
I went
not
to get
yet.
my
Did you,
badge.
you can't yet. Did you sign, read, and understand an advice of rights form here today?
Yes,
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving, if you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will not be a trial. Do you understand that?
it's gonna be a trial then. Yeah. There's gonna be a trial.
Listen, Mr. Sorrell, I'm not arguing with you, man. Come on. We've gone through this, you and me.
Hey,
You know,
I want to
my-
explain it. This will be over. I went to
But
get
you
my
don't-
phones. I went to get my phones at the motel. A lady was letting
Mr.
me stay
Sorrell.
there.
Mr. Sorrell.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Court appointed almost cost me my guns and everything last time. I don't want no court appointed lawyer. Yeah.
Okay, so you waive your right to a lawyer.
Yep.
All right.
For a lawyer.
And you understand?
For now I do.
I'm sorry?
For now I do, but I want to have I want to have a trial definitely with this. Yeah.
Well, I know,
You
but you want a
understand.
lawyer?
Hey, where's your dad at? Oh yeah, your dad's passed away. I'm sorry. I needed to talk to him. Go ahead.
Did you, you're telling me you want a trial, but you want to waive your right to a lawyer. Do you want a lawyer going forward?
On this right here, no, but yes, I want a trial with a lawyer.
Okay, so you want me to appoint you a,
trial with a lawyer, yeah. I'm not pleading guilty.
you want me to appoint you a lawyer then, right?
And I'm not staying in jail till then, right? I don't have to stay until jail. That's all I want to know, right?
Listen, let's take one thing at a time.
Explain this, sir. I want you to just explain this and that's it. I don't have to stay in jail, but I want a trial, yeah. Okay.
Mr. Sorrell, you want a lawyer going forward, right? At the next hearing, you want a lawyer, right?
Yes, and I'll pick out mine, not yours. Not no appointed, of course not. I'm getting into business, man. 6 precincts I'm suing into. I'm tired of this. I went back to get my stuff is all I did, my phones, and I demanded my stuff and they wouldn't give me my stuff that was rightfully mine. I did not trespass. I wanted my goods. That's all I wanted. There you are. Well, you want your goods if they were there, right? And they didn't get them for me. So I'll win this case anyway.
There's a second charge of resist and obstruct, which is punishable by up to 500 fines, 90 days
He
jail,
slapped
costs
the
are all.
coffee. I want to explain. He slapped the coffee out of my hand and then tackled me onto the grass. I didn't resist nothing. All right. I'm having a trial on that one too. I'm not pleading guilty. So there you go.
Mr. Sorrell.
I'm not pleading guilty to those. So.
I didn't say you should. I'm just telling you what the charges are.
Yeah, all right, go ahead.
I don't know what to do. Listen to me. Please stop.
Okay, go ahead.
Please. Thank you very much. I appreciate your courtesy. Listen,
Well,
I'm entering a not guilty.
These cops are doing lately to me. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm about Jesus, man, and what they're doing. Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't do anything wrong, man, and I don't. Go ahead. I'm listening now, sir. I don't do anything wrong. I don't. I didn't do anything wrong. I went to get my stuff and a lady was letting me stay in the room. Go ahead. Now I'm listening, sir. I got my point out of what I wanted to do, which is my right. I see Baldy there. Hey man, what's up, guy? I like him. I like my detective friends here too. They're cool. The other cops. No.
Mr. Sorrell, I'm gonna try to get through this. I'm not gonna have you interrupt me. If you do this, I'm gonna have them hold you overnight and I'll do this in the morning. I'm done with this. You understand?
I won't interrupt. Go ahead.
Detective, I need your name again, please, and I need to tell me what allegedly occurred in this case.
Detective Ryan Barrick with the Woodhaven Police Department. On 3/5/23 at 21700 West Road, the Best Western, Mr. Sorrell was asked to leave and not return by staff. Approximately an hour later, he did return at 23:30 hours, at which point he was placed under arrest. During that arrest,
What did I return for?
it is alleged,
Sir.
it is alleged that he resisted officers during that arrest.
I gotta sit down on my neck.
You got a warrant up, Mr. Sorrell. You can sit there if you want. You got 3 warrants out of Taylor for your arrest. You had a
They're not legible either. They're all a bunch of junk too. That's not even, I did nothing wrong again.
What do you want? What are you asking for bond wise?
I'll leave that at the court's discretion, Your Honor.
So for the record, I need to note, the defendant has 3 warrants. I also need to note that there was a competency exam performed.
They don't even want me. They don't even want me.
You're not to go near.
Quit being nice with this stuff.
Mr. Sorrell, if you interrupt me one more time, I'm calling back there tomorrow, and I'm not releasing you today.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. You're not to go near 21700 West Road in Woodhaven. If I find out you're going back there and they come in and swear out a bond violation, you're going to be shocked how long you're sitting in jail because I'm going to set a really high bond. You cannot have any contact with employees of the Best Western. You cannot have any contact with prosecution witnesses. You cannot write, phone, see, text, email, or communicate with them in any way. You're not to leave the state without the consent of the court. You're not to violate any law. You must appear in court as directed. Also, I'll give you a personal bond, Mr. Sorrell. I really will do that for you. I don't think you deserve it, sir, but I'll give you a $2,500 personal bond. But I don't want to threaten you. I just want you to understand if you violate these conditions, I'm going to revoke your bond, set a high bond, and we will set this for trial or other disposition. In the meantime, I will give you the court date of March the 22nd at 9:30 in the morning. You're to stay away from there. That Best Western. Mr. Sorrell, remind me, sir, do you have a residence?
I don't need one. I'm an outdoorsman. I don't need no residence, even in this weather. I can live in the Arctic. I can live in the Arctic. There you are. I don't want a residence. All right.
That's the bond. You have to be your mark. I don't know where to send your notice at. Where should I send your notice at?
Hey, I'm getting a P.O. box. I have not interrupted you. I'm getting a P.O. box real soon here, but my mom, that address 472, that I'm not allowed to either. I'm not allowed anywhere because I won't say why.
Where do you want me to send your notice?
247, I just said it, 4727 Leisure Lane, Trenton, Michigan, 48183.
Don't raise your voice with me, Mr. Sorrell. I thought you said that you weren't allowed to go back there.
Voice. I'm just making my voice a little assertive, that's all.
Well, that's good to know. I don't know how you're going to get the notice if you can't go back there. But I'll send it there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's where we'll send it. and I wish you well. I will see you here on March the 22nd at 9:30. Lisa, send a notice over there so they can hand it to him before he leaves.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
March 22nd, I won't forget. I have a
I'm sorry?
photogenic memory, March 22nd, I will not forget. I got a photogenic memory, March 22nd.
Send it over, Lisa. Have a good day, Mr. Sorrell. Good luck.
I
Thank
will,
you.
I'm free, bye.
Thank you,
Give me my cigar.
Thanks, Detective. Have a great one. Sir, do you have a case?
Yes.
It's gonna be a little bit before.
Blazinski. Stephen Joseph Blazinski Jr. 22M149206A and C. Your name?
Stephen Blazinski Jr.
Good morning, Your Honor. McNally Carmen, B7384 on behalf of the defendant.
I'm not sure what's going on this. Did he, the file was just handled? I don't have a stip. Was there a stipulation?
No, Your Honor. What happened here, it appears, is that the citation was supposed to be issued to Mr. Blazinski's son, who is Stephen Joseph Blazinski III. Mr. Blazinski here is the second. It seems they both came on Zoom on December 27th. There was a note that Lisa printed out for the file. They were both on Zoom. Mr. Blazinski
Wait a
here
minute,
was on first.
wait a minute. I mean, Judge Hessen was here and she wrote defendant failed to appear.
Mr. Blazinski, why don't give the judge you can give him a better rundown of what happened that day when he was hiding out. What
are you asking me to do?
We're asking for a dismissal as to him and a reissuance to his son.
Did you talk to the prosecutor about this?
I did. He has no further information about it.
Well, how do you expect me to do that? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
he doesn't know either. I mean, if you do notice, Your Honor, on the notice to appear that's in the file, somebody did write in a 3 next to his name. So meaning it should be sent to Stephen Blazinski III. My client here is Junior.
Junior.
What a mess. I don't still. Who's the officer in charge on this? We have no troopers.
You know, I did look at the bottom of the ticket. I can't remember his name right now. There's no police.
What year were you born?
What's that?
What year were you born?
1957.
It's got a 57 date of birth on here on the citation.
Yeah, I was at home.
Listen.
My son was out and he was born in 87. Oh, sorry.
I don't want you to say anything against your interest, but you can't just come in here and tell me this and expect me to dismiss it. How do I dismiss this? He says he wasn't there. They wrote a guy and they typed in March 6th of 57. I mean, I'll set it for trial if you want, but how can I just, I mean, you're asking me to do something I just cannot do.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I was just hoping there'd be some kind of, I don't know, administrative way we could resolve it, or if Mr. Blazinski's son would be willing to come in and say, yes, it was me driving, and they just printed and issued the citation to the wrong Stephen Blazinski.
It's got his date of birth. He looks like a guy that was born about my time.
I understand that.
Well, he does.
But
I mean, and so it's hard for me to say that, well, the trooper put down 1957, which is right, about somebody 65, 66 years old, as opposed to somebody who's 39 or 40. So, I mean, most troopers wouldn't do that. Most officers wouldn't do that. Call in Mr. Shazra again.
But Mr. Blazinski, that plate that your son was driving in that car was registered to you, correct?
Yeah, it was expired.
Yeah, so they pulled his son over for an expired plate, Your Honor.
Were you printed?
What's that?
Were you fingerprinted?
About 16, 17 years ago, yeah.
No, on this case, they take this. So you're saying wasn't you, what are you, the second or a junior?
I'm a junior.
All right. Your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Omar Shah on behalf of the people, PH 6332.
So I can't, he's asking me to dismiss. I can't just do that. Lisa, I would like your office. We're going to set this out. Two weeks, March 21. Are you here that day? You are, right, Mr. Kerman?
I should be, Your Honor.
We're going to set it at 10:30 in the morning. Lisa, send the state police notice also on this case. Tell them I would like Trooper Martin to appear. But Mr. Shaja, it's your office. It's your responsibility to get him here. So I'm going to tell him complainant must appear. Complainant must appear. He can appear by Zoom if he wants. He can appear by Zoom if he wants. I'm talking about the trooper.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I want Trooper Dan Martin here by Zoom or in person. And then we'll get to the bottom of it. And that's what we'll do. So I'll reschedule this. You were arraigned, it looks like, by Judge Bronson last Tuesday, right? The visiting judge?
Yeah.
So we're going to set this for March 21 at 10:30. And that's how we'll proceed. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much. That sounds like the best way to resolve it. As far as what we can do.
Thank you very much. Good luck, sir. I do wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jeez.
Ms. Watt, can you join the breakout room?
Yes, thank you.
Stephen Joseph Blazinski Jr., 22M1492006 A, B, and C.
That's Mr. Cummings also. So you can step up to the podium.
Michael A. Carmen, P7324, on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor.
Sir, your name?
Stephen Joseph Blazinski Jr.
So I don't know what.
Sergeant from the state police.
Your name, Sergeant?
Sergeant Dan Martin, badge 409.
Did this?
Apparently it was issued an error and it's asking for dismissal.
What's this? Can you look at this? You know, I don't know what happened there. All right. So what do we have here? Okay, I wrote March 7th, said defendant says this is not him, says it wasn't him. Defendant is a junior, says it's his son, Stephen Blazinski III. And I had them set it for today. Complainant must appear by Zoom if he wants. Reset for today at 8:30.
Correct, Your Honor.
Or 10:30, go ahead.
Your Honor, my fault. Mr. Blazinski and his son's names would have been one line apart on my car computer, and obviously I selected the wrong name. So it should have been to his son and not to him. So that's my fault.
Okay. All right, well, should have been issued to son. I'm just gonna make a note, and the prosecutor moves to dismiss, case dismissed. Sorry this happened. They might issue to your son. I don't know if they will or not, but that's not for you to worry about.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck. Wish you well. Case is dismissed. Thank you. Against Antonio Lee Harrison Jr., 23F2390557A and B. Name?
Antonio Harrison.
It says you're going to plead the drive while suspended, revoked, denied with a no insurance to be dismissed. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
You do that, the possible penalties are up to 500 fines, 92 days jail. Costs of all of those are 2 points. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign, read, and understand an advice of rights form?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you will be giving up all of those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial of any kind. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to a lawyer. If you can't afford one, I'll appoint you one at public expense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Would you like a lawyer?
No.
To the charge driving while suspended, revoked, or denied, how do you plead?
I plead guilty, Your
Were you
Honor.
operating a motor vehicle January 13 at 23 at 6:35 p.m. on Gibraltar near Commerce in Flat Rock?
Yes.
Was your license revoked?
Yes, it
Were
was.
you on probation?
No.
Parole?
No.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No.
And that was because of drunk drivings, correct?
Excuse me?
That was because of drunk drivings that you were revoked?
Yes.
Why are you still driving? When are you gonna learn?
I know I'm working on like paying all my tickets and stuff off.
You can't drive on a revoked license. Remind me what I sent you to jail for. You know how much you gotta push me to send you to jail?
Yes, yes.
What did I send you to jail for?
For being in front of you, not coming to court and stuff like that.
No. I might have set a bond you didn't like. Let me see here, please. You keep getting in trouble, Mr. Harrison. When I recognize your name, that's a bad deal. What did you go to jail on? What did you go to jail? What kind of charge?
What you mean jail? Here?
You said to me earlier that I gave you 9 days. Did you not?
Yes, you
Am I
did.
dreaming? Am I convicted?
No, you gave me time. It was because I was in front of you and.
For what charge? What was the charge?
I had I had several charges, Your Honor. Driving in cases, drinking, driving and drinking, driving while license suspended. So I understand where you're going.
I don't usually give drive 9 days suspend, revoke, denied, although I'm not sure you don't deserve that. But was it because of the drunk driving from 2019?
Yes, that's what it was for.
Let me see that one.
Because I paid.
Why are you here again? You like me that much? You want to come and see me every day?
Listen, like when you locked me up, I paid my bond to get out. I still had to come to I thought everything was combined together.
Wait, slow down. I want to see this. Go down. Okay. Wait, no, go down one more. Wait.
It was on the 22 trespassing case.
What's going on with this 19 case? Go back and tell me the date he was sentenced on that. He still owes money on that, right?
Yeah, I just made a payment last week, Your Honor. You set me up with an installment when I was here for you. For my warrants is what I came for. But now I'm here for what I initially got pulled over for. That's why I'm here today.
I'm accepting your plea. I'm dismissing the no insurance pursuant to stipulation. You have to stop violating laws. I don't know what else to tell you. You cannot keep doing this. Where do you work at again?
I have my own company.
I mean, you seem like a nice kid, but you get yourself in trouble. Look at how thick this criminal history is. Do you want me to go through it with you?
No, Your Honor.
You have a warrant out of Allen Park. You have a warrant out of the 36th District Court. You have a warrant, another warrant out of Allen Park, another warrant out of Allen Park, another warrant out of Novi, another warrant out of this court, it looks like. Let me see. No, that's Taylor. Another one out of Taylor. Another one out of Taylor. And another one out of Bloomfield Hills. Well, at least you come and show your face over here. You live in Taylor still?
No, I live out here.
Where?
Winchester Terrace, like 5 minutes away.
Why haven't you favored these other courts with your presence?
A lot of them that's on there happened when I was incarcerated. I sent them plea by mails, and unfortunately, I just haven't had the time to take care of them.
Had the time.
Yeah, I'm running business. I have 4 kids, and I'm not like running from anything. I'm like working on all this right now.
You're not running from it. What do you mean?
I'm going to take care of my tickets, my tickets that I have with those cities.
Cheers. Nobody said you were running down I-75 to avoid the courts in Bloomfield Hills and Taylor. I'm not saying that. How much that agitates judges when people don't show up in court. I mean, you might as well just carry a flag in and say, I'm going to keep committing crimes and I'm not showing up. That's what you should do. I got to tell you, I'm just disappointed you come back to see me again. You must really enjoy my company. At least you come over here and see me. You don't go up to those courts. I mean, you seem like a nice kid. You're a likable kid. Your record, though, shows me differently. Do you want me to go through it with you, your criminal history?
No, Your Honor.
Of course you don't. How many felonies you have on here? I don't even want to look. How many felonies?
Too many.
Answer my question. How many?
7.
7. Wow. Less than 13. And you're how old?
I just turned 33.
33. So somehow in 15, 16 years, you have accumulated 7 felonies. At that rate, you'll have 21 by the time, let's see, that you're 48, 63. But you'll never do that because if you do, you're going to end up in prison. You been to prison yet?
Yes, I have.
Why? Why are you doing this? I don't understand it. You get how many kids?
4.
You need a dad that's not in prison, not in jail, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
How old are your kids?
10, 6. I have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old.
You want to be a good example for them, right?
Yes, I'm a great father to my kids.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. I have no doubt. But they watch what we do. And when our dad's in trouble, we think it's okay for us to get in trouble. Nobody's going to convince me otherwise. We're role models, whether we like it or not, agree to it or not, think of it or not. That's what we're supposed to be.
Yes, sir.
You know, I don't know what to do with you. I don't. If I don't send another message here, you're going to keep driving on a revoked. You're going to keep getting in trouble. That's what you're going to do. You can make me send you back to jail today?
No. I just paid over $3,000 to get out. I was only driving, going to pick up. I shouldn't have been driving. I was wrong. I was going to pick up my kid's mom from work. I had picked my daughter up from school, so I had to get her. We only had one vehicle. She got called in to work at the hospital, so I had to pick her up. It's the only reason why I was driving.
If you come back and see me on one of these, I will send you to jail, even though it's not my practice to do so. Do we understand one another?
Yes, Your Honor.
You got your whole life ahead of you. And you're going to ruin it if you're not careful. I mean, you already started to. 100 fines, 260 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment, 485 or 93 days, 1 day jail, credit 1 on your way out. Just say to yourself 12 times on your way out the door, I am so lucky. I am so lucky. Repeat that 12 times before you get to the door. You understand?
Yes.
Do you have the money to pay or do you need time?
I have like a couple $100 on.
Pay 200 now. I'll tell you what I'll do. I mean, you are a nice guy. I like you. That's why it pains me to see you doing to yourself what you're doing. I mean, I wouldn't treat you better or worse if I did or didn't. But I'm only telling you, you pay 200 a day, 50 a week, starting March the 24th. That's 2 weeks from tomorrow. If you don't have the money at any time, no problem. All you have to do is come in here on or before the due date at 8:30, request an extension. If we have to do it 32 times, I'll be glad to do it. Okay?
Thank you.
Good luck. Stay out of here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Back.
Carson?
Yes.
Gene Null, Marzell, Carson. 15W038663, Mr. Carson. He's been ignoring us too, eh?
Yes, sir, I have.
Everybody's, I don't get it. I wish I could bring it to myself to ignore my mortgage company, paying my taxes to the government, my insurance premiums. I don't know what's going on here anymore. There's nothing funny about this. I'm laughing because it's a sad commentary. It really is. I don't get this. I mean, I've been waiting for you. What if I didn't show up here since 2017?
I'd be upset, sir.
At least you're winning the Jeopardy quiz so far. Your appearance.
Derwin Haynes about Mr. Carson.
Your name?
Jamel Marzell Carson.
What am I going to do with him? Judge Kirsten sentenced him.
Well, Judge,
back on, it looks like it looks like May 29th of 19. So, I mean, this was a 2015 case, but that's when everybody got around to taking care of it. And that's where we are now. What is he here for? Show cause that alleges failed to report by mail, failed to pay fines and costs as ordered, right?
Correct.
What is he going to do on those?
He pleaded guilty on the violations, Your Honor. He did come in today and he brought money.
Bring him back in here, please. If you plead guilty here, sir, I don't know what happened, but your 771 status is going to be revoked in all likelihood. The conviction is going to be entered here today, and you would be subject then to a new sentence, which could consist of a 90-day jail term. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign, read, and understand this yellow advice of rights entitled revocation of probation?
Yes, sir.
Plead guilty, you'll be giving up all of those rights, and there will be no hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand everything that's going on?
A little bit, sir.
Oh, I want to make sure all of it bit. What part don't you understand?
I came in, I'm trying to, I want this done.
Yeah, I know.
I want to be able to pay or get probation.
Negotiate with me.
I don't want to
negotiate. Don't
negotiate.
understand how long I've been doing this.
Understand what's going
They don't
on.
they don't understand how long I've been doing this. How old are you?
I'm 33 in 3 days.
Well, I started when you were about 4.5.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So come on. Do you understand everything I've said?
Yes, sir.
You're just trying to negotiate with me, weren't you?
No, sir.
I want to pay the money and I want to go, Judge. I want to be done with it. That's what you were trying to tell me.
I know
Wasn't that trying to?
That was, sir. You're right.
So let's focus on one thing at a time. Do you understand everything?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights. There will be no hearing. Do you understand?
Yes,
that?
sir.
To the charge that you failed to report by mail is instructed. How do you plead?
No contest, sir. Guilty, sir. Guilty, sir. I'm sorry. Guilty, sir.
Count 2 that you failed to pay your fines and costs as ordered, balance $795. How do you plead to that?
Guilty, sir.
You failed to pay your fines and costs?
Yes.
Did you fail to report by mail?
Yes.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Did he ever do his community service?
No, sir.
All right, we've got Ms. Wilds coming over, right?
Yes, Judge. This is just marijuana, right?
Yes. Yes.
I actually pled a disorderly person. We were trying to. All right, give me a second. Ms. Wilds, I took the defendant's plea to both counts of the show cause. I'm going to revoke his 771 status anyway and enter the conviction, and I'll sentence him anew today. Counsel, what would you like to tell me?
Judge, as bad as it is, it could be worse. He could have not shown up today. He walked in, he wants to get this done. And I asked him about the fines and costs, and he said to
You're one of those glass half full guys, aren't you? At least you can read my mind, Mr. Haynes. Ms. Wilds, your name?
Elizabeth Wilds, probationer.
What do you, he didn't do his community service. He didn't pay.
He did do his community
He
service.
said he didn't.
I did the verification, I just glanced at it.
First time I've had a defendant make a mistake to their detriment.
It's
To their detriment. To their detriment, maybe in like 3 years.
Yeah.
Maybe longer.
Jersey did it, Your Honor, 16 hours with National Faith Home Buyers. They've
See,
got their
time
own
flies
policy.
when you're failing to show up in court.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't remember because it was so long ago,
Yep.
because it was 3.5 years ago. What else do you want to say? Has he picked up any new charges?
I did not run his record for today, Your Honor.
Let's take
this
a
morning.
look and see how he's been doing.
Yeah, it's obviously 2015 case, it gets sent, kind of sat on that warrant for a
How
little
many
while.
other cases you got pending?
just all driving with, maybe about 3 or
Warrant was
4.
requested on February 4th on a traffic case out of this court. Let's check and see what that was for. You know what that was for, Mr. Haynes?
I don't.
What was it for?
Driving on a suspender, sir.
Let me see that. You have warrants out for your arrest. You aware of that?
Yes, sir. Lincoln Park.
Dearborn,
Detroit.
Dearborn, and Detroit.
Yes, sir.
So what caused you, I want to ask? I'm just curious. Is it just the kindness of the 33rd that made you want to show up here first? Did you get arrested on this? What happened? Why did you come in here first?
Sir, my mother passed recently and I was arrested, I want to say maybe 2 to 3 weeks ago for driving to go pick up food for my family. And something just told me I need this to be over with and I need to start from every city and get this done with. I literally was
Wait a minute, you posted a bond of $800.
Yes, sir.
So you posted the bond when you were arrested?
Yes, sir.
That's why you were here. It wasn't just you saw this God speaking to you.
No, it was time.
You had to get rid of this.
It was
right?
time also, sir.
It was time because you got picked up on the warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't have come in. Don't tell me you were going to come in the next day if you hadn't gotten arrested.
Not the next day, sir.
You weren't going to come in at all.
I was going to come in, sir.
Listen.
I was going to come in, sir. I didn't have all the money for that, and I just wanted to make sure I had a lawyer and all the other things ready for it. I have 5 kids, and I got a lot going on, sir. So
I'm telling you, they must not think I passed the bar exam, huh? They must not think I not only didn't graduate law school, but didn't get in there. I'm not sure a good percentage of them give me credit for getting through the 9th grade. Why don't you just tell me? Everything else you said to me so far was perfect. Then you wanted to make it sound like you had this epiphany that you just decided to go into the 33rd District Court and deal with this case. And the only reason you're in the 33rd District Court, you now know, I know, and everybody else knows, is because you got picked up on the warrant.
that's not true, sir. Though.
So you hadn't been here 3.5 years, and you were going to come in the next day.
No, not the next day, but I was getting ready to come in, sir.
You were getting ready. What were you doing to get ready?
I was working.
Bringing clean
I was working and
your haircut and everything, getting everything ready.
No, sir.
Cutting the lawn, doing the snow, taking care of all the home improvements before you came in, just in case. Right?
No, sir. My mother had died from cancer. Then my best friend had died. I have a lot going on in my family. I have 5 kids, and my newborn daughter is back there right now, sir.
I am sorry.
I'm trying to get my life together, and I plan on coming in here.
Don't start getting aggressive.
I'm not, sir.
I'm sorry about your mother, but please don't try to tell me you were going to come in. Give me a new first page of a register. I really am. It's terrible to lose a parent. I lost one of mine when I was younger than you by 5 or 6 years. It's a terrible thing to lose a parent. First page, first page. Just go over and check in with these other places.
I was working on one place at one time, sir.
I believe that. Hang on a second. Hang on. Now listen. You got picked up on a warrant on a traffic offense in this court. That's why you posted your bond. You're
Correct.
at least going to agree with that.
That's correct, sir.
All right. Okay. 771 status. What would you like to say, Mr. Haynes? Anything else?
Judge, I don't have anything to add. It looks like he is on track and doesn't intend to take care of all this stuff. I'm encouraged.
All right, is there anything else you would like to say?
No, sir.
771.1 status is revoked. The conviction is entered. 500 fines, 200 costs, 75 victims' rights fee, $50 justice assessment, 2 days of community service. I'm going to give you until May the 2nd to complete that. I'm actually making it 4 days, but I'm giving you credit for 2. I'm going to give you until May the 2nd to complete that. So you have until May the 2nd to complete 2 days of community service, 16 hours, $825 for 90 days. You have a bond of 800. That bond was I believe, let me double check that, but I believe it was a 10% bond. Well, no, it was 800 cash or surety. So you can apply that whole bond. Can you pay the other $25 today?
Yes, sir.
All right, so here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna meet with her. This could have been a lot worse. You're gonna meet with her. Explain about the community service or talk to you about that. You sign over your bond. You pay another 25, you get your community service done, and we are done. If you don't do your community service or don't pay the rest of your fines, you could get 90 days. Do you understand that?
I understand, Your Honor.
All right, any questions?
No, sir.
I wish you well.
Thank you, sir.
Go take care of your other cases. Listen to me. Go take care of your other cases before you're picked up.
Yes, sir.
And then don't go in and tell the judge that you just had an epiphany again.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Mr. Neese, your name again.
Alexander Neese.
All right, Sergeant.
Sergeant Wilczynski, Flat Rock Police Department, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Carmen, your name again.
Michael A. Carmen, 373824, on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor.
I don't have any show cause in the file.
I have the blue back here, Your Honor, Elizabeth Wiles probation.
Why are the blue backs? Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Why do I feel like when these warrants, why am I having a search for blue backs all the time? Are they not getting to you guys to get them in the file?
The file comes down here first for arraignment on the warrant, and then we.
No, change that. If they're coming in front of me on a show cause, the blue back needs to be in here. I'm not gonna.
I also have the blue back for the PSI.
Okay, but I mean, these show causes, they need to be in the files before I pick them up. You know what I'm saying? They just do.
Yeah, I'll get with Amy.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so I have a charge of failure to refrain from violating a law. Defendant being convicted of domestic violence on March the 17th. He was placed on probation for 6 months by Judge Kirsten on an attempted retail fraud on 16F 219431. And then on the other case, it looks like it was a domestic. I'm not sure what the sentence was, 17F3893 by Judge Kirsten.
Failed to appear for
Chemical testing, anger management, no alcohol, psychological evaluation. What do I don't have a show cause in that case?
I have a blue back for sentencing on that case.
Yep, he wrote on it. Was that just what he anticipated doing, or?
I am not aware.
So you're
We
saying
don't
the
have a
domestic, he
sentence.
was never convicted, or he was never convicted, never sentenced? Judge Kirsten wrote all over this case. It's got $50 judgment fee, $60 screening fee.
Judge, he would
Lisa,
sometimes,
can you? Pardon?
he failed to appear for a sentencing. Judge Kirsten would sometimes write that stuff ahead of time.
Does appear as though he pled guilty on that. Let's talk about where your client has been. Why does he think he doesn't have to show up?
Your Honor, we're not going to play the excuse game. He just hasn't been here.
Oh, that's honest. Where you been, Mr. Neese?
I've been in Woodhaven, and as of lately, I was in Lincoln Park, just working jobs.
You mean you've been driving by the courthouse and what are you doing? Thumbing your nose at us when you go out down Van Horn?
Not at all.
Kidding?
No, sir.
Well, listen to me. You might as well carry a banner in here and say, I have no respect for courts. I'm going to do this again. That's the way I look at it. Somebody doesn't show up for 6 years. I think I can safely assume that they don't have any respect for courts. You might as well carry a banner in. So maybe I just need to set a really high cash bond and set this for sentencing in next year sometime. I mean, after all, I've been waiting for you for 6 years. It's fair for you to wait for me for 9 months, right?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Don't apologize to me. You don't need to apologize to me. Apologize to yourself, maybe. You got a history of this, young man. You got a history of this.
Your Honor, I've been trying to stay out of trouble for the past few years because of that.
Listen, I don't care if you joined the seminary. You should have come in here and taken care. You should come in here and taken care of this case. Both of them.
You're right, Your Honor.
I know. You got a big problem, son. Let's take the show cause on the attempt retail fraud. Charges he failed to refrain from violating a law. How's he going to proceed on that?
Plead guilty, Your Honor.
You plead guilty to violation of law. Your probation on this attempt retail fraud could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for up to 45 days. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You are presumed innocent. They have to prove you guilty by a preponderance of the evidence. You have the right to question their witnesses, bring in your own witnesses, use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in those witnesses. If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will not be a hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And that's how he wishes to proceed?
Correct, Your Honor.
To the charge, you failed to refrain from violating a law, being convicted of domestic violence on March the 7th of 17. How do you plead?
I'm guilty, Your Honor.
Were you convicted of domestic violence on that date and while you were on probation on the attempted retail fraud?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
I'm going to accept your plea. I find it to be an accurate plea. Made voluntarily and understandingly, the plea is accepted. These things never get better, Mr. Neese. They never get better. You've made this harder. You've made it worse for you. Where does he work?
Your Honor, he works at the Dollar Tree in Lincoln Park, earns $13 an hour, works about 30 hours a week. He lives in Lincoln Park with his girlfriend, who he also helps support, and he has a young son who lives in Texas.
He has a young son? Is that what you said? Okay. And he is 28 years old, right?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We got to do, Ms. Wild, your appearance again?
Elizabeth Wiles, probation, Your Honor.
So I have to schedule it's Judge Kirsten, did he order a pre-sentence or?
He did, Your Honor. I have it. It's so be it from 2017, but I do have a blue back completed, Your Honor, from then.
You got a big problem here. I'm sorry that you made it come to this. I need an updated one.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll have a sentence date real quick, Lisa, because I'm going to be a lot more fair with him than he has been with us. If I didn't, well, I could set it out for a few years and he could find out the hard way, but I'm not going to do that to you.
March 23rd at 8:30.
March 23rd at 8:30. You must have a lot of money. You sure have forfeited bonds. 2,510% on the retail fraud. I'm setting that for sentencing for March the 23rd at 8:30, and I'm also setting the sentencing on the domestic violence for the same day, March the 23rd at 8:30. I'm setting 2,510% on the retail fraud. I'm setting 5,010% on the domestic violence. You're gonna make a massive mistake. It looks like you're able to come up with money. You're gonna make a massive mistake this time, I promise you. If you post bond and you don't show up, I'm telling you, I'm gonna call up Flat Rock and I'm gonna have them call all over and drive all over until they find you, and then you are going to be in deep trouble. Do we understand one another?
I understand you, Officer, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
The bond conditions are continued, so you cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law. You must appear in court as directed. No contact with Shirley Gonzalez. You can't return to 27021 Riverside Street, apartment B13 in Flat Rock. No alcohol, no illegal drugs. Also on the attempt retail fraud, no alcohol or illegal drugs. You're not to return to 28659 Telegraph. So bond conditions set by Judge Kirsten continued. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Sergeant?
All set, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Good enough. Freddie Gonzalez, 22D638503. B. Could I have Larisha Kelly? Sir.
Quiet, please.
Come on.
Good morning. For the record, Your Honor, Attorney Mike Coleman on behalf of Mr. Gonzalez. Sir, can you just state your name for the record?
Freddie Gonzalez.
Judge, today's a day and time set for a free trial. We've had an opportunity to work out the case. We're asking the court to adopt an admitted count of allowing an unlicensed driver to operate a motor vehicle. In return, the DWS will be dismissed. Your Honor, my client is now eligible for his license. It is expired. My understanding is he does have an appointment to go down and procure that license.
Is this what you would like to do, Mr. Gonzalez? Plead to this?
Yes.
If you plead to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, the possible penalties are up to 500 fines, 90 days jail costs. For all of those, I'll dismiss the 2-point suspend charge on motion of the prosecutor. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Did he sign an advice of rights?
Yes.
When, today?
I signed on Monday.
No, I gotta have him signed today.
I don't know about anything.
You're presumed innocent. They have to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to testify or remain silent. If you choose to remain silent, that silence would not be held against you. If you plead guilty, you're waiving the presumption of innocence. You're waiving the requirement that they prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You're waiving your right to a jury trial. You're waiving your right to a trial of any kind. You understand that?
Yes.
You still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
For the charge allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you in control of a vehicle on March the 8th of 22, a 2013 Chrysler that was being operated at 11:58 in the morning on Fort near Marion and Trent?
Yes.
And again, you allowed somebody to drive that was suspended, revoked, or denied, and that somebody was you, true?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, I'm not.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No.
Please accept it to that charge. The suspend is dismissed. So he's another one. I mean, I realized he was in front of me the other day. I said,
Yeah, it's a 22 case.
Yeah, I know, because he doesn't show.
I'll
tell you to bring the banner in here.
I pre-lecture him in my office, letting them know that they're.
I'm going to lecture him. Well, then you and I are on the same page.
We are, Your Honor. He understands.
He does a good job too.
Yep.
Where at again?
I'm at Chrysler.
You make how much?
About 32 or 30.
Well, you're going to give somebody else that job. You keep acting like this. Maybe then you'll be able to put the pickles on it. Burger King.
Yeah. I apologize.
Seriously. Well, why would you act like a fugitive on this? I don't expect guys, with all due respect, that work at Chrysler that have a responsible job that pays them $32 an hour. I don't expect them to act like this. I don't expect anybody to act like this. Don't get me wrong. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
you didn't show up. You didn't show up April 4th, 22. We issued a show cause. You didn't show up April 28. I issued a warrant. Then you were picked up on the warrant, and then you didn't show up in July of 22. You do this with all the courts, or are you just singling us out?
No, sir. It's all taken care of.
Criminal history. You've had some contacts here, right? MDOP, malicious destruction of a building, 200 more, but less than 1,000. That's a 1 year. You got an impaired driving. You have a flee and elude third, which is a felony. You have a suspend, revoke, denied. Bench warrant issued on this. What Chrysler plant you work at?
Down the street at Trenton Engine.
You've been driving by here like this? You've been waving at us?
I was laid off for a while, so.
How long's a while?
I had an offer for close to a year. That's why I'm here now, taking care of everything.
Pay more money, just telling you. 100 fines, 250 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment. The total is 475 or 93 days. You have a bond, 5,000, 10%. We keep 10% or $50 of that. You're gonna have to go down, sign the bond over, pay the other 25. Stop doing this.
And he's gonna go get his license. He has an appointment.
I got it.
Okay.
Good luck. Stop
Appreciate
this nonsense, okay?
Thank you.
Larisha Kisika Burtka. This is 04T55423.
Hi, hello, I'm Jessica Burka.
Your name? I'm sorry,
Jessica
that you're Ms.
Burka.
Burka, you said. Okay.
Yes,
So you filed this petition to set aside a drunk driving conviction, correct? And it was operating while impaired conviction, which was on May 7 of 04.
yes, Your Honor.
How many convictions have you had in your life, ma'am?
Just that one.
What are you doing now for a living?
I'm a nurse, a registered nurse now. After I had the conviction, I became a firefighter paramedic. I am still licensed. Currently, I'm not working for any department. I'm also a paramedic instructor. I'm a registered nurse, and I'd like to get my nurse practitioner. That'd be the next step in my career, which is why I'm asking the court to please set aside or dismiss those previous charges.
Okay, so I just want to get this straight. Let's cover this. You've never been convicted of more than 3 felonies, and you've not had any convictions for assaultive crimes, domestic violence, assault and battery, nothing like that, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Do you have any other criminal charges pending?
No, sir.
Have you ever had another drunk driving or sought? Let's start with that. You've never had another drunk driving?
No, sir.
And you did not previously apply to have a first OWI conviction set aside?
No, sir. Previous to this new law, there was no way for me to have that conviction set aside.
I know. I just have to. I get it. I just have to ask these questions. Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
There's nothing to apologize about. You're fine. Okay. There's nothing to apologize at all. So you're a nurse?
Yes, sir.
So let me just indicate, first of all, the city attorney has written up a stip saying they have no objection to the expungement. The Attorney General's office responded saying that they have really no objection, essentially. They're leaving it to the discretion of the court. Ma'am, it sounds like you're doing the right things, okay? Congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and order the expungement. Court finds that all those things occurred. You've not been convicted of more than 3 felonies. You've not had any convictions for assaultive crimes. You have no pending criminal charges. You've not been convicted of a criminal offense during the applicable time period, and you've not previously applied to or had a first violation operating while intoxicated conviction set aside. And the time period has passed for setting aside the conviction. Also, an opportunity has been given to the Attorney General's office and the prosecuting official to contest the application. They do not object. circumstances and behavior of you from the date of the application to the filing of the application warrant setting aside the conviction. It is consistent with the public welfare. Congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and sign the order. You are all set. Best of luck to you.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. God bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Take care.
I need all the blessings I can get. Have a good day. Thank you very much. Good luck. Bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cintron, no. All right, recalling Charles Redfield, 219-719-821. Mr. Crawford, your name again.
Michael Crawford, representative defendant.
Mr. Redfield, your name.
Charles Logan Redfield, Your Honor.
So Don?
Just vote on behalf of probation.
So I just want to make sure, we talked about this. I revoked his HIDA status now. I just want to make sure I've let everybody finish. I already told you how I felt about this entire episode. He's blown us off. It was an aggravated domestic. He had the opportunity to keep it off his record with a HIDA plea. He didn't. He didn't comply. He didn't think he had to comply. And that's where we are. So I just want to make sure everybody is heard or had a fair opportunity to be heard. Mr. Redfield, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Crawford, anything else?
Nothing, Your Honor.
You know, Mr. Redfield, I want you to know that I meant every word I said. I want you to know that I read through this nonsense. And the price that you're going to pay is not as severe, frankly, as it should be. We don't do this. We don't do this. I can't believe you didn't do the domestic violence with the 26-week follow-up. Do you know how infrequently I order that? I bet I don't order that. Maybe 3 times a year. Maybe. I'm not so sure. That's how confounded I was about this entire ordeal with your conduct and what you did to this lady. And then you'd blow us off for 13 months, knowing you had a 365-day jail sentence. I'm not going to belabor this any longer. There's only 6 months left for you to do probation, unfortunately. Because I placed you on probation on October the 12th, and we're not going to handle this after October the 12th. Today's March the 22nd. So October the 12th of 21, that essentially means 2 years expires October 12th of 23. So 6 months probation. Terms of the probation. By the way, did we ever determine if there was restitution due in owing? Do you know?
I don't believe so.
No, there's not.
Okay. No restitution owing.
No.
You served 1 day jail on this case. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate any law or ordinance. If you change your address, your place of employment, or home telephone number, you must notify probation. You have to report as directed. I want to make sure, again, probation, and I want to make sure you guys did that. Probation to determine amount of restitution. Probation to determine amount of restitution. Defendant entitled to a hearing. So I want to make sure that that's followed up with. Defendant entitled to a hearing. I'm sure you guys did it. They would not have not done it if he disagrees with amount. If he disagrees with amount. with the amount requested, I should say. So it's pay restitution as determined by probation. You're not to possess any firearms or dangerous weapons. So repeat, you can't leave the state without consent. You can't violate a law or ordinance. If you change your address, your place of employment, or home telephone number, you must notify probation. You have to report as directed. Pay restitution is determined by probation. Probation is to determine the amount of restitution. You're entitled to a hearing if you disagree. No contact with the victim, Brianna Cruz. You're not to possess firearms. You're not to possess dangerous weapons. You're to attend the domestic violence program with 26-week follow-up. I realize you can't complete that program. I want him started. Defendant to begin within 7 days of release from jail. Within 7 days of release from jail. So you better get on the horse. You better get it going. 200 fines, 400 costs, 6 months probation. As I said, these are all probation terms. 120 in probation fees. I'm going to assume that we've already collected the victim's rights fee and justice assessment fee. Your total here amounts to $720. You're to serve the next 40 days in jail with credit for 1. If you violate, you're going to serve 1 year. You have 21 days to appeal, 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of appeal. You're going to serve 39 days beginning now. Can you pay all of this today?
I can pay 500 of it, 545.
Well, you pay 545 now. You're going to pay the balance by May the 20th of 2023. Good luck to you. Have a seat in the jail in the 3 bucks. Marvin Ray Naylor to 0W8263883. Ms. Murphy, your name?
Kathy Murphy for Mr. Naylor.
Mr. Naylor, your name? Marvin Ray Naylor. Well, defendant pled guilty to attempt retail fraud. Retail fraud was dismissed. We had the opportunity to review the pre-sentence report with more substance abuse screening report.
Yes, Judge.
Any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
Mr. Naylor is diabetic, Your Honor, and he is insulin dependent.
Okay.
So under health information.
Okay, I'll modify the report in that aspect.
That's all as far as the report goes.
Okay, anything else that you'd like to say?
So Judge, Mr. Naylor is on probation in Wayne County for a controlled substance offense that he was sentenced to in April of 22. This incident preceded that incident. But just so you know, he is already on probation in Wayne County. He was sentenced to a 2-year term. He did 5 months in the county. He should be released at the end of March of 24. He is doing everything he is supposed to do. He went to Dawn Farms. He's still living there. He has a full-time job. He's been sober for a year. Probation is asking for 18 months probation. Judge, since he's already on probation, my request is that you reduce that period substantially. Just so you know, with respect to Mr. Naylor's finances, he has some, I think it's traffic stuff in Inkster, right, Mr. Naylor? That he's paying $50 a month for. He's paying $100 a month to Wayne County for his probation, and he pays $70 weekly in child support. And so any kind of economic break that you can give Mr. Naylor, Your Honor, I'm asking you to give with respect to, do you have to drop for Wayne County? So Judge, he has to drop for Wayne County how often?
Once a week.
Weekly? So he's already dropping weekly for Wayne County that you have to pay for, right? So I would ask Your Honor to, I don't know if the probation department can coordinate with Wayne County to get the results of the drops that he's already doing for Wayne County, or if he could have those results sent here on a bi-weekly basis, just so that he doesn't have another drop that he has to do besides the weekly one that he's already doing. Sorry, Judge.
What do you think I'm thinking?
I think you want me to be quiet.
No, I think you can go on and on all you want. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is that Mr. Naylor here thinks laws don't apply to him, and I don't want to hear this. He's getting himself help. I don't care what probation has recommended, frankly. This man needs to go to jail, and he's going to jail today.
What?
Oh yeah, back off and don't start arguing with me, Miss Murphy. He only has about 25 convictions here. Let's go through your record, Mr. Naylor. 1990 retail fraud 2, 1990 retail fraud 1. We got several ordinance violations from 1990 and 1991. Retail fraud 91, 2 counts of temp retail fraud first 92. Retail fraud first 93. 2 counts retail fraud first 93. Another ordinance violation. Westland 97, domestic violence and trespass, 14B district 1998. Retail fraud second 2000. Retail fraud third 2000. Attempt B&E 01. Retail fraud third 02. Suspend license 14. Allowing suspended person to operate 15. Allowing suspended person to operate 15. Controlled substance violation 17, retail fraud 18, RNC motor vehicle 18, out retail fraud 20, larceny less than 220, larceny less than 220. And you say what?
So Judge.
Hang on. Is there anything you want to say, Mr. Naylor?
Since these incidents, I have completed the Dog Farms Treatment Center, inpatient and outpatient. I'm currently living in a treatment facility home, and I have been sober a year.
I'm glad to hear that.
So Judge, all of these, just about every single one of these prior convictions would be the result of a drug problem. I'm sure you'd agree with me on that, right?
Give me a break.
Judge.
You've got 25 convictions here. You think I'm going to be this crazy left-wing liberal where I'm going to say all this is okay? This has been going on for 33 years. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I can't believe the prosecutor didn't enhance this. I can't believe they gave attempt. To be honest with you, that's their call. This is mine. Anything else, Mr. Naylor?
I'm currently working full-time.
Good. 250 fines, 450 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment. I'd give you a lot more time if I could. The total here amounts to $825, 35 days jail, 10 days more if you don't pay your fines and costs not paid. You're going to pay your fines and costs no later as follows. You can pay $40 a week. I will begin this starting on May the 26th. You have 21 days to appeal, 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer. The system's really broken if we're going to let this go on. Have a seat in the jury box, sir. Have a seat. People against Francis Farkas, 23W831734. People against Madison Evans, Madison Jordan Mackenzie Evans, 22B142068, 22W829692.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mike Cross, representing Ms. Evans. Ms. Evans, please state your name for the record.
Madison Evans.
All right, I'm going to need Ms. O'Donnell over here on this one. What are we doing on this one?
Your Honor, my client would plead guilty to the violations on both cases.
All right. So on the resist and obstruct, I placed you on probation for 12 months on November 23. And then I placed you on probation on the other case under HIDA. And if you plead guilty here, your HIDA status could be revoked, conviction entered on the assault case. And if you plead guilty on the other charge, your 771 status could be revoked and the conviction entered on the R1L case. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Did you sign, read, and understand an advice of rights form here today?
Yes, I did.
Plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. To the charge, you failed to attend your, and by the way, on the assault charge, we have a little bit different charges. So let's start with the resist and obstruct. The charge you failed to attend your probation visit on March 6, 23. How do you plead?
Guilty.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Guilty.
Did you fail to attend your the probation visit on that day?
Yes, I did.
Count 2, that you failed to attend the court work program on January 21. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to attend on that day to the court at the court work program?
Yes.
Count to the charge count 3, failure to attend the court work program January 28 of 23. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to attend the court work program on that day?
Yes, I did.
Count 4, that you failed to attend the court work program February 11. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to attend the court work program on that day?
Yes.
Count 5, that you failed to attend the anger management program with 8-week follow-up. How do you plead?
Guilty, but I did start it.
Did you fail to attend and complete that program?
Yes.
Count 6, that you failed to pay fines and costs as ordered. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to do that?
Yes.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No.
Well, this is disappointing, counsel. She's gonna force me again to do something I don't want to do again today. All right, let's go over to the assault charge. To that one, failure to attend the probation visit March 6th. You plead guilty to that, ma'am?
Yes.
You failed to attend that day?
Yes.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty to that charge?
No.
Count 2, failure to attend the anger management program with 8-week follow-up. How do you plead to that?
Guilty.
Did you fail to do that?
Yes.
Count 3, you failed to pay your fines and costs as ordered. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to do that?
Yes.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No.
Well, this is not good. So let's see. She didn't report. She missed 3 days court work. She didn't do anger management. She didn't pay fines and costs on either case. It's only about one. Even if I lump the two, anger management and the failure to pay fines and the probation visit together, she's got at least 6 or 7 violations here.
Well, Your Honor, there is an explanation.
Tell me, I can't wait.
Well, Your Honor, as the court notices, I'm sure all these violations happen in kind of the same time period. My client has experienced a couple of really tough personal hardships recently. She's been homeless for the past several weeks. She's just got that resolved here recently.
Where was she living? On the street, literally?
I was living with my mom, and then I had to find a new place to live.
Where does your mom live? What city?
In Brownstown.
How long were you living with her?
My whole life.
Well, wait a minute.
When did you become homeless, Your Honor?
I see. You were living with your mom and you had to find a new place.
Yes.
And where did you go from your mom's?
I finally got into my grandma's house. She made space for me. But she doesn't have a car, so I wasn't able to.
Well, let's
attend
slow
her.
down a bit. When did you leave your mom's?
Like beginning of January.
When did you start at your grandma's?
Just a couple weeks ago.
Where were you between the end of January and say the middle of, let's call it the second week of March?
Bouncing around.
Did you ever have to spend the night on the street?
No, not outside.
So where'd you
Like in
spend?
my car. I was sleeping in my car for a little while. But I wasn't like literally outside.
Is she working?
Not right now.
She going to school? Ma'am, listen, I hate to tell you, but if you're not working, you're not going to school, guess where you're likely to end up? I mean, why aren't you working? How old are you?
20.
Why aren't you working?
I lost my car and I wasn't able to get back and forth. It was a lot.
Who's this with you?
My dad.
He stepped in and helped try to support her.
Yeah, I'm going to temp service today so I can go get a job. He finally adjusted his schedule so that he can take me to and from work.
Please listen to me. work harder. You gotta work harder. I mean, I don't know of anybody that wouldn't be homeless if they didn't work. Seriously. I wonder how a lot of people do it. Somehow, some way they seem to. I don't know, have any idea how they do it. I really don't. I don't understand it. It's beyond my comprehension. First of all, I'd drive myself crazy if I had to spend all day alone. Have you, can I ask a question? I don't want to bring up a bad subject. Have you talked to a counselor at all?
No.
Did you graduate high school?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a smart young lady. When's the last time you had a job?
November.
Where at?
Precision.
Doing what?
Carporting.
Why'd you leave there?
It just, my schedule I wasn't able to get there on time, and it was too early.
What time did you have to start?
5 o'clock in the morning.
Where's the location at?
Taylor on Eureka.
Before you quit, did you think about maybe? You did quit, right?
Yeah.
Did you think about maybe before you quit, finding another job? I mean, that's just.
Yeah, that's smart. I wasn't making good decisions.
Dad, come on up here a second. Can we help her out here? She's kind of worrying me.
Worries me too.
I mean, something's going on that I'm not liking here right now. What's your name, sir?
My name's Luther Gray.
So what are we gonna do here? This is not good. This is not healthy. I mean, her staying in a car, her not having a job, her leaving employment before she had another job, her missing court work, I know I told her, if you don't have the money, come talk to me. Did I tell you that?
Yes.
I tell everybody that. Why didn't you come talk to me if you didn't have the money?
Just not making good decisions.
Well, come on, that's a crutch. Let's knock it off. I mean, that's a crutch.
It's true.
Well, then let's figure out a way we're gonna start making good decisions. These are not hard decisions. Judge tells you to do the court work program, you show up for it. Judge tells you to do anger management, you show up for it. Now, I want you to know, sir, on this R&O case, here's my notes. We'll consider after reading report with letter, whether court will take under advisement conditionally. I wasn't excited about taking this resist and obstruct under 771, which means she can keep the conviction off her record to begin with. And now she's proven that maybe I was wrong in agreeing to do so. Because listen, we're not playing pro ball here, seriously. I mean, if we're playing pro ball and we went 1 for 9, they'd pay us 19 million. You follow me? It might be over 2 years. We hit 380. I don't know, 46 million a year. They don't do that. We don't do that here. You have to bet close to 100%, if not 100%. So I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. You better figure it out, though. But you got to toughen up. You know, seriously. You got to toughen up. You got to just kind of figure it out. And I don't mean that this life thing is easy. Nobody said it was easy. But you're not going to get anywhere sitting at home, sleeping in a car, not getting to work. I mean, you're not going to get there. So we got to get her some help somehow. But I know this, one of the greatest times in history to find employment. I'm setting a sentence date. I want you to have a job. When's Mr. Crawford here, Lisa?
April 12th.
I'm accepting all these pleas. Well, I'd like to do it. Don't I have you here before then, Mr. Crawford? Oh, shoot.
He's here on the 29th, but that's next week.
Well, I think you can have a job next week, don't you? Yes?
Yes.
Because there's all kinds of them out there. There's only about 15, 20 businesses between here and Bell Tire, right? Let's find a job. Sentence date, March the 29th. And what's a good time? How about if we do 10:15?
Okay.
March 29th at 10:15. Please are accepted to all these charges, but you're in danger of losing your status here. And I don't want that to happen to you. So you better get going. I expect you to find a job. Find a job. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
We're not going to reschedule the court work because she's going to probably be working a lot of Saturdays right now. Right? I'll talk to you March 29th. Please don't come back without a job. Sir, we got to keep an eye on her, right?
I'll make sure. Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
on it. Yeah.
Is she going to stay with you for a few days?
Yeah, she's staying with my mom right now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You got a free place to
My
stay. Welcome to
job,
this
yeah.
brutal world.
Yeah.
You know, if our parents and grandparents predecease us, which there's probably well over a 90% chance that they're going to, then we have to fend for ourselves. So let's get started right now, okay? Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. People against Kellerman. Carol Susan Kellerman, 22B141214.
Kathy Murphy for Ms. Kellerman, Your Honor, who's present.
I'm gonna need you on this one too, Jessica. Ms. Kellerman, your name?
Carol Kellerman.
What are we doing on this one?
So Judge, Ms. Kellerman will plead guilty to the
Is
violation.
that what you want to do?
Yes, Your
If
Honor.
you plead guilty here, your 771 status could be revoked, conviction entered, you'd be subject to a 90-day jail term. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And did you sign, read, and understand an advice of rights form here today or not?
I think I did that one last week when I was.
You gotta do it
the
every
yellow
time.
paper.
You're presumed innocent. They have to prove you guilty by a preponderance of the evidence. You have the right to question their witnesses, to bring in your own witnesses, to use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in those witnesses. If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
To the charge, count one, that you failed to register for the impulse control program. How do you plead?
Guilty, Your
Did you
Honor.
fail to register for that?
I called them and I explained to them I was trying to get the money together.
You haven't registered though.
No, yes, Your Honor.
To the charge, you failed to pay fines and costs as ordered, which essentially amounts to the restitution of $2,000. How do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Did you fail to do that?
You have to pay it, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying. I mean,
Have you failed to pay?
I think I made a $6 payment with some bottles and cans I was able to collect. So it's not like I'm not trying to disrespect the court or disobey your orders. If I had the money, Your
Nobody
Honor, I would
went.
pay it.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No, sir. Your Honor.
Please accept it to those charges. So remind me, is she on disability?
Yes. She takes in $937 a month, Your Honor, and last month, her bills totaled $1,023.
So what, you give me some suggestions here as to what I'm supposed to do.
I don't know what you're supposed to do.
Somebody's out
Judge.
$2,000 as a result of this conviction, which was a larceny charge.
Judge, she thinks that she can ask her father, she pays her father $100 a month for the
I know,
car insurance. She's gonna ask him if she can keep $50 a month of that. to
That's
pay the
not
court.
enough. I mean, she's gonna have to figure something out. I think I've made myself clear on this. Either that or I can just have her start doing all kinds of community service. And, you know, that's gonna be a lot of community service. She'll be doing 8 hours of community service a day for weeks. Look, I sentenced her back in August. How much has she paid toward the restitution?
About the $6.
$6.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know what to tell you. I can't answer everybody's problems.
Your Honor, if I could work, I would work. I would give anything to be able to go back to work.
I understand, but is there nothing you can do that's,
I have tried to, you see things to work at home. I have tried for that stuff, but I don't have computer skills or anything. I barely operate.
I don't
a
want to
phone.
get into your medical too much. What's the nature of your disability?
I had.
I don't want you to get deep into it. Just
It's
tell me.
physical, Judge. Back, degenerative discs. I had back surgery in 2007. She can't sit or stand for long periods of time.
You haven't had surgery since '07?
I go, I see a pain doctor every couple of months.
When's the last time you saw an orthopedic or a neurologist?
That would be Dr. Kurz. I'm not sure, Your Honor. I would have to check.
See, here's my dilemma. It isn't fair for me to dismiss this larceny charge unless the gentleman whose money was stolen or whose property was stolen to the tune of $2,000 is reimbursed. I mean, I want to look for ways out of this.
Your Honor, if I had the money, I would pay it.
I get it, but
if I could return the trailer, I would, but I don't know the men who took the trailer. I really don't. They told me they had permission to take the trailer. I understand that's all over and done with, but
all right. What else, Ms. Murphy?
I really don't know what to say, Judge. She just has zero disposable income. And she's.
How old are you again?
51.
She's already done some community service to work off court costs and fines.
I did that. I know I did that because I wanted to help her out, but I can't do anything about the restitution. I mean, it's not fair for me to just waive it either.
I don't know if you can extend her probation and.
Well, I can't extend it past 12 months on the 771. And honestly, I'd have to extend it for 28 years if we're gonna pay at the rate of $6 every 6 months. Right? I mean, I'm just being honest.
But that was, I went and collected some bottles and cans from family and friends and,
Listen, I'm not beating you up.
I understand, Your Honor. I'm just trying to explain.
I get it. I'm not, you know.
I mean, Judge, I suppose you could revoke the 771 and
Well,
send it to civil.
I want you to go in. No, I'm not gonna do that. That's not right. It's gonna get worse than that. I mean, I'm gonna have you go figure out something. I told you that last time. And now you're telling me, well, she's gonna talk to her dad. She should have done that in August, in September. This is March.
Well, I have tried to talk to my dad. He has limited income himself as well. And he already does, like, I wouldn't have a vehicle if it wasn't for my dad. The vehicle
Let
I'm
me ask
driving
you a
here is my
question.
dad's.
All right, look. I'm adjourning the sentence. I'm accepting the plea. I want you to get the victim to zoom in here. We're gonna have a sentence real quick, Lisa. And maybe I'm just gonna have her do all this community service, but I need to talk to the victim. So let's do that. We're gonna get a hold of the victim. And I'll see if I can figure out. In the meantime, you gotta try to come up with something, man.
Yes, Your Honor.
Give me a date, Lisa, please.
April 5th at 9:30.
Okay. So that's what I'll do, April 5th at 9:30. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean,
Thank you.
I understand more than you think. But understand the predicament I have.
I understand, Your
And
Honor.
as there was a larceny committed and somebody's out $2,000. You wouldn't like to be out 2,000, your lawyer wouldn't, I wouldn't, nobody in here would.
That's just, it's a lot of money for me right now, Your Honor, that's all.
All right,
Not trying
I
to be
understand.
disrespectful to you or your courtroom.
It's not my courtroom. I don't see anybody, I don't see a deed on the wall here. Nobody's
Wow.
deeded the property over to me. You don't ever say that. Good luck. We'll work it out. Just do the best you can. Do the best you can. Go down the hall. We'll see you back here, okay? Have a good day. I didn't think you were being disrespectful to me or anybody else. Nicholas James Brown, 22B1404441A.
Kathy Murphy for Mr. Brown, Your Honor. Mr. Brown is present.
I'm gonna need Emily on this one. Mr. Brown, your name?
Nicholas Brown.
So your client was in here. And I don't know what to tell him, but he had violations. He was initially placed on probation after a plea that took place, and that was on August 3rd. I ordered to be incarcerated for 6 days. I'm talking about as a result of the probation violation hearing. And that probation violation hearing took place on March the 6th, at which point I said, pay by May 1, attend IOP and complete in person, incarceration for 6 days, test weekly for 3 months, then bi-weekly, be on a sober link within 24 hours of the release from jail for 75 days. And then I've got a probation violation that alleges he failed to obtain a sober link device. So how's he going to proceed? Is he going to plead guilty or?
Yes, he's going to plead guilty.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
I need another plead guilty here. Your probation could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for 93 days. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will not be a hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
To the charge that you failed to obtain a sober link device from house arrest by March 10, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to obtain a sober link device by that day?
Yes, sir.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Please accept it. Your name?
Emily Casino.
Why hasn't he done that?
Judge, go ahead, Emily.
He reported to me that it was because of money.
Does he work? Remind me, you working?
I just got to work at the beginning of this week.
Where?
I'm doing demos for I forget what his company name is, but for a guy named Steve. He's
a guy named Steve. What does that mean? A guy named Steve.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What's the name of the company?
It's Sky Homes, I believe.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know who you work for?
It's
Who do you work for, Mr. Sino? Come on, Mr. Brown. Come on.
Is he a friend of yours?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know his last name?
Toth.
Steve Toth.
Yes.
Out of where? Where does he work?
Locally.
Come on. Do I look like a dentist?
No.
Do you really want me to pull teeth here?
No, sir.
Locally. What does that mean? Down the street?
In the area, Taylor, Woodhaven.
Look at me,
Browntown.
Mr. Brown.
I know.
Do I look like? You're not going to treat me like a pre-kindergartner here, are you?
No, sir.
Tell me the name of the company. Tell me your friend's name. Tell me where he's based out of. Tell me where you work. Tell me how much you do. Tell me what you do. Let's not take for the next 45 minutes for you to go through all of this.
Sky Homes.
Look at me. Sky Homes.
Sky Homes LLC. He's a property buyer, renovator, seller.
Name. Full name.
Stephen Toth.
How much you make?
I make $25.
How many hours do you work?
Under 40.
What do you do?
Demolition.
When did you start?
A couple days ago.
When did you last work before that?
Yesterday.
Before that, before the couple days ago that you started.
My last job was at Williams Family Construction a few months ago.
What's a few months ago? I love this nebulous. Pardon?
Beginning of the new year.
Beginning of the new year, January?
Yeah.
Till what?
From 3 years I was employed.
He lost his job and he went to inpatient.
Okay, and then he didn't get through inpatient because he didn't comply with the rules.
He got through inpatient, he was removed from transitional.
Right, because he didn't comply with the rules, because he fell asleep, right?
Correct.
I remember. You're telling me, I just want to be clear before we go on, before I ask questions of you. You're telling me you don't have $100 to get a SoberLink device?
I have it today, yes, sir. Yes.
Mr. Brown? I told you to get it last time.
I didn't have the money when I got released, sir.
I don't know how you can when you don't work. I don't understand this. I'm not gonna understand it. I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. There's all kinds of work out there. There's all kinds of work out there. I mean, there are all kinds of jobs. And they're paying good because there's not enough help anymore. You know why? Because nobody wants to work. What a great country we've become.
Yeah, it's a shame, honestly.
We can stay home and collect unemployment and do all these other things and we don't have to work. I don't get it. Were you collecting unemployment, Mr. Brown?
So, one more time, sir.
Were you collecting unemployment, Mr. Brown?
No, sir.
You weren't collecting unemployment?
No, I've never collected unemployment.
Who do you live with?
Live with my grandmother, my mom.
How much rent you pay?
She's wanting me to get my life together. So
How much you rent you paying?
I'm not paying anything.
Your mom is paying for, how old are you again?
28 years old.
Your mom's paying for your rent and your grandma's paying for your rent.
Yeah, sure. Child support I'm trying to keep up on.
Child support, well, you can't keep up on child support, you don't work, right? We know that.
I fully understand.
And I hate when people say that about child support. We all pay child support, right?
Yes, sir.
I had 3 kids. I wasn't divorced. I'm still married. They're grown, but I paid child support, just indirectly or more directly than you are, I guess. I don't know. You can figure that one out. But I know this, you can't eat if you don't work and you're not doing what you're supposed to do. You got until the end of the day to get the sober link. If you don't get the sober link by the end of today, and I'm telling you, the end of today, when you come back for sentencing, whenever Ms. Murphy is here next time, or Lisa, I want her next date, you will go to jail for the maximum. So if you don't want to do a sober link, it's okay. It's all right. You can just tell me now, Judge, just revoke my probation. You can go today and you can take the easy way out. We'll give you food and lodging in there. Is that what you want?
No, sir.
Come on.
I really don't.
Where'd you go? The 6 days I gave you.
Flat Rock.
Easy. Easy. Country club. Might not be Augusta National, but it's a country club. It's a country club.
Sure, it's better than the county.
Dickerson County. I could name a whole bunch of them. Next place you go, if I give you this kind of time, you're not going to be going to the country club.
I understand, sir.
Why are you doing this? I don't want to listen to this.
Disappointed in myself.
Well, it's time to become undisappointed in yourself. And the only way you're going to do that is if you get out and work. Sentence date, Lisa, was when?
April 5th, 9:30.
We don't have an earlier date with her then, huh?
Judge, I'm here as overflow next week if you want me.
Can we do that or not?
That's up to you. You're going to take away from the overflow.
Well, then. Here's what I want you to do. You're going to provide proof to her. I'm going to make this April 5th at 9:30. But you're going to provide proof to her that you have the SoberLink device. That's a condition of your bond right now. That you go out and you get the SoberLink device today. You understand?
Yes, sir. I do only have $130. Just
how much does he have to pay?
I think it's like 115, which I did call and make special.
Do we have one here?
I have 2.
But you're there for sobriety court.
Yeah.
Get out there today and get your SoberLink device. If you don't, I'm telling you, I'm giving you 93 days. Do we understand one another?
Yes, Your Honor. Is there a closer facility that I can obtain it?
No. But I don't know that you couldn't have borrowed the money. Here's the funny thing, just so we know one another here. If I'd have told you I was going to give you $1 million if you had come up with $115 on the date that I told you the SoberLink device, do you think you could have done it?
It's a long walk.
What's a long walk?
Having to go get the SoberLink. That's I'm not trying to.
Mr. Brown, you don't have a choice.
I understand. All right.
I didn't ask you whether it was a long walk or a long drive or whatever else. I asked you, you told me it's because you didn't have the money. That's what you told me. Didn't you not tell me that?
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
didn't say anything about the ride, did you?
No,
You said it because you didn't have the money, right?
yes,
And if I told you I'd give you $1 million if you come here with $115 on the date you were supposed to get a SoberLink device, you think you could have come up with it?
no.
Okay. Well, then let's make our lives easy. Why don't I just send you back to jail right now? Because I don't think you tried. I don't think you tried at all. The reason I know you could come up with that is I'm telling you, you can go wherever you want to get some pop cans, whatever you need to do to come up with $115. If your mother and your grandmother are allowing you to stay there, they could have easily come up with $115 to loan you.
So Judge.
Hang on. I think you're playing games.
Judge, I'm gonna drive him to the sober.
He just
place.
told
He's
me.
got the money.
He
I'm
just,
gonna drive him.
He just told me he was making almost $25 an hour.
And he
Did you-
just started the other day.
I know. But they're paying you by the day, aren't they?
Yes.
So you're getting $200 a day, right?
No, I've been working full 10-hour days, sir.
Well, that isn't 10. That would be 8.
8 hours.
8
yes.
times 25 is 200. 8 times. Get there today, Mr. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. We have the money, right?
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have a bit of a wild hearing where a married woman, who seems to have been the man's sugar mama, shows the judge some explicit photos of the defendant that she can't unsee. Let's see how she handles this.
All right, everyone, cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, everyone stay on mute. Cameras on, everyone stay on mute. Cameras on, everyone stay on mute. I have someone here that can't follow instructions because their name still says iPhone. Your screen name is iPhone, you need to change your screen name to your name. If your screen name says iPhone, I sent plenty of instructions into the waiting room for you to change your name, and you did not. Your name is not iPhone. You need to change your screen name. Cameras on and everybody stay on mute. I need everybody's camera on. Thornton, got to turn your camera on. iPhone, you need to change your name. Cameras on, stay on mute. Cameras on, everyone stay on mute. Cameras on and stay on mute. Cameras on. Cameras on. Copeland, camera on. Cameras on. I have to see everybody's face. Cameras on. You're in my courtroom. I have to see your face. iPhone, turn your camera on and change your name to your name. Your name is not iPhone. Ms. Tinch, you got to see your face, not your ceiling. There you go. Tang, got to turn your camera on. Lawrence Hale, have to turn your camera on. Tang, camera on. Lawrence Hale, camera on. And I have to see you, not the wall, Mr. Hale, you, your face. Torrance Hale, I have to see you, your face, not your wall. Do you, sir, get out of bed or in a seat, put a shirt on. You don't have a shirt on, so put a shirt on with sleeves. Right, when I call your name, take yourself off mute and answer with a here. But right now, I want everyone to look down, find the chat, place your email in the chat. Please don't ask me for IT instructions. Find your name in the chat or find the chat and then send your email to Amber Free. Send your email to Amber Free. Right, when I call your name, take yourself off of mute. I will give you instructions. Please let me finish talking before you interrupt me. Please allow me to finish talking before you interrupt me, okay? Tamara Latang?
Here.
Lipson Latang. And your TPO has expired and Mr. Latang has not been served. You plan on refiling? Okay, put yourself on mute. So it's about to expire. If you want to continue with the TPO, you'll need to refile. Stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend. Kendall Bailey. Kendall Bailey. Swab Moomin. Failure to appear. Christian Taylor. Christian Taylor. Marquise Shelby. Ms. Tench, sit down and be still. iPhone, turn your camera on.
Here.
I didn't call your name for you to say anything. iPhone. Oh. Sir, what is your name instead of iPhone? Of course, he doesn't have audio. Christian Taylor, Marquise Shelby. Failure to appear. Sonia Copeland. Danielle Murphy.
Say here. Here, Sonia Copeland.
Ms. Murphy wasn't served and your TPO is about to expire, ma'am, so you'll just need to refile if you'd like to continue.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
right.
Your Honor.
Stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Andrea Copeland and Daniel Murphy, same thing. You'll just need to refile, okay? The other Ms. Copeland? Thank you so much. Blake Edwards. Angela Dre.
Here.
Blake Edwards. All right, ma'am, Mr. Edwards didn't show up. When were you served?
I filed online acknowledgement.
Okay, if you'll place your email in the chat, since he didn't show up, this is being dismissed for his failure to appear. We'll send you a copy of the dismissal. Make sure that you keep it with you, please, at all times, okay? Because this is going to be what, if something happens, you need to show them that the TPO was dismissed, okay?
Okay, what do I type in the message? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Place your email in the chat. Your email needs to go in the chat feature. You can send it to where it says Amber Free. All right, once you place your email in the chat, you can go ahead and leave the meeting and you'll get a copy of that dismissal later today. Stephen Friedman. Lacey Lassiter. Failure to appear. Torrance Hale.
Here.
Dacia Tinch.
Here.
Mr. Hale, do you still want to go forward?
No.
You got to take your hand away from your mouth and speak clearly. Would you still like to proceed?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
All right. Have you been forced to dismiss this, or are you doing this on your own accord?
On my own.
All right. Ms. Tinch, if you place your email in the chat, and Mr. Hale, we'll send you a copy of the dismissal, Ms. Tinch. And keep it with you, okay? So it'll come off GCIC probably in a week or so.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Hale, you can also put your email in the chat. We'll send you a copy of the dismissal. Once y'all put your emails in the chat, you can both go ahead and leave the meeting. Y'all stay healthy.
Right, yes,
and safe.
ma'am.
Have a good weekend. Yes, sir. Amina Thornton.
Here.
Donnie Alford.
I'm here.
When were you served, Mr. Alford?
I wasn't served.
What's about to expire? He wasn't served. You plan on, you want to acknowledge service?
Yes, can we go ahead and handle it today?
All right. Ms. Free's going to type, you're going to share the screen, Ms. Free? Ms. Free's going to type something up and share her screen. If you give her permission to use your electronic signature, we'll get you to acknowledge service, and then do you have copies of all the paperwork, or do we need to send it to you?
He has it.
If it's the same paperwork that she screenshotted and sent to me, I do.
Wait a minute, ma'am. Why are you screenshotting and sending things to him?
Exactly.
I didn't send it to him. It was sent to him by a third party.
Your Honor, I have screenshots and messages from her number where it's coming from her, and she's sending it out all over social media as well. I have
death threats from him.
Okay.
I also have.
Stop. We'll take this up in a few minutes. All right, Mr. Alford, if you want to place your email in the chat, we're going to email you copies of the paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll come back to both of you. All right, I got Iglut LaCroix, I see Mr. Holberg, and Julian LaCroix. You're still on mute, Mr. Holberg. Still on mute, Mr. Holberg.
Got it. Your Honor, I represent Miss LaCroix. She is not here. She has actually had a mental health breakdown as a result of the conduct of the respondent. I know this is about to expire, so we're going to need to refile. The respondent was aware of the TPO. We had a 30-day status contract, the divorce on February 8th before Judge K. Mr. Peterson represents the respondent. As a courtesy, I asked him if he wanted to acknowledge service. He said no. Subsequently, since that time, on that date, we knew where the respondent was. Since that time, he's been going from motel to motel, hiding from service. So when my client gets out of the mental health facility, we will refile, Your Honor.
Okay, I mean, since you said he's avoiding service, we can extend this for 30 days, or would you rather just refile once you know the status?
If you can extend it, that would be great, but my client just went into the mental health facility this week. So I'm not sure when she's going to be out.
We can extend it since he's avoiding service, and then if she's still there and can't come, then of course the two of you could you can refile. Ms. Freed, what's the date? 30 days out.
Our 30-day out. April 7th is our next available.
All right, April 7th, Ms. Holberg, and that, I mean, he could be served by then, and you folks could work something out. So
yes, Your Honor.
7th at what time?
9:30.
April 7th at 9:30. Mr. Holberg, if you put your email in the chat, we will send.
I've already done it, Your Honor.
All right, we'll send you the reset notice. Good to see you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend, Your Honor.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay. Raven Belcher. Jared Wynn.
Here.
Mr. Wynn.
Gerard Wynn.
It looks like Ms. Belcher didn't show up, so we're going to dismiss this on her failure to appear, Mr. Wynn. If you'll place your email in the chat, we will be glad to send you a copy of the dismissal and keep it with you for at least a couple of weeks, okay? Because it takes a week or so sometimes to come off of GCIC, okay?
Okay, it's already put in the chat.
All right, since you have, you can go ahead and leave the meeting.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, I'll see you, Christian Taylor. You were late, but your TPO has already expired, so you're going to need to refile.
Okay, perfect. I just had a slight question in regards to that. So the person that I'm filing,
reach out and ask your, okay?
I'm sorry.
Reach out and ask your advocate any questions.
Your Honor, if you want to put us in a breakout room, I'll talk to him now.
All right. Let's see. All right, there you go. All right, Ms. Angela, not sure why you're still here. You're on mute. You're still on mute. You're still on mute.
Oh, I'm just sending one more message, and I just wanted to make sure that because I couldn't hear the beginning of the meeting, so I just want to make sure I'm providing the
email the chat. We're dismissing it, and we'll send you a copy of that later today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, I'm ready to share my screen for Mr. Alfred.
All right, Mr. Alfred. Ms. Freed's going to share her screen. If you just follow her instructions and listen to her.
Mr. Alfred, this is the acknowledgement of service. I'm going to extend the petition order to you via email, but do you give me permission to use your electronic signature?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much.
So, sir, she's going to send you a copy of the petition. Do you want a few minutes to review it, to make sure that you have all the pages?
No, I'm ready. If you're ready, I'm ready.
Okay, if you both raise your right hands. Y'all swear firm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
And Mr. Alford, okay. All right, Ms. Thornton, you'll go first. I can already tell this is gonna be one of those where you're gonna want to argue over each other. Do not argue over one another. Ms. Thornton, tell me what happened, why it is you're accusing Mr. Alford of domestic violence. Give me dates and exactly what happened. What happened to you? Don't tell me anything that anybody else said, okay? I want it to be just between you and him, and then I'll let Mr. Alford respond. Go ahead, Ms. Thornton.
Okay, the physical abuse started in September the 10th, where he twisted my arm, and that was a physical abuse. It has been an ongoing about 15 months of mental abuse. I'm a PTSD vet, and he would the way that I got involved with him is business wise, where he was we had music together. He was the artist and I was the financier and the artist developer. And he would have me to send him money to finance different things. And for the majority, that was fine. A lot of stuff was lies. Turns out his occupation before I met him and still today is he's a stripper. He calls himself a male entertainer. He's a stripper, gigolo, whatever. And he kind of minced me into all of those things. I wound up being involved in a whole lot of different ventures that he had going on. I found myself loaning him money for strip shows that he put on his with my money, and then would promise to give it back. I wouldn't get my money back. He became physically abusive when I stopped giving money as he asked for it. And I began to stray away. In September, after the incident where he twisted my arm, his car was repossessed and his rent was behind. A whole lot of things happened. The place where the dwelling was actually my dwelling. When he became abusive, I moved out of that dwelling and I had that dwelling turned over into his name so that I didn't have to be in that atmosphere or around that. I was trying to remove myself from that. But I'm also married, and he would threaten to contact my husband. I sent evidence in where he would say he's on his way to my home. He would say that he has nothing to lose. He would say, I've already talked to my kids and told them that I'm gonna be away for a while. He would say that as long as I'm living and breathing and not in jail, you'll never sleep peacefully, you'll never have rest.
If there's stuff if there are text messages you want to share, you need to share your screen and show it to me.
I don't know how to do that. Let me see if I can figure that out. Share screen. I did send the text. Oh, here we go. Share screen and start broadcast, I guess. Share screens. How do you do this? Oh, you are sharing screen. Okay, share device on. Okay, share device on. Okay. So hopefully I'm doing this right. Oh, yeah, I think I am. Yep. So I'll go to the text messages and okay. One moment. And so this is his notice in September where his car is getting repossessed.
What I need, ma'am, is threats that he's made to you.
Oh, no problem. Not a problem. I got that for you.
Please don't show me naked pictures of people that I cannot unsee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trying to get to the text messages for you. It's so many. Okay, let's go here. Okay, here he says, when I lose love for you, you should worry. The only reason why I haven't attempted to hurt you or to fuck your life up is because I love and loyalty, but I promise you the way you push me, that love is fading. And he goes, I'll be going to the magistrate court tomorrow. He used to threaten me all the time that he's going to go to my I was out on pre-trial because of an incident between he and I, and they just recently canceled the pre-trial, but it was from April of last year, and so every time I wanted to leave him, he threatened to go and lie to the courts and tell them that I've done something. So
I need to see like threats that put you in fear. So what is this?
Okay, so here I say, this is where I'm showing my lip busted. I say, I hope you feel vindicated, big man. Let your family and kids and yourself know you beat up a 45-year-old because he's 35. You have to have a high level of hate or inability to control yourself to punch a woman in her mouth. Priceless, shaking my head. He said, I have told you time and time again, you have really hurt me mentally, emotionally, and physically. I know I'm a man, but damn, you don't hear my cry. You do things to me. I even let you get away with hitting me in my face, but got you to come back and throw sweet tea on me. Then he says, yeah, I lost it. You would have too.
When was that?
Ma'am?
When was that he punched you in the lip?
That was in December.
December of what?
December let me see, I filed my first TPO on the 14th. So that was December December.
Is
like
it
December the 4th. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Then he says, fuck you, James, that's my husband, me, all of us about to be in a box, talking about a casket. See you soon. I don't think mentally I'm in a good place, but no one cares. I already told my kids I love them and daddy going on vacation. And he's showing me his GPS in his car where he's 22 minutes from my house. He says here, you took he's talking about me taking things from him. You took tickets from me and didn't sell them. I have to give this man $300 by 7:30. You sent Jada my house and rent information, but you can't come over here and make sure my house is good. So now I'm gonna text everybody in your effing house this effing video so you could get the feeling that I get. And he had recorded having sex.
Okay, sit. Go ahead, move. Thank you.
Okay. Then he says here, the whole time I've been trying to make you happy and us money. All of this is he's trying to get back into my graces because I wanted nothing to do with him. And I'm the one that looks like trash and get talked about. I'm the one with no food. You good with me or without me. I'm nothing without you, but you have left. You keep making yourself mad to leave me alone. I'm babysitting these dogs, no income from me.
When are these text messages?
You said when?
When?
This is in December.
All right. Anything else happened in January?
Oh yeah, I got plenty in January. That's where he tried to extort money from me. He. Ooh, sorry.
How about you? Okay.
I don't know how to.
Okay. How about you stop sharing your screen?
Well, I got more.
Oh, how about you stop sharing your screen?
Okay, I gotta figure that out now. How do I do that? Stop. Okay, there we go. I hit stop. Screen broadcasting. Is it still sharing?
No, oh no, it's not still sharing.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Alfred, let me hear from you real quick.
Yes, ma'am. First off, I want to say that I did not hit her in her lip. The way she has everything broken down is it's off the radars. And I don't know if you caught it, but you could see that in her search area or her screenshots, all those pictures, most of those pictures, some of those pictures came from my social media. I have 3 cases out pending against her. Like the first case was when she came and destroyed everything. They charged her with felony break-in, and I'm actually waiting on my what is it called? The advocate for to hit me back, Elizabeth Mendoza, to hit me back on that case. I have a new case pending against her where she came and she stole everything in my house, and I sent that to Detective Chowder. So basically what she's doing now is trying to cover up her tracks and build up a case. I found out that I had a case from her because she sent me a message saying that I had the case. I never been served. She posted on social media. I have been taken off of shows due to this. I have a witness that I could call up, chime in, tell him to join Zoom, and he'll testify that she has sent my personal military ID out on social media, my government ID out on social media, told people I have AIDS. I'm not down. I want her to leave me alone. So if this is going to help her leave me alone, I'm down for it. I just don't want the temporary restraining order on my name because that affects me and my business. But I don't know what to ask for. I'm down for her being separated from me. That's what I want. The way she's going about it, trying to paint me as a bad picture because she's hurt or can't let something go or trying to be vindictive, is the wrong way to do it. So I am in the process, like I said, with these 3 cases, looking for the investigators to hit me back so we can move forward in all of these cases. And this will be added to my defamation of character case that I have pending against her as well, whenever I talk to my lawyer. So I'm all down for her leaving me alone and not contacting me. She's the one that's contacting me. Up all the way up until I blocked her the other day, and I asked her in text message, what is it going to take for you to leave me alone? Please leave me alone. And she basically said recently, give me my fucking dog papers. It's basically all she wants is the dog papers. And I told her I don't have dog papers. I don't have nothing for you. Please leave me alone. Then I said, if I'm doing all this stuff to you, If you want me to share my screen, I could share it to you, show you the text message, the recent text message.
I don't know. I kind of think I've seen enough.
No, mine's had no nudity on mine whatsoever. She shouldn't even have those pictures. Those pictures are from my OnlyFans and Twitter. So that
No,
means
ma'am. Those are pictures that he has sent me, and I can show from his telephone.
So he didn't interrupt you. Just let him finish talking. Go ahead, Mr. Alfred.
I could show you where she's recently hit me up and has been harassing, talking about, give me what I want and stuff like that. It's totally not me, ma'am. I could for sure assure you that I'm not stalking her.
All right. What else? Anything else, Ms. Thornton? How often is she texting you, Mr. Alfred?
She texts me every day up until I started blocking her. I did not block her because the investigator told me.
When's the last time she texted you?
Let me see here. Give me 1 second. I'm looking at the text message. Last text message I have from her, Miss Thornton. Last text message I got from her was, it was this week. I think it was like Tuesday at 10:08 is when I blocked her.
All right.
After she sent her last message.
Can you share your screen and show me that text?
Yes. Can you walk me through how to share that? Is a button says share? Gotcha. Screen. Gotcha.
Did you want me to see?
Gotcha. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
It says you're sharing your screen, but you got to pick what it is you want me to see. So pick that.
Oh, okay, I got you. Messages. So these is the messages right here. I don't know if you could see them, but
I can see one that she sent you, the last one she sent you.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to now. So this is the last message where I told her, can you please leave me alone? Why are you texting me constantly? Go to the police, let them handle it. Stop spreading false rumors and the dogs and stuff. And this was like, you believe your own lies. And this is
Hold on a second. Hold on. You're in the blue and she's in the black and the white.
Yes.
And
so this is her. These is all recent. So this is like her where I keep ones like, please leave me alone. I don't have nothing for you. Well, until I get my dog papers. So, and then this is like just the whole week. And like, you have no secrets. Everyone know you're a loser. Like, this is her texting me. And I'm keep saying the dog papers, please leave me alone. Bitch ass motherfucker. I'm sorry for saying that, but that's basically, you can see that.
Show me the last text. Thank you.
Okay. You said the last text.
The very last one. What day and time was it?
That she sent me.
Right.
This is 10:53 a.m.
And
then she was like, A's Baron.
Okay, but tell me what's the date? I see the time.
Okay. That date was whenever I blocked her. It was Tuesday.
This past Tuesday?
This Tuesday at 10:00 this Tuesday. So it's this Tuesday.
Okay. All right, you can stop sharing your screen. All right, anything else, Ms. Thornton? You're on mute, Ms. Thornton. You're on mute, Ms. Thornton.
Hello?
Okay, anything else?
That first of all, he is lying. He has been a stalker, and he's convicted in Fayetteville, North Carolina, where he moved from.
You sent him text on Tuesday. Anything else?
No, I did not send him a text on Tuesday.
Who are those text messages from?
He has a text from about 3 or 4 weeks ago where my husband told him, not even 3 or 4 weeks ago, last month, where my husband told him to stop texting me and that number, that particular number belongs to my husband. He had that, to ask him to show you that.
The text he just showed, who sent those?
My husband.
When?
When I don't know when. My husband's on the road he's a truck driver.
Anything else at all?
Yes, ma'am. This man locked me in a bathroom and put a loaded gun to my head. This man, yes, there's a lot more. This man has traumatized me. I had to go. I spent
this happened, ma'am, because none of this is even in your petition.
Yes, it is. Yes, ma'am, it is.
No,
it's one of the. Ma'am, I put in there that he put a loaded gun to my head.
When?
This was in December. He locked me in the bathroom and put a gun to my head.
All right, Mr. Alfred, what do you got to say about that?
I just want this to go away. I don't have nothing else to say.
Who's
Like,
the text between you and her, or you and her husband?
the text is between me and her. If you call that number right now, it's her. I'm pretty sure, ma'am, her husband don't have nothing to do with this or do not know what she's been doing or have going on.
No.
So
my husband knows everything about this man. My husband has talked to him on the telephone.
So can you call you call?
No, I'm not calling, not doing any of that. I'll tell you what, we'll just put this in place for 6 months. Y'all put your emails in the chat. We'll send you copies of it. Both of y'all leave each other alone.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. In today's TPO hearing, we have a woman who is trying to get a TPO against her son's father by alleging violence in front of their son. But the only video evidence shown in court showing violence was when she smashed out the windows on his house. Let's see what the judge thinks.
Courtney Simmons. Courtney Simmons. Courtney Simmons.
Here.
All right. Raise your right hand. Mr. Harrison, both of you. I swear affirm testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, trying to figure this thing out with this podium on, but it's not working. Miss Free, can you come mute? All right, there's going to be a little feedback because somebody's been in here messing with my system. So Miss Simmons, start with the most recent event. Tell me what.
So February 1st, I arrived at Mr. Harrison's residence to pick up our son Preston that we share, but he is not legitimized. I did let Mr. Harrison know that I didn't want to talk. I just wanted to get my son and leave. And he persisted on trying to talk, and I tried to, get my son ready to go, and he persisted and persisted, and the conversation escalated to the point where I told him to just go in his room and allow me to get my son ready, in which he got upset and grabbed me and told me, "Watch who the fuck you talk to." I responded in self-defense when Mr. Harrison, then he grabbed me and he lifted me in the air and slammed me on the ground right in front of my son. When I got upset, Mr. Harrison went and grabbed his phone and started recording me and started pushing me out the door. I kept saying, "I just want to get my son and leave. I want to get my son and leave." He kept pushing me out the door with the phone in my face. When I knocked the phone out his hand and I managed to move past him and grab my phone in my purse and I tried to reach for my son, he then took me to the door and literally lifted me up and threw me out the house. After that, the situation escalated where a reporting was presented to the police, in which I can't speak of because it's an open case. However, there is against me a no contact order in which I've been honoring, and I have not contacted Mr. Harrison at all since the incident. And since we share a son that has not been legitimized, I had removed him on the pickup list for the son because we do not have a parental agreement. On February the 6th, I received a phone call from the school because Mr. Harrison arrived at the school causing a commotion because he's trying to pick up our son, Preston. The school then, distraught because they didn't know what to do. They're not used to situations like this and they don't understand the Georgia law.
Doesn't matter about that, move along.
So Mr. Harrison, they relieved Mr. Harrison, they released my son to Mr. Harrison, in which, because we have a no contact order, I had to request a police escort. The officer, he didn't, yes?
No contact order because he was arrested?
No, it was a no contact order because I was arrested because of the footage on the video. So we share a son together, which he isn't legitimized. He took my son from the school, and I had to contact the police to receive a police escort to obtain my son. The detective had contacted Mr. Harrison. I do not have a police report because Officer Edie did not write a report, but I obtained a copy of the phone call the detective made to Mr. Harrison, in which the call he acknowledges that my son had not been legitimized, acknowledged that there was a no contact order, and in the end, he was advised to get my son legitimized. And he was also defiant against the detective when asked to return my son. He said, "Well, what if I don't return him?" Which gives me cause to believe that this may happen again. Mr. Harrison has, I've not received any information about Mr. Harrison attempting to legitimize my son, but he has emailed me numerous times about contacting me numerous times to pick up my son. And he has also had friends reach out to me. And when I went to the office, to the police station to inquire on how I can protect myself from him contacting me with this, because I feel like I'm being baited to contact him and avoid him going to my son's school and picking him up, he suggested that I get the CPO. There has also been situations.
Is there a pending legitimation case?
You
know where Miss Free is? Okay. Miss Free, the deputy's looking for you. Is there a pending legitimation? Sir, have you filed one?
No, I'm actually hiring a lawyer. I'm actually about to go for full custody of my 4-year-old son.
Yeah, I don't care about all that. I just said, have you filed a legitimation case?
No, ma'am. No, Your Honor.
So, I'm sorry, everybody, but somebody has messed with the whole system in here. If there's an echo, I apologize. If I mute myself, can't hear. I don't even know how to fix it. All right, let's see. Let me hear from you, sir. What about this throwing her on the ground, etc.?
All right. So my son and we share 2 kids together. So for the past 2 years, I stayed right around the corner from my son's school and around the corner from my daughter's school. So for the past 2 years, Monday through Friday, my daughter and my son come over to my house. I go pick up my son from school every day for the past 2 years. All right. So the weekend before February 1st, I have another daughter. Her mom's name is Erica. My daughter had a birthday party and she didn't want the children that me and Miss Simmons share. the children that me and Miss Simmons share together, she didn't want them around my other daughter's mom. So on February 1st, my daughter, she didn't come over my house. And so I was concerned. So I was calling my daughter. She just turned 14. I was calling my daughter and I was calling Miss Simmons. Nobody responded to me. Nobody responded to my text. So when she came to pick up our son, and when she came in to pick him up, I asked her, I was like, have you talked to Trinity? Because she hasn't came to the house. And so she automatically upset, like, yo, I ain't talking to you right now. So I'm like, I just need to know, have you talked to Trinity? Like, is she at your house or is she at my house? I can't hear you. I'm sorry, Judge, I can't hear you.
I just need to know if you slammed her on the ground.
Oh, never. She got upset, and she put her hands around my neck. And I said, you gonna do this in front of our son? And so I took her hands off me and I ran to my room and got my phone and I recorded everything on the phone. So and on the video, she's punching me, she's slapping me, she's trying to choke me. And so I called 911 and I requested the police. I said, I have a lady, and I got the videos, I could screen share.
This day is the day she was arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have video you want to share?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you share your screen?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can bring Mr. King on in. As soon as I finish this, we're going to take it up with Mr. King.
I'm getting my son. I'm not
I
touching
will get him.
Get off
I will
of
get
me.
him, bro. I will
Get
get him.
off of me. Get off
I
of
will
me.
get him.
Walk away from me, dog.
Nigga, you in
Walk
my
away.
house. Just get out my house.
shit is over there, and my son is over
get
there.
him, bro. Why'd you doing this? Why'd you doing this, bro? Just get out. Just get out, bro. All right, that's one.
Fuck out.
I'll get him, man. I'll get him. Just get out my house. If I knew you was coming like this, dog, I wouldn't have let you in my house, bro. Just get out my house. Just get out my house. Just get out my house. Just get out my house.
I'm trying to get my son.
Just get out my house, bro. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. Just get out my house. Just get out my house, bro. You done already put your hands on me, bro.
No.
You done already put your hands on me. Get out my house, bro. Just get out my fucking house.
Get out of. Of course you would. Of course.
Go ahead and get out my house, bro. I'll bring my son outside. I'll bring my son outside. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You done already put your hands on me and tried to choke me, bro.
You just threw me on the ground.
Cause you fucking choked me, dog. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get out my house, dog. Get out my house. I'll get my son.
I'm getting him.
I'll get my son, bro. It was my daughter's fucking party.
I told you to leave me alone.
It was my daughter's party.
Get that shit out
It was my daughter's party. How is my daughter's party?
I don't
And you
want
don't
a
want her
pet
there?
down. I don't want a pet
Bro,
down.
just get
I
out
don't
my
want
house.
a pet.
Go ahead. You going to jail. You going to jail. You going to jail. You going to jail.
You put your hands
You
on
going
me.
to jail.
You put your hands on me.
You
Go
going
ahead.
to jail. Don't go in my house.
Get off.
You going to jail. You going to jail.
Exactly what you want.
Go ahead, son.
Get off of me.
Don't touch me.
Get off of me.
Don't touch me, bro.
Get off of me.
You going to jail.
Get off of
All right. Anything else from you, Ms. Simmons?
Oh,
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, let me see if she has anything she wants to say about that.
As you heard in the video, I stated you just threw me on the floor, and he admitted to throwing me on the floor, and he just stated in open court that he did not throw me on the ground. I know this was not the best light of me, but this was after I've been assaulted by Mr. Harrison. And in the video, as I was completely honest and letting you know that the situation had escalated, and I was trying to get my son, and I just wanted to get my son and leave, and he refused to let me get my son and leave. I did not want it to get to that level.
Anything else, Mr. Harris?
Yes, ma'am. Again, like I said, I've been picking up my son for 2 years. Like I said in the video, if I knew you was gonna come up acting like that, I would have never let you inside of my house. I got the paperwork with the case number. She went to jail. If I put my hands on her, I would have went to jail. But I recorded everything, according to 911 phone call. I said I do not want to hang up because I do not want to be said that I did something that I didn't do. So she went to jail. And as far as the emails and the TPO requests that she said, and I got screenshots of those too. Only thing I said was, Courtney, I just wanted to see my son. I just want to get my son. So when she called the police, when I picked my son up, it was a Monday. I went to go pick my son up like I always do for the past 2 years. So when I picked him up is when the police officer called me and said, if I don't bring him back, it'll be kidnapping because of legitimation. And I brought him back.
Anything else?
Was that question for Mr. Harrison?
Well, that's for you. Anything else you want to tell me?
Yes, there has been incidents with my daughter, with Mr. Harrison in January the 26th. Mr. Harrison and my daughter and my son and another child were at Grindhouse. My daughter had made me aware of him taking my daughter and body slamming her on the ground. The incident was caught on video on the Grindhouse cameras. I had contacted the owner, and the owner indicated that he was going to call the police. I have the recording of the phone call between me and the owner of Grindhouse, and he indicated that he was going to call the police because he can only authorize.
Listen to it. The owner of Grindhouse isn't here.
According to Georgia law, it's a one party.
I appreciate you teaching me that. Let's do this.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to offend you, Your Honor, but this was.
No, you didn't. But there was a lawyer earlier that tried to tell me that an opposing party couldn't call the respondent as a witness. But according to Georgia law, no, he is not here. I can't hear this recording. Is there anything else you need me to hear?
May I play the recording of that was an open record to the phone call to the
Who is the phone call between?
Between the detective and Mr. Harrison. This is an open record.
It doesn't matter, but the other party isn't here. Both parties have to be here. Anything else?
I have emails between me and Mr. Harrison.
From when?
Recently, and from the past, we've also.
What does recently mean? Tell me what recently
means. This year, and in 2018 when I was pregnant with my son.
2018. What is recent? Are they threatening messages, and what is recent? Because this video that I saw, when is Mr. Harrison, is the legitimation case been filed?
No, it hasn't been filed yet, Your Honor.
When do you plan on filing it?
I didn't know if I should just do the legitimation on my own or get a lawyer, and once I legitimize to go for the full custody.
When do you plan on? Have you met with an attorney, or when do you plan on doing it?
I'm talking to a couple right now. I got some recommendations. One name is Jeremy Robinson, from JR Law Firm.
I'm not making any recommendations. It doesn't matter who you're talking to. Y'all are gonna have to have a guardian in this. Anything else you want to? I'm just telling you ahead of time.
Yes, if possible, I can share a text message that she sent to me a week before while I was at work, where she says in the text message, "I'm going to make your life hell." If I could show you the text message and the email.
Text message, and then Ms. Simmons, you can have the last word. Go on and bring Mr. King in here. Why you pull that up? Let me let these other people. Ms. Free, I do not want you staying here until it's dark. This has been a heck of a day. So if it starts to get dark, you gotta leave, you leave. Do not stay here, or get your husband to come get you. I'll walk you out. All right, let me call this 2 o'clock calendar. All right, if you're here for the 2 o'clock calendar, cameras on, stay on mute. 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 If you were here for this 2 o'clock calendar, cameras on, stay on mute. Amber, can we get IT to come fix this? It's like this horrible echo. Can you hear the echo?
Yeah, we can. So I'll call IT now to see if we can get someone to rush.
You sound like God, Judge.
Hello. All right, everybody. Let's see. Maybe I'll just put the podium back in the waiting room. All right. Let's see. Here we go. Now,
This is what she.
Let me call this 2 o'clock case. There better be some good cases on here. Y'all, nobody has listened to me today. How about this? Daniel Bragg. Take yourself off mute and say here. Danielle Bragg.
Here.
All right. Go ahead. What else do you have to say?
I believe Mr. Harrison was showing his text messages. I have to make that.
Do they have it pulled up? Can y'all make sure that is locked? Can y'all leave the outside doors? And when it stops, you got to put your hand over the little thing and like, stay in here. You can stay in here. All right, go ahead. You can show the screen. When are the texts from? Huh? Okay, that's cool. When are these texts from? Does it say January of this year? You're on mute, Mr. Harrison. You're still on mute, Mr. Harrison, but I'm reading. Oh, Mr. Harrison, take yourself off mute. I can't hear you.
All right.
There you go.
All right. So yeah. So yes, ma'am. It was 2 days before the situation happened. She texted me out the blue. She wanted to argue. I even said it. I'm like, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, and you want to start an argument while I'm at work. I just want to get down a little bit.
Okay.
So you can
need to read it. Go back down. I mean,
Oh, I wanted to show you. I just wanted to show you the time up there. But I wanted you to see where I told her. I said, okay, Courtney, you can continue to be controlling and aggressive, but I'm not into that. So go ahead and text and argue with yourself. And when you want to be grown, you can contact me because this is what I'm not about to do anymore. Right? So I stopped texting her. And this is what she said, Your Honor. She said, you create your own drama. You have done nothing but disrespect me. I'm gonna scroll a little bit more. So I want you to see what she said. She said, I am your worst effing enemy from here on out. Do not think you can sleep peacefully. Rest assured, I will make your life hell. You will regret effing with me.
all right. What else you got to say, ma'am?
These messages were a result of a reoccurring. Whenever I break things off with Mr. Harrison, he brings his, mind you, he's married and he has a child with his wife, and which is not Erica. But Erica is a woman who assaulted my daughter.
I don't care about her.
It has relevance, and I
well, it's not, because this isn't against Erica. This is against him and not her. So that doesn't matter. This is between the two of you.
May I share my screen and show the email?
Is this between you and Mr. Harrison?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
When was it?
It was November of this last year. And it's just in relation
what
to
the email's about.
So Mr. Harrison is texting me.
See, no, you just tell me what it's about. You say it's about picking up the kids. It's about picking up groceries. That's what I want you to do. What is it about?
It's a random message he emailed me of a text message, and it's just showing. It shows how.
Is this a violent email? Is it an email about? What do you want?
It's difficult to explain. May I just show the email?
Okay, sure. Ms. Steele, was that y'all that ordered the court reporter?
We did have a court reporter, Your Honor, but we indicated to her we didn't need her. Okay. And I have sent to you I've sent to to Amber, Ms. Bree, the proposed order. There's the 12-month TPO and non-disparagement order, and then there's a release that's attached to the file.
All right, Ms. Bree, when you get it, you can send it to me if you want.
I have it printed ready for you, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. If you could bring it here, I'll be glad to sign it.
Are there odds
with the sign it, then What's that, Ms. Steele?
I said, are there odds we may be able to get the file stamped one today?
I'll tell you what, when Ms. Reed gives it to me, I will sign it right now. Ms. Reed, can Ms. Steele e-file it?
I can
Sure.
e-file it. Be signed,
Huh?
yeah.
Yes, that'd be absolutely fine.
So she can even, okay, so if Ms. Reed brings it in here, we'll scan it and send it back to you, Ms. Steele, and y'all can e-file
I will do so, Your Honor.
it. Okay. All right. I'm waiting on the share screen for the email. Where'd she go?
I have no idea. But yeah, I'm not violent. I haven't been violent
I
to
can't
her.
hear anything from you while she's not.
I haven't said anything wrong. I just want to take care of my.
I can hear. I cannot hear anything from you while she is not here.
Your Honor, at some point, may I provide you with an update, please?
Oh, Ms. Simmons, what else would you like to say? Share an email.
I just want to share the email to
Okay,
show the level of harassment.
Okay, share the email.
It's me attempting to
Please
create.
share the email.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Judge, are you fine on if we log off?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't see your screen yet.
I'm sorry. Let me see. I do apologize. I've never done this before.
Judge, I was wondering if my name had got called. I kind of got into the chat late.
Yes, if yours expired, you're gonna have to refile. Like, hold on. Hold on, let's make sure. Yep, yours is expired. You're gonna need to refile, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Do you see my screen now, Your Honor?
I just see a tiny, tiny picture, but yes, I see something.
Do you see it now? The email?
A tiny picture, like a little screensaver. That's all I can see.
Is it still not showing?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, still not showing.
I see what it has to do.
All right, it says you're sharing a screen, but I don't know. It's just the screen is just black. Screen's just black. I don't see anything on there. Still just black. Still just a blank screen. Still just a blank screen. Are you these supposed to be missing? Okay. Okay, that's it. You can't figure it out, Miss Simmons. You know what? I mean, I'll tell you what, we're gonna stand down because I'm gonna take this lawyer's case right here. And then I have to call and cancel my plans for the weekend because I'm not gonna be able to get out of here. So I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. I'm gonna take the attorney. Miss Simmons, you have one more chance. Can you share your screen? Not working, Miss Simmons. Not working. And I can't hear you, Miss Simmons. You're on mute. Anything else you want to say? Miss Simmons, I can't hear you. I mean, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I cannot hear a word you're saying.
That's a thing.
But Miss Simmons, I say you're not on mute, but you're not connected to a microphone. Go down to that little microphone, hit that arrow button up and connect to the microphone that you want to use. Because you are not connected to a microphone that's functioning.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Now what else do you want to say?
I do apologize about that. I'm not very good with technology apparently, but I understand how damaging. I came into this courtroom with the understanding how damaging that video would be, and understanding that I had a no contact order against me. I was willing to honor that no contact order. Perfectly happy of honoring that no contact order. I've made attempts to distance and create boundaries for me and Mr. Harrison, but Mr. Harrison continues to implement methods to try to be in contact with me. Mr. Harrison did pick up my son that day, understanding that we did have a no contact order and that we had not had our son legitimized, and there was no way for us to do a fair exchange. He was defiant on the phone call with the officer in terms of returning my son, and unfortunately I can't play the recording to display that, but the reason why I filed this TPO was because I have no protection for myself to keep Mr. Harrison from contacting me or going to the school and trying to causing commotion, trying to pick up my son and trying to instigate some sort of contact between me and him, because if I contact him or if I respond or any manner to these methods that he's using, I'm going back to jail. I would not waste the court's time.
Okay, right now there's a no contact order
against myself. I cannot contact Mr. Harrison, but it's not stopping him from contacting me.
Mr. Harrison, why are you contacting her for any reason, Mr. Harrison?
I can show you the. Can I show you the emails?
No, I want you yes or no. Are you contacting her for any reason?
about our son. I said, please don't do this. My son needs his father. I just
Hold
want.
on. Listen. Just a yes or a no.
Hmm?
Are you contacting her in any way?
Through email. I ain't know nothing about the no
Okay.
contact.
Okay. That's one of her bond conditions.
I didn't know that.
I do understand I can't play the recording, but on the recording he admits to knowing about the no contact order and that he had not legitimized my son, and he has had our daughter legitimized.
Stand by. Sorry. Mr. Harris.
Yes.
You have to file a case. She does not have to let you see y'all's child unless you do that. That's how it is. More of a benefit than that. Something were to happen to you, the child could get survivor benefits. If something were to happen to Miss Simmons, as long as you've legitimated this child, the child would go to you as opposed to going to someone else and you being in probate court fighting to get custody of the child that belongs to you. There's so many benefits. So people not doing this that's just ridiculous. So you need to do that. Miss Simmons, does your bond order say that you can have contact about the child?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Harrison, you can't contact her anymore. Her bond conditions are going to have to be modified. Do you understand me, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even about your child, you can't contact her. She doesn't have to let you see your child, unfortunately, if she doesn't want to. File your legitimation case. That judge can make any decision that he or she wants to about rights, as far as visitation, parenting time, things like that. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
But don't put her in danger of getting her bond revoked. Because that video right there, that didn't really look like she was scared of you. I'm denying this, but Mr. Harrison, I'm telling you, stop contacting her. Even about the child. You can't do that. Get a lawyer, file something, and then y'all can talk about it in that case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's just, y'all both put your emails in the chat. Once you do, you can go ahead and leave the meeting.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. James, Mr. Younger, please. All right, let's go. Ms. James, Mr. Younger, turn your cameras on. And both of y'all need to get it together and not act like that in front of that child again, ever, Mr. Harrison and Ms. Simmons. Ever, 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 ever. Poor kid sitting there at the bar eating or doing whatever he's doing, and y'all acting crazy like that. Put your emails in the chat and y'all can both leave.
Yeah,
all right, Mr. Younger.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. This clip is from a 7-hour stream of TPO hearings where the judge just can't seem to catch a break. In this hearing, we have the kind of petty neighborhood drama and silliness that makes it difficult for the judge to keep her cool. Let's watch the judge try to keep it together.
All right. How about the Thomases and the Sims? So Shanette Thomas and both the Sims.
Yes.
Ms. Jackie Sims, can you take yourself off mute too, please? All right, if y'all raise your right hands.
Yes.
Where'd amazing Sims go? All right, y'all swear firm testimony about to give. Thomas, you got to raise your right hand too.
Yes, yes, yes.
Swear firm the testimony about to give is the truth, all truth, nothing but the truth. Yep, nod your head.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Mr. Giles, you got to figure out your audio. I'm moving on to this case. All right, Ms. Thomas, specifically, tell me, start from that most recent event, work backwards, and tell me what independently Ms. Jacqueline Sims did to you, and then you can tell me what Ms. Amazing Sims has done to you.
Okay, Your Honor. I'm gonna start off with.
How are you related to them?
I'm not related.
Okay, all right. Tell me what Ms. Jacqueline Sims did to you.
Okay. Okay, here recently, well, the most recent thing is that they already violated the order. They had her other daughter to come and talk to me. I was sitting in my car. They told her that I was outside. The daughter stays very close by. And the lady, she pulled up on me sitting in my car, which is against She can't, she's a third party.
Tell me what, besides that right now, start with what we can talk about that. Tell me what Miss Sims did. Start with the most recent. Besides that, what made you come and get this protective order?
The most recent thing, I was taking out my trash. This is on the mother's birthday. I was taking out the trash, and the daughter come outside hollering and screaming, bitch, this whole day. I ain't did nothing to nobody.
Okay.
It's always.
So I need to know what Miss Jackie Sims did to you. What specifically Miss Jackie Sims did to you.
I have a video. You want you would like the video?
Okay. Tell me what Miss Jackie Sims, because you weren't saying what Miss Jackie Sims did. You were talking about somebody else doing it. So what did Miss Jackie Sims do to you?
Jackie Sims is the beginning of all of everything.
What did she do to you
in her lives? Her daughter does a lot of things. It's an ongoing.
Tell me what she does.
Her mother threatened to jump on me and everything. This is ongoing for years, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. Stop. We're taking time out. All right. Ms. Thomas.
Yes.
I want you, this is what I want from you. Judge, Miss Jackie Sims called me 382 times in January, and I know that because I know it's her number and I heard her voice. Judge, Miss Jackie Sims did this. That's what I want. What did Miss and we'll talk about Miss Amazing Sims. I want to hear about Miss Jackie Sims first and only.
Okay.
What did Miss Jackie Sims, a date, and what she did specifically?
Jackie Sims threatens to fight me. I actually was standing in the kitchen a couple of days ago, and she told one of the other neighbors that she would jump on me if she got in trouble. She is the beginning of all this, Your Honor. If you see the video, you will understand everything.
All right, share. You got to share your screen to show a video.
Okay.
Do y'all all live together now?
No, we don't live together. No. Hold on, let me see how I do it.
Okay, you figure out how to share a screen. I got to step away from this for a minute because I'm going to have a heart attack. My blood pressure is going so high right now.
It's a lot.
So
It's a lot, Your Honor.
figure out how to share a screen, and I'll be right back. See, she can't even say what I did.
The video I do it. It's okay.
Ms. Sims, you may be in your house, Ms. Jackie Sims, but you don't smoke in my courtroom, and you're in my courtroom.
Oh, I'm
right now.
sorry. I'm sorry, Judge.
That's all right. Go ahead, Ms. Thomas. When did you take this video? Take yourself off mute, Ms. Thomas, and tell me when you took the video.
This video was just from a few months ago, actually.
Okay, what does a few months ago mean?
Let's see. Let's go to it. This was from in June. This the one that I actually have that is recent that actually caught them.
So June of last year. That wasn't a few months ago.
Well, okay.
Right? Well, you got to tell me. Okay, so tell me is there audio to this video?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you're gonna have to let me hear the audio. Don't talk over it, but first tell me, what am I gonna see?
Okay, on this particular day, I was sitting in the back of my truck with my son. This was right before I had to get ready for work. Amazing Sam's came by taking out the trash. We didn't say anything to each other. She went in the house and convinced her mother that I was outside with my son talking about her, which never happened. Jackie Sands ran out the house. Bitch, this, I don't know if we could cuss, but I'm being cursed out. And I'm like, Jackie, what did I do? So I asked Amazing. I'm like, Amazing, what did I do? The daughter proceeds to run down the steps, hollering and screaming. She gonna jump on me. She gonna do this to me. All in front of my son. He's only 2 years old. The baby goes everywhere I go.
Okay, play the video.
Hey, okay.
And don't talk during it so I can hear it. Is that it? I don't hear anything being said.
And I don't understand why, Your Honor. But I mean, you could see far as what went on. Another neighbor even had to come and get her for doing what she's doing. She does this all the time, Your Honor, in front of my son. I'm with my son daily. I don't bother nobody.
Okay, stop. Tell me something besides June that Miss Jackie Sims has done to you. That was June of last year. What specifically has she done to you in 2023?
He threatened to jump on me. They threatened to jump on me all the time. Other than that, nothing for Jackie Sims, Your Honor.
All right. Tell me what Miss Amazing Sims did.
Oh, okay.
Specifically, Miss Amazing Sims, and give me dates.
Specifically, Amazing Sims. Okay. Right before I took out this order, finally, I'm coming from the trash. I haven't said anything to anybody. Amazing Sims runs out the door, bitch, this, all that, all on the porch. Our mother was having a birthday party. That's the thing. And I wasn't doing anything but taking out the trash. I gotta be bitches and hoes. Look, I got my young children. I ain't no telling when these folks gonna find a jump on me. A few months back, this was in February. Her and her mother was on the porch. The mother was right there. Amazing. She wanna yell and cuss and scream. The mother right there with her. She even threw a lit cigarette at me and my son. That's cruelty to children. She had a water bottle. She threw that. The mother knocked it down. I can't say. Jackie knocked the water bottle down. I called the police that night. Nobody came. But the next morning, I called again. And someone did come out. But he informed me that he really couldn't do anything about it because it happened the night before. I have to watch my back just taking out the trash. I wanted to sit out the other night after school. I go to school. My son goes to school. I'm in school for radiology. Barely can sit on the porch when I want to, not knowing when this girl gonna come downstairs and try to jump on me. She has ran down those steps so many times on me, and it's beyond ridiculous. And I'm tired of the situation. I want to be left alone so I could just do my studying and better my situation for my children. I don't have time for Miss Sims. I just don't. I don't want to be attacked. I don't want my son to be attacked in the process. My son follows me everywhere I go.
All right, Miss Thomas, slow down. So far, what I've heard from you is she's calling you bitches and hoes. That's what I've heard.
Throwing lit cigarettes at me and the baby, and like the girl does a lot of stuff, Your Honor, and it's not okay.
This the
This
first.
girl run- Judge John, can I please?
Okay, yeah, stand by. Miss Jackie Sims, let me hear from you first.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Judge, Your Honor?
Oh, go ahead. I'm trying.
I haven't spoke to Miss Thomas in over 2 years. When I go out my door, I go past her door, I mind my own business. Everybody around here know I don't speak to her. I don't say nothing to that lady. And I don't even associate with her. I just pass by her like a tree. I don't say nothing to that lady. I ain't spoke to her over 2 years.
All right, Miss Sims, Miss Amazing Sims, what would you like to say?
Yes, ma'am. I want to clear my name about the lit cigarettes, Judge Your Honor. I have never flicked no lit cigarette at a child. For one, every time I come outside, Miss Thomas, she rushes outside like she's eardropping at the door. She comes outside when she see me outside making noises. The other day, but it was Wednesday, before we came to court, she's out there barbecuing. I'm out there washing clothes. She has her grill right by our step. She's standing right there at the grill. As I'm coming down the steps with my laundry, she's standing right there backing up, trying to get me to bump into her. I walked over to this red car that we have out here in our parking lot. So company, my friend came over, net pulls her grill in the middle of the parking. Like we supposed to hit her or something. No, ma'am. Ain't nobody messing with this lady, ma'am. This stuff been 2 years ago.
Y'all are standing too close to one another.
Not gonna let nobody lie on my name, Judge Young.
This girl is a compulsive liar. She is compulsive. Well, how did I get a video? How did we just have words a few months ago? How did all this take place?
A few months ago, you had video in June. What video did you have recently?
My camera doesn't catch everything, though. I can honestly say my camera doesn't catch anything. But how do we? If it's been 2 years, huh? And I cannot barbecue in the middle of the parking lot when cars are coming by. That doesn't make sense. I was barbecuing.
I remember in Freaknik when I was a cop and people barbecuing in the middle of 285.
I can't barbecue in the middle of the parking lot.
Well, they did. You obviously weren't here for the first Freaknik. They barbecued in the middle of the interstate, broke out the charcoal and everything.
I just want to be left alone. I have not done anything to anybody. Ain't no way I can barbecue in the middle of our parking lot. It's a one-way in, one-way out.
Judge Your Honor, we have a spot where we all supposed to barbecue at. It's in a picnic area, and she was all out there in the parking lot trying to get me to bump her. For what? Why you keep picking with us? We're not messing with you.
This girl is a compulsive liar, Your Honor.
Ladies, look.
I'm messing with you.
How do you a parking spot bothering somebody?
I know. Muting everybody. This is insane. This is insane. This is neighbors. Ladies. You know, it never matters. I give these same speeches and people roll their eyes. Ladies and women of color, you should be lifting one another up. It is hard enough out here. You should be lifting one another up, protecting one another, looking out for one another, because there's too many women out there that are getting hurt by other people, by their spouses, by their significant others, getting hurt walking up, getting hurt delivering food. And you ladies should be looking out for one another. If it's like when I was a kid, it still took a village. So if there's kids, guess what? If something was to happen and one of your children ran outside, Miss Thomas, I got a feeling, even if Miss Jackie Sims don't like you, that she would go and dash out there and get that kid from in front of the car. That's what a village does for people. Listen, that's the iPhone. Oh my God, sir, put that cigarette out. I don't give a crap that you are outside of this. What is wrong with everybody today? You know what, Miss Reed? We're going to start bringing people in person. We're going to start doing because people are going to learn how to act in a courtroom. Dear. Okay. All right. Don't you light another cigarette, sir. You heard me tell Miss Sims to stop smoking. All right. I'm not going to put this in place because you ladies seriously need to help one another. It takes everybody helping one another. It does. Don't say anything to Miss Thomas. Don't make her come back here again with complaints. But I do this, and your neighbors, and we all got to live somewhere near neighbors, and some neighbors don't like each other. Some just don't like them. But don't do this. Just decide you can't get along. But try. You're gonna need each other at some point in time. Y'all place your emails in the chat. Once you do, we'll send you a copy of the dismissal. Y'all stay healthy and safe. Please take care of one another. And you know what? Be more like Michelle. They go low, you go high. They go low, you go high. Y'all be like Michelle Obama. Make us happy. Y'all place your email in the chat. We'll email you copies of the dismissals.
So we do have to stay away from each other, right? Even though we don't have a order.
Y'all, yeah, leave each other alone. Y'all place your email in the chat. We'll send you a copy of dismissals. Thank y'all. What y'all do?
All right, thank
you. And we'll go to the next one.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have a TPO hearing with a woman who is filing for a TPO against another woman because she continues to insist that her baby daddy lives in her house. But the first woman says that she's wrong. Let's see what the judge thinks.
Okay.
Right. All right, let's see. So we got Miss Edwards and Miss Stamper. Did you hear that, Miss Free? Yeah, okay. All right, both of y'all raise your right hands. And once you put all that email in the chat, you can go ahead and leave. All right, Ms. Edwards, if you raise your right hand too. Everybody
Yes.
else, your testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. Please, y'all put your hands down. Don't talk over each other. Miss Edwards, start from the most recent event, work backwards. Tell me what's going on and how Miss Stamper is stalking you specifically. I want to hear about it.
2002, February the 15th, 2023, went to my mailbox. It's a child abandonment papers. When Miss Stanford can't find her child's father, whatever they go through with altercation, I'm the target. It all started back from 2018. It's the first time I have ever tried to put a PTO. When she can't find them, I'm the target, meaning my mom, I was staying with my mom in 2018. She sent court papers out there to my mom's house, reaching out to my mom and telling my mom how I shouldn't be with this guy. Whenever she can't find him, I am the target. 2000, let me pick up my paper. 2021, I get some court papers. We go to court. She trying to get a PTO. Oh, Chloe getting on my nerves. Chloe doing this. The judge told her, well, I'm not here because Chloe getting on your nerves. I'm here if Chloe bothering you, Chloe blowing up your phone, Chloe doing anything of that nature, then I will grant the order. By the end of that day, I got an email from Atlanta Housing up under investigation. I told the guy what was going on. He said, Miss Ed, was this anything like stalking what you saying it is? When we call you in, bring everything you have, because I always make a paper trail on her. If she can't contact him, she'll blow me up all day. When I say blow me up, I can share my screen. Blow me up.
Share your screen. So, Lord, is this about a man?
No, it on her end, yeah. But it's when she can't find them, I gotta send paperwork to Chloe house. I gotta send paperwork. I gotta send Chloe to court. I gotta call her mama. She done got so deep about it on her. She done even dropped her kids off at my house. I never kept this girl kids a day in my life. Never.
Right. Why don't you go ahead and share your screen where she's called you? Have you told her to start reaching out to you?
Oh, yeah. She done even told these people that I connected my phone line with his. I personally went down to AT&T. AT&T showed me an app that I pay for. They take out of my account every month for. And the lady said, well, this way you can show when she's constantly calling your phone, Miss Edwards. She can't say y'all line connected if you done download a personal app and all her calls is coming through your line. I'm finna show you.
I like to get this straight. So this guy used to be yours?
Yes, but I stopped talking to him because every time it's an issue with her. It's been an issue since 2018. Still an issue.
So now he's his. Or she's his. Or whatever. She's got him.
Yana, what? No, evidently she can't, because when she can't find them, that's when she sent court papers to my house. The last time she did it was February the 15th, 2023. Some abandonment papers, which I screenshot before I sent them back. I screenshotted them the day that I got them in the mail. I always make a paper trail on her. Anything that she do, I have always made a paper trail on her. Anything she have ever done.
All right, go ahead and show me share your screen with me.
Okay. Hold on. Go back to it.
Miss Free, while she's doing that, if Miss Goucher is gonna be the one that's gonna be seeing these people at 1 o'clock, can she tell them to go on Zoom.us, watch those videos and learn how to operate Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor, I relay the message.
All right. Okay, what I got, tell me what I got here, Miss Edwards. Are you on mute, Miss Edwards?
Okay, these are the phone, these are the calls that come through my phone. These are this the person app right here. As
Okay,
you
so
can
hold on.
see.
So what are the dates on these here?
Hold on.
I mean, so all of these are for Cassandra.
Yeah, okay, look, yeah, okay, we're gonna them the dates right there. 8/29, 8/29, 8/29,
So that's
8/28.
2020. What you got in 2023?
No, oh, shit, I didn't have none in 2023. I'm just saying these are the calls when she getting her little rages. These are the calls. This how she'll get to blowing up my phone. This
What
is
has
when
she done? What has she done this year?
That's the abandonment paper. That was recently right there. That was recently right there.
So it's for him though. What has she
Yeah.
done this year to you?
Nothing. That's you sending paperwork to my home for what? Why is you doing that? Just because you
But tell me how she's harassing you in 2023. How many times has she called you in 2023? Miss Edwards, how many times has she reached out to you in 2023?
2023 is when we went to court. No, 2023 is when she did the paperwork. Yeah, when she sent abandonment paperwork to my home. 2021, all the way up from 2018 to 2021. And that's when she was sending me to court. It's like, stop that paperwork stuff. Stop that. Stop contacting me. When you can't find him.
She's trying to get him in court.
Yeah, but when you can't contact him, stop putting me involved. When you can't find him, stop putting me involved. When you can't find him, stop calling my mama house. When you can't find him, stop calling Atlanta houses. Stop putting me involved.
But listen to my questions. How many times did she reach out to you about him or anything else in 2021?
2021. That's when she dropped her kids off at my house. It's like she's not reaching, but I'm like, why you doing little stuff like that? That's reaching to me. That's reaching. That's reaching.
But I need you to listen to me. How many times did she contact you in 2021?
She can't contact me because I have her on block. She can't physically contact me. She can't come to my house, but dropping your kids off at my house, contact me.
How many, I'm using the word contact loosely. 2021, how many times did she contact you? Either drop her kids off, ride by your house, call you, try to text you?
Drop her kids once, twice.
Okay. What about in 2022? How many times did she reach out to you or talk to you or try to get in touch with you?
None.
Well, then she ain't had no budget. What did she do to you in 2023?
Sent them court papers to my house. Stop doing stop. Why you send court papers to my house? I mean, you don't have no relationship. Why is you sending court papers to my house?
All right, hold on a second.
They're just like it's
right. Miss Stanford, take stuff off mute. Why are you looking for this man in her house?
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm not looking for that man at her house. That is my child's father of my 2 kids. I have not reached out to either one of them since 2021. I dropped my children off in August of 2021 because my children had nowhere to stay. We was forced out of our recent residence, which we stayed in.
Let me ask you a question. Was he living with her?
Yes, ma'am. You seen him? That was him on that picture right there with the kids right there. That was him.
But let me ask you a question. Why are you sending mail if he doesn't live there? Why are you contacting Miss Evans?
I have not contacted her. He resides in her home, ma'am. I dropped my kids off August 2021, which she showed you the video of those 2 small kids and that man. They stay at a residence. I dropped my children off with them. I had nowhere for my kids to go at that particular time. She have not contacted me. I have not reached out to her, period, or no sort.
Ms. Edwards, where does he live now?
Where she been sending the child support papers at. Where she been sending them at.
And that ain't where you live.
No, I take you to give you a tour through my house. No.
Unless you cooking lunch, because I'm hungry.
Yeah, I can give you a tour through my house, my closet, whatever location you want me to go in my house. I'll show you.
Miss Stanford, he don't live there. Why are you saying
I will show you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
She can't tell me who stay in my house.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Your Honor. He does reside there, ma'am. And matter of fact, the papers got served February the 15th. That's when the court date was. Miss Chloe Edwards and Ramonda Strickland was in child abandonment court.
Because I dropped them papers off on him and I want to talk to the DA. Now tell that, because I told the DA lady the same thing, that Miss Strickland keeps sending them papers to my house. And the DA lady told the judge, she said, Miss Edwards is stressing that she want us to give Miss Stanford the correct address. Now say I'm lying because the lady said it. I was there to tell the DA lady and the judge. I was there to tell them personally, so she knew I wasn't playing. I even pulled out every paperwork I just showed you, Judge. I showed them as well. I wanted them to know she been sending that paperwork to my house and she need to stop, and I want y'all to stop and get her the correct address. That's exactly what I told them. That's exactly what I told them child support people. About you. Sure did.
Ms. Stanford, go ahead. What?
This is a retaliation from February.
No, it ain't no retaliation.
I have not bothered these folks.
I'm tired of you sending paperwork.
All right, let her talk, Ms. Edwards. Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Your Honor, I sent those papers because that's where he resides at. Your Honor, on February the 15th, we was in child abandonment court. This is a retaliation. I have not contacted these folks since 2021, Your Honor, period. I have not contacted them, period. This is a retaliation for him being detained on February the 15th, 2023 for child abandonment of a wide-minded child.
Ms. Stanford, have you went through child support and tried to file a case in child support?
We have one, baby. It's open. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry. We have an order. It has been open since 2009. I have a real order that's due of $34,000. I have been through the process with child support.
Have you followed up with them?
Yes, we were just in court on the 15th.
Were you in front of me?
No, I wasn't.
Were you at OSA court?
No, I was in 2C.
Oh, that's abandonment. I'm talking about child support court with DHS, where you go.
No, I have not did a contempt order.
But why not?
I'm having the issue now. They saying he does not reside where he resides at. He does reside there.
But they have ways of finding out where he resides.
I'm aware of all that, ma'am. I have been through the process. I know he resides there. I wouldn't be sending no paperwork if he did not reside there.
No. Child support has ways of finding out where he lives.
I'm aware of that.
So why don't you go through not abandonment court, child support that I do on what is it?
I have been through that.
East Point?
Yes, ma'am.
When's the last time you've been to East Point?
I was just there inquiring about my purge payment that I have not received since February the 15th when they detained him.
So I signed a purge order.
Yes, it was a purge order done. He was detained on February the 15th, 2023.
All right. So did you tell them that now that they've got in the rears and they got a purge, when's the last time you went back down there to see when you could get in court?
I haven't received my purge amount since February 15th.
Is he still in jail?
No, he got released that same day.
Then he paid the purge?
Yes, but I haven't received it. I haven't received it on my end.
Did you call down there at the sheriff's office and ask how to get it?
Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Lawson saying she has not got a release from Fulton County Jail for them funds.
Did you call East? You need to go down to East Point and ask them how to get it.
Ma'am, I've been in East Point and they said those are two different entities. The one that's in the courthouse is civil. The one that's in the regular local office is criminal. Those two representatives do not work in the same office together.
So that you tell me the sheriff's office holding money for child support won't give it to you.
I have called her within 2-3 weeks about a purge.
I'm like, but what's he gonna do if you stop? What's he gonna do if you stop calling Miss Edwards?
I have not called her, Your Honor. I have not called her. Ask Miss Edwards when the last time has she heard from me, besides seeing me in a courtroom on February the 15th, 2023. And the day that she's making the accusation about on or before 2/16/23, I was at work, Your Honor. Here's my paperwork to prove that I clocked in at my job on 2/16/2023. The paperwork she's talking about is 2018. That was dropped. The other paperwork is 2021 when I picked up Mr. Strickland from the DeKalb County Jail. This is his bond order that they released him with. I have not bothered
Wait a minute. You went and paid this guy's bond and got him out of
No,
jail?
I didn't pay his bond. He asked me to come pick him up, and that's what I did. That's my child's father. He asked me to come pick him up, and that's what I did. The issue is not with Miss Chloe Edwards. Miss Chloe Edwards is saying that I'm using her as a target because she's dealing with my child's father. I'm sending notifications to the home where he resided for my child support. I try to call him. He don't be cordial. Miss Chloe Edwards blocked my phone number for his phone. The recording that she's talking about, I have constantly recorded her, call her. No, I can show a recording where actually I was calling his number and it came back, your call phone number is her phone number. I don't bother her.
She just gave you an address where he lived. Do you not believe he lives at that address?
His mother, Miss Cookie, I'm sorry, Lavinia Barnes. Matter of fact, if I could use the other phone to call her, I will. She will literally tell you that
talk to his mama, but why don't you have him serve stuff there? Because his mama's gonna get it to him.
I have had it served there, and nothing was done there. Nothing was done when I sent it there. Nothing has been done. The only time I got an action refiled back is when I did the child abandonment warrant, and they did the thing as far as the purge amount that was due. Every time I send it to there is no answer, no payment, no nothing is done, nothing. When I sent it to, they responded to it, and what was done by the judge court order.
Why don't you go down to East Point and get him back in front of me for child support? What's the arrearage he owes you?
$34,000 some change. The issue was, Your Honor, it's not so much about the child support. I called Mr. Strickland and asked to be cordial to help. I'm not worried about
it is about the child support, because when you don't get child support,
I know, but I have
listen, Mr. It is about child support because you guys had a kid together.
We got 2 children.
You got 2 children, and it's not just your responsibility to pay to feed them children.
And I understand that, but every time I try to reach out to get the reinforcement from the child support office, it's a problem with me sending it there. He don't stay there. Nancy, he don't stay there. I have been dealing with this for 12 years. My child is 13, my oldest child. Right. I have been reading it to where I have not bothered anybody on that end. The first time I did child abandonment was in January. We got
Ms. Stamford, I'll tell you, usually child abandonment is kind of the crappier way to go. You really need you need to be on East Point. You need to be that squeaky wheel and down there camped out at their front door till they do something. Because I have child support court on, I have it on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. And there's ways, if you don't have a job, I can put him in touch with somebody and get him a job. But when y'all had those children, that was for the 2 of y'all to help pay for those children. Some people think that, well, you got the kid, you can put food, shelter, and clothing, but kids cost a lot of money. And it's both parents' responsibility to pay for those children. It's not just, it's not just yours, it's not just his, it's not just, but it's y'all's responsibility to help pay for those children. They need food, they need clothes, they grow like crazy, they need all that. And I want to help, if I want to hold him accountable, but if he can't find a job, I want to help him get a job. I care about these children. These children,
I understand that, Your Honor. But
remember, the children are our future. Who's saying that, Ms. Reed? Was that the children? I can't sing that well.
I'm not sure.
Michael Jackson.
But the problem that I'm having is I have not bothered Miss Chloe. It was 2023, 2022. I have not bothered.
I saw this. I want you to stop bothering her, but I want you to get after him because I want you to get money from him because he's to help pay for them children.
When I say I have a rap sheet, when it used to be the old before they gave us the new app, I've been calling. Nothing is done. Nothing is done.
Have you been? I want you to go down there to the office.
I have been in the office.
You tell them that I sent you down there. You tell them, give them my name and tell them I sent you down there. Hold on a minute. Which one? Who does contempt? Is it Killer here? What's his name?
Ramonda Strickland.
Spell his first name?
RAMONDAL Strickland.
All right, I got you. I'm gonna call down there myself. right? But you give them my name, tell them I told you to go down there and get some child support. But Ms. Edwards, she got her problems of her own, dealing with everything else going on in her life. So just, stop that and tell them.
Your Honor, I'm not bothering her.
I got you. I'm just asking you stop, okay? I'm just asking you stop.
I haven't bothered her. Why can I stop it? I ain't bothering her. I ain't touched her. I ain't called her.
Okay, look. I'm not gonna put this in place. I'm just saying you two ladies gotta try to get along. This is a man that did some stuff and ain't holding up his end of the responsibility and taking care of these children, according to you. Okay? According to you, he's not holding up his responsibility. Which if he's got children by other women, he may not be holding up responsibility then.
Correct. I'm the only one that actually goes through the enforcement procedure for real. He has 5 kids, one on Mr. CC, he had 6. He doesn't do for none of them. None of them. And I can't speak for nobody else. I'm trying to speak for myself and my 2 children.
I hear you, and I want you to help because it's hard to raise children. They cost money. When you go to Kroger, you go to Publix or Lidl or whatever grocery store you go to, do you tell them I'm gonna get back with you next month when I get child support? No, because they wouldn't let you walk out of that grocery store with them groceries. They don't care how hungry your children are. But everybody,
I appreciate you. I do want to tell you thank you. I do appreciate you. I have tried to be lenient with him. I asked for little stuff.
Don't be lenient. Don't be lenient. Get your money for your children. Don't be lenient.
But it's not hassle because when I do send it to the mama house, I get no reaction. When I send it somewhere else, that's when I get a reaction. You show up in court. I have done what I was told to do. I was actually told to do that.
Each point, I'm telling you, go down there. You tell them Judge Manning
I will.
told you to go down there because you want to get him on contempt. You need to get your arrears. You need to get that number. You need to get arrears. And we can put him in the fatherhood program. We can put him in PAC. We can get him a job. We can do all that. And we can get him out there and making you some money. Garnish his wages.
And it's not an issue. It's not an issue about the job. He will get it, but he get underpaid, so I will not get a cut. That's what he does.
They can see his checking accounts. You just don't know.
Okay.
People. All right. But Ms.
I will
Evans,
do that. Thank you.
just don't want to be bothered with us. You go down to East Point, okay?
Thank you.
Don't leave Ms. Edwards alone. Don't be looking for him over there. Let East Point, let the child support office do their thing and find him and make him do what he's supposed to do. And I would say that too if it was a woman that wasn't paid. Because 2 people have kids. If it's 2 mamas, 2 daddies, a mama and a daddy, whatever, there's 2 parents, no matter what they are, and they both responsible. Because I'm not responsible for it, Ms. Free ain't responsible for it, Sasha ain't responsible for it, and my staff ain't responsible for it. The people who have these children gonna pay for these children. So both of y'all stay healthy and safe, and give them my name, Ms. Stanford. Give them my name. Tell them to talk to me today.
I will, Judge Manning. Thank you.
Y'all stay healthy and safe. Y'all can both go ahead and leave.
Could you send? Will I be able to get the dismissal paper in the mail?
Put your email in the chat.
Yes, ma'am. I did. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have a collection of guilty pleas in which the judge is not impressed with the explanation the defendant is trying to sell. Let's watch.
People against Buxton. Kama Ray Buxton, 22B142010A and B.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Crawford, representing Ms. Buxton. Ma'am, for the record, please state your full name.
Kama Ray Buxton. She pled no contest to open intoxicants, which is file B. She also pled no contest to operating while visibly impaired due to the consumption of controlled substance. And that's where we are from here. Have you had the opportunity to review the report with her, and are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to review the client. For the most part, there are no changes that are being requested except to the recommendation of inpatient treatment. She's asking for outpatient treatment, Your Honor. She believes.
Can I see your AA verification? Your AA verification.
But the AA had to get signed up.
I told you I just.
She just got out of jail just 10 days ago.
So she should have gone at least 2 or 3 times. Let me see the proof.
And she signed up, but she hasn't started, Your Honor.
we're not going to get along very well.
Your Honor, I want to remind.
Why didn't you go?
I've just been taking care of getting my mother properly her memorial and everything. And I've researched, I wasn't sure which one. And I also have an appointment Monday for intensive.
Did your mom pass?
Yeah, her mom passed recently, Your Honor. That was part of the issue. Was December the 19th. So she was in jail during that time period. She just got out.
What was she in jail for?
It was another matter.
Violation.
Of probation
violation.
violation.
Everybody, huh? What court were you in front of on that?
Lincoln Park.
How long were you in jail on the Lincoln Park case?
7 days.
All right, so that listen, this is February, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm really sorry about your mom. But you need to comply with these bond conditions. I mean, see, here's the thing. You might as well carry in a flag that says, I don't take this seriously. This is a joke. I don't care what you say. No, I'm just telling you, when you don't listen to what I'm telling you, and you don't do what you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do it, that's what it conveys to me.
Your Honor, I'd just like to emphasize the timing again. Although it is February, she just got out of jail 10 days ago. And in that time, she had to hurry up and coordinate the burial of her mom, various family members coming in.
When was she in jail? What days?
Now, when were they? What is asking?
I was in there until it was released on the.
Speak to the court.
I'm sorry, sir. I was released on the. I've been out it's been about 10 days.
So you've been out since the 21st, right?
Was the 21st?
Maybe the 22nd.
It was the 21st or 22nd.
And you were in for 7 days. Is that what you said?
I have my paperwork there. I've just.
Because I ordered this on January.
I
don't know, you weren't in custody when you came in front of me on the 17th, were you?
Yeah.
No, she wasn't in custody, Your Honor. She was on Zoom.
I was in custody.
That's what she said. So she was in custody.
Also was subpoenaed.
Ma'am. So again, Your Honor, there's only so much time in those 10 days to.
Where does she work?
Well, she's back to work, Your Honor. She's back at Little Caesars. It's a job she's had for approximately a year. She works downtown at the Ford and the arena across the street.
How many hours do you work per week?
It depends on how many events, but we've been pretty busy.
On average, ma'am.
We work like 8 to 9 hours a night, and usually for 3 to 4 times a week.
So you're working anywhere from 24 to 36 hours a week.
Yes, sir.
And that time that she's off, she had to again coordinate the funeral, the burial. Again, family members coming in. She's got insurance, all the issues that come when someone passes, right? Not a lot of time, but she did make the call. She is scheduled to start with some services, you said, at the beginning of next week. So she's not completely thumbing her nose at the court, Your Honor. She's just overwhelmed in those 10 days, but she's moving through them one at a time. She's here. And,
is everything in this report accurate, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And no material additions, corrections, or deletions?
No, Your Honor, except for the inpatient request.
Anything you would like to say on her behalf?
Well, Your Honor, my client's been having a really, really tough time the past 2 or 3 years. It's not meant to justify the behavior and the bad decisions, but she's been in a circumstance where she's been a victim of domestic abuse, domestic violence, stalking in a very serious way for the past 2 or 3 years. She's been a victim. The person who has been putting her through all this was just sentenced yesterday. And that's another thing that's taken up some of her time. She's had to be a witness and all this kind of stuff. The point is, Your Honor, she was under a lot of stress and she kind of turned to some wrong directions, just kind of self-medicate, get through this. Her mom, who passed, like we said, December 19th, she'd been sick for the past 2 years after her dad died. She had to step in and try to take care of her mom, get her the chemo in and out over that time. So she had a bad time period. She turned to alcohol and these other substances to kind of get her through. She knows that's wrong. She wants to turn it around. She wants some support now, Your Honor. She believes that she's in a position to do that now that things come off her shoulders a bit, Your Honor. She doesn't believe that she's going to go back down that path. She doesn't want to go down that path anymore. She believes this is an opportunity for a fresh start. So she believes most of these items that are being recommended are welcomed because she knows she needs the help and she's sincere about trying to turn it around. But at the same time, when you consider inpatient versus outpatient, she's concerned about keeping the job. Again, she has to still probate the estate for her mom. I believe there are 2 properties that in her mom's estate, and as the court knows, that's a pretty serious subject matter. She doesn't know how to deal with that. It'll be tough to do from an inpatient standpoint, but either way, whatever the court requires, she'll do it. But she's hoping for outpatient because she's still got a lot to do. She's got no living family members except for the man here in the courtroom. This is her cousin, and both have suffered these losses. They both gone through a lot. All they've got is each other, but he's here for her here in court. He's promised me at least that he'll continue to support her in her attempt at recovery. So she's just asking for the court to have some understanding of her particular circumstances. She know her history does not look good. She's hoping for the opportunity to turn this page for the court support.
I don't see any conviction out of Lincoln Park. What were you on probation of Lincoln Park for? Or is that where you saw a probation officer on a felony?
Well, the same man that put me through this years ago, my mom had put a
Listen to my
he took
question.
the car. I was put for felony car theft, but I was.
You didn't go. You're not on probation out of the Lincoln Park court, right?
Yes.
Well, if you stole a car, that's a felony.
I didn't. But there was stuff found the day that I stopped the police. There was.
It looks like January 12th. She just was in on a Lincoln Park dangerous drug charge. That's what happened. Now I see it.
Your Honor,
so that's the date that it emanated.
She had called for.
Me and my cousin were just both.
I don't want to know about the case.
I didn't have it.
I don't know.
There was one Suboxone, which was
man. I don't want to. I said twice. I don't want to talk about the case. I asked you why you were in custody. You said Lincoln Park on a violation of probation. There was a warrant request on a drug case from January the 12th out of the city of Lincoln Park, county of Wayne, and state of Michigan. So let's stop going on and on right now. Is there some other case pending in Lincoln Park right now, Mr. Crawford?
Not that I'm aware.
Is there some other case pending right now?
Just violation of probation.
For what?
It was for a case like a year ago for the same sort of thing.
What sort of thing? Drugs?
It was yeah. Yes, sir.
Anything else you want to say?
No, Your Honor. My client needs help. She knows she needs help. She's looking forward to the help.
Ma'am, I don't think you're going to make it. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
I really want to get better and get all this behind me and get my life back together.
You're not doing too well. I'm going to give you a chance here, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. You should have been going. I understand this. I'm sorry for your loss. But somehow, some way, I just determined, as though I'm a dentist, that you, while I told you not to drink, while I told you not to drug, went out and picked up another drug offense and didn't do the AA like I told you to. So honestly, 1 out of 862 are going to get through to take it that seriously. I'm just telling you. This isn't some kind of a request. I'm not suggesting, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, you're going to do these things. You don't do these things, don't be crying when I send you to jail for 93 days because you are so close right now. On probation. You picked up another drug charge. You picked up another drug charge. Do I look stupid? If I do, just tell me. It's okay. You can tell me, Judge, you look stupid. You look like I can put one over on you. You look like you didn't make it past the 3rd grade and can't multiply 9 times 3 without a calculator. If you want to tell me that, you can tell me that. Well, don't talk to me like I didn't get past the 3rd grade then. I mean, I just do not care for people lying to me. I asked you specific questions and you failed to tell me you got arrested on a drug charge. You're talking about a violation of probation. And so while you're not doing that and not going to AA, now I find out you picked up another offense, and I'm not real happy about it. 16 months probation. You cannot leave this state without the consent of the court or violate any law. If you change your address, place of employment, or home telephone number, you must notify the probation department. You have to report as directed. No alcohol. No illegal drugs.
Yes, sir.
No marijuana. You're not to purchase, possess, or consume any one of those. Testing. I don't think you're going to make it. I'm going to let you try. You're going to go through weekly testing for 3 months. Submit the chemical test, PBTs, and ETGs weekly for 3 months. If you're clean, I'll make it bi-weekly for 4. If you're clean after that, I'll then revert it to monthly testing. You may be eligible for early discharge. AA, NA 3 times a week until an intensive outpatient treatment. No wonder they're recommending inpatient. You're going to intensive outpatient treatment. You're going to go to AA, NA 3 times a week. Ma'am, I'm going to have them follow through. I'm going to expect you to get the proof to them. What probation officer have you been dealing with so far?
I only here.
No, in Toledo. Of course here. Come on.
I've only filled out the assessment.
I need somebody in here on this new case, came up Juxon, and I'm going to have, it looks like Jessica did the probation recommendation. Whoever is going to be handling this on probation, if they know, send them over. If not, send her over.
Okay, sir. Can you tell me the name again? I couldn't
Juxon,
understand.
Y-U-K, I'm sorry, V-U-K. V-U-K.
Okay, I know who you're talking about.
Buxton, yep, all right, thanks. AA, NA 3 times a week, you need to have the form signed. You don't bring it for the form with you. I'm gonna assume you did not go. Until an intensive outpatient. Victims impact panel, attend that, complete that. 300 fines, 200 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment. Fines and costs are $6.25. Screening fees 60 for $685. Probation fees are $320. Bring your total to $1,005. I'm also going to order 5 days jail credit, 1 serve 4. And that will be, I'll let you serve those on the court work program. There's a $35 a day charge for that for a total of $140. $225 in cost of recovery. As I said, probation fees $320, 300 fines, 200 costs, screening fee of 60, victims' rights and justice assessment fees, 140 in court work program fees, 225 Brownstown Township, your total's $1,370. If you violate, your probation could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for 93 days. You have 21 days to appeal. You have 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of appeal. That's all on the impaired charge. On the other charge, I'm simply going to go light, 25 fines. This is on the open intox, 25 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment, 175 or 30 days. So you owe 175 and you owe 1370 for a total of 1545. You understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Can you pay all of this today?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to pay this now, and you're going to pay on the other case now. And you have to stay vigilant on this. I'm telling you, I expect you to take care of this. Pardon Pardon?
So you're gonna be proud of me.
Well, I hope so. I hope I'm wrong about all of this. I just don't think you're taking me very seriously. Okay? Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael Crawford representing Mr. Walters. Sir, for the record, state your name.
Daniel Walters.
So he's not been arraigned. Does he stand away from a reading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not guilty, please entered. He's now going to plead to retail fraud.
Attempted retail fraud, Your Honor.
Pardon?
Attempted retail.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He's going to plead to attempt retail fraud with a retail fraud charge to be dismissed. True?
True, Your Honor.
Is that what you want to do, sir?
Yes, sir.
That calls for up to 250 fines, 45 days jail costs, or all of those. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
When did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
I did, yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all of those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is this how you wish to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. To the charge, attempted retail fraud. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you at, I don't even know where they were.
CVS, Your Honor.
I know, but counts, okay. Were you at the CVS store in Grosse Ile, December 14 to 22?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went
Take
in.
property offered for sale without paying for it.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Did you take property that was offered for sale without paying for it and walk past the register with the intent to deprive CVS of that property forever?
Well, I didn't even get to the register. I was still in the back of the store.
What'd you take?
It was a small pint of vodka, but I didn't take it.
Hang on.
But
You're not gonna play lawyer with me, are you? Where'd you put the vodka at?
I attempted to put it.
Where'd you put it?
Down my pants.
Huh. So did you intend to steal it at that time?
I did.
I mean, you weren't going to pull it out when you went past the register and say, hey, I'm here to pay for this now. I just thought I'd kid around and carry it in my pants between the time I picked up the bottle of vodka and the time I got here. You weren't going to do that, were you?
No, sir. You're right.
I know I'm right. Are you on probation or parole?
I'm on probation, yes.
Do you understand by pleading guilty, this would be deemed a violation of that probation or parole? That probation or parole could be revoked. You could be imprisoned or incarcerated, as the case may be, as a result of this plea and conviction.
I do.
You still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
Anybody in the world force you to plead guilty?
No.
Please accept it. Attempted retail fraud. The retail fraud is dismissed. I don't need a pre-sentence report, but I'm giving you a sentence date. You have to go over and get printed and photographed. I'm giving you a $500 personal bond. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law. You must appear in court as directed. You're not to enter any CVS pharmacy store. You're not to have any contact with prosecution witnesses. You're not going to have contact with employees of the Grosse Ile CVS. No contact with employees of the Grosse Ile CVS. And also, as a condition of your bond, you have to go over to Grosse Ile Police Department, get fingerprinted and photographed by 2 p.m. today. Also, you cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law. You must appear in court as directed. I'll give you a sentencing date, and that will be on February the 15th. We have to notify the victim, Lisa, and I'm going to make this at 8:30 in the morning. So we will see you here on that date and time. I don't need a pre-sentence. You can go down the hall, get your notice, and then go over to Grosse Ile and get printed and photographed. Any questions?
You said by 2 p.m. I don't drive, so that might be a kind of difficult.
How'd you get here?
I got an Uber, but I really don't have the money to get an Uber. They already have my fingerprints and.
Not from this date, though.
Okay, yeah.
I'll make it by 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
By 2 p.m. tomorrow, February the 2nd, okay?
Sounds good.
February the 2nd. All
Will
right.
they know that I'm going over there?
You're gonna go down the hall. They're gonna give you a notice and a copy of this order for prints. And you're gonna take that with you
Okay.
when you go to Grove Field tomorrow, okay?
Sounds good.
You're in here a lot lately.
Yeah, if I can add something,
You can add whatever you want if your lawyer wants you to talk.
he doesn't. I just wanted to kind of explain like the circumstances. It's not an excuse though by any means.
You can't abuse it.
Okay.
And you understand I'm also ordering no alcohol, right?
Absolutely.
No alcohol, no illegal drugs, no marijuana either. You understand all of that, right?
Yeah. I've been actually really good with it. I have been. I swear to God.
You've been coming in front of me a lot.
No, I know, but I've had kind of like I hate to say, like come to the Lord moment the past like 2 months, but I've been like really on the up and up.
Good luck.
Thank you, I appreciate
Christian
it.
Cameron Carter Jr., 22B 141613.
Gotcha.
Morning, counsel again.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Crawford, representing Mr. Carter.
Sir, your name?
Christian Carter.
All right, so this is going to be a plea, but he's never been arraigned. Does he stand me away from a reading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not guilty plea is entered. Now he's going to plead, right?
He's going to plead guilty under 771.
771.1. Is that what you want to do, sir?
Oh, yes, sir.
You plead guilty to this. Possible penalties under local ordinance are up to 500 fines, 93 days jail, costs, or all of those. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes, I did.
You plead guilty, you'll be giving up each and every one of those rights, and we will not have a hearing of any kind. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Is this how you wish to proceed?
Yes, sir.
To the charge of assault and battery, how do you wish to plead?
I plead guilty.
Were you in Brownstown Township on November 10 of 22, specifically at 20001 Brownstown Center Drive in Brownstown?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you work there?
Yes.
What happened?
Incident with a coworker.
Female or male?
Female.
What happened?
Long story short, we horsed around quite a bit, and with horseplay, she said something to me, and I corrected her on it many times, and then I basically just tugged her hair and just told her not to do it again.
You what?
I tugged her hair.
Tugged her hair?
Yes. Put her hair, sir.
Were the two of you arguing when you pulled her hair?
No, sir.
Just having fun?
We horse around all the time, this coworker and
I
myself.
didn't ask you about other times or since then or before then. That day, were the two of you arguing or angry with one another?
No, sir. Not until that point.
Until what point?
Until
the point
afterwards.
Until
after
you
the hair
put your,
tug.
until you put your hands on her hair and pulled it?
Yes, sir.
Was that a forceful pulling of the hair?
No, sir.
What was it like?
It was basically, so we're standing here and I'm like this, like stop it, that's it. There was no.
You guys were fooling around?
Yeah. Yes,
Laughing?
sir. Yes, sir. Like we had no issues. This coworker and myself, we're like brother and sister.
Who called the police?
I didn't know that the police was called. I thought that it was held at some point in time that HR was involved in it. And I guess from there, that's how the police, I really don't know. I just got notice of this yesterday.
Look, if you don't think you did anything wrong, a battery requires a forceful or violent touching of a person or something closely connected with the person of another. That's what it requires. Assault's a little bit different. I need not go into that. You think that that was a violent touching of her hair?
In my opinion, no, sir.
Okay. All right, so I'm entering a not guilty plea. I'm setting it for a pretrial. You can go out and hire a lawyer, because I can't justify appointing you a lawyer based on the fact that you work at GM. How much do you make there?
I'm not there anymore. I actually quit that job in November
Where?
in Brownstown.
How much were you making?
I was making $15.50 an hour.
How much do you make now?
Now I just started at another place. I'm making $16 an hour.
Well, I'm gonna give you a $1,000 personal bond. You can fill out a petition for a court-appointed lawyer. You cannot leave this state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate any law. You must appear in court as directed. I'm going to send you for prints and photographs. I don't believe you've been printed or photographed, but let me double check that. You never went over to Grozio for prints, did you? Sir? Sir, are you listening to me?
Yes, I am.
Did you go over to Brownstown or to Brownstown Police Department and get printed on this case?
Were you printed in Brownstown on this case?
No, I haven't been.
So I'm giving you that personal bond. I'm telling you to be there by 2 p.m. in Brownstown today. You cannot leave the state. You should not violate a law. You must appear in court as directed. So you're gonna go over there by 2 p.m. today. And no firearms. You're not to possess firearms. You're not to possess dangerous weapons. You're not to leave the state. You're not to violate a law. You must appear in court as directed. Since you're not going back there, and no contact at all with Maya Hall, you cannot write, phone, see, text, email, or communicate with her in any way, or have anybody else do any of those things for you or on your behalf. The citation says defendant allegedly grabbed the victim by the hair, yanking her down and around, pulling her hair weave out. You're not to enter the property address at 20001 Brownstown Center Drive in Brownstown Township. Again, no contact with prosecution witnesses. Do we understand one another?
Yes, I do.
You're gonna get a copy of the order for print. You're going over to Brownstown. Give me a court date. I'm gonna make it February the 15th. We'll make it later in the day. I'll make this at 10 o'clock. So do you fully understand every single thing that I've heard? Seth?
Yes, I understand.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, can I just do the original deal?
No, it's too late.
It's too late.
Good luck to you. Harrison. Antonio Lee Harrison Jr., 21B139, 623-20F234,
Kathy Murphy.
051.
Sorry, Judge.
It's okay.
Kathy Murphy, 251422 for Mr. Harrison. Sir, would you state your name?
Antonio Harrison.
So let's take the suspend charge first. As I understand it, he's going to plead guilty. Is that true?
Yes, Judge.
So for purposes of arraignment, does he stand mute, waive formal reading?
Yes, Judge.
So I'm entering a not guilty plea on that. The possible penalties on that are up to 500 fines, 93 days jail. Cost of all of those in 2 points. Do you understand that?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign, read, and understand and advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Plead guilty, you'll be giving up all of those rights. And there will not be a hearing or a trial of any kind. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're charged driving on a suspended. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you operating a motor vehicle in the township of Brownstown on July 27 of 21?
Yes, Your Honor.
Specifically on I-75 near Dix at roughly 8:49 p.m. on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was your license suspended?
Yes.
Are you on probation?
He is on probation to you, Judge.
I know. Besides this, besides to me, are you on probation?
No.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No.
Please accept the suspend. I'm ready for the sentence on the other case or the show cause. On 20F234051, what's he doing on this one?
He's going to plead guilty to the allegations, Your Honor.
Well, I hope he's got some really good explanations. I really do.
Whenever you're ready. Your
Mr.
Honor.
Harris, is that what you want to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you plead guilty, you could have your probation revoked. You could be jailed for 93 days. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
absconded. This is a non-technical violation. Again, it means you could get 93 days. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all of those rights, and there will not be a hearing of any kind. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
To the charge that you failed to pay your fines and costs as ordered, how do you plead?
Guilty.
You failed to pay your fines and costs as ordered.
Yes.
Did you fail to pay your fines and costs as ordered?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the count 2 that you failed to attend your scheduled probation visit on November 12th of 21? How do you plead?
Guilty.
You failed to do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 3. You failed to attend the court work program October 23 of 21. How do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
You failed to attend the court work program on that day.
Yes.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No.
Tell me he was doing something really important.
Judge?
Repelling attacks from foreign enemies or doing something like that. There's no way he would ignore a court like this. He's been playing with me. I'm not appreciative of it. He's been gone here for a year and a half, 15 months. Let me hear it. I can't wait.
So,
Please
Judge,
are accepted. Go ahead.
Judge, he did complete anger management. Okay, that was one of the conditions of his probation.
Call in somebody from probation. I don't know. It's David Rojas' case.
You
Go
want me
ahead.
to wait?
Nope.
Okay. So, and you'll notice on the register of actions, he made a payment in June of 21, a payment in August, and a payment in September of 21. Then he disappeared. And I asked him, what happened? And he had started a landscaping business in April of 21. Judge, he showed me some beautiful pictures on his phone of beautiful work that he's been doing. He gives discounts to veterans. He one of the days that he was supposed to be in court, he showed me a pic, and he didn't show me it because it was that date. He was just showing me pictures of work that he's done. He printed up 3,000 business cards, Judge, passed them around all around downriver. He employs other people. He is expecting when he gets his taxes to pay off everything that he owes to the court. He has $80 that he can pay today. Judge, he has 4 children that he sees every day. He goes to Moses Temple Baptist Church. He volunteers to feed homeless people 2 times a month. His mother is really a prominent member of that congregation. He helps clean the church. The mother of his children works night shifts at Beaumont Taylor. She works 12-hour shifts 3 days a week and on weekends. He watches the kids at night. He also helps his mother. His mother has cancer, and his sister died a few years ago, and his mother is raising his 2 nephews. So he helps out with them. He's studying business administration at Wayne County Community College. Judge, Mr. Harrington didn't really have an answer to me about why he sort of just stopped paying attention to his obligations here, but he's been doing good things, and he will be sorely missed by his family and the community if he were incarcerated. I'm asking you, Judge, to not revoke his probation and incarcerate him, but give him a chance to pay off his fines and costs. Do whatever else you want him to do, Judge.
Anything you want to say?
Yes. Your Honor, I just asking for a second chance.
Second chance.
It's a 5th chance, Your Honor.
Or I know I've, supposed to came into court, and I just have been working and with my kids, and I just want to take care of it. I am going to respect whatever that you asked me to do.
Judge, he could have not shown up today, but he did.
Not gonna put a gold star on his forehead for showing up when he's supposed to be here. Ms. Wilds, your name?
Elizabeth Wilds, probation, Your Honor.
I just don't understand this. I just will never understand. There's no fear out there anymore, is there?
No, he's genuinely afraid,
I'm
Judge.
just saying, there's no fear out there. There's no respect for authority, it doesn't seem like. I'm not saying everybody across the board. I'm just saying, as a general rule, the people that come in here, they just don't have, if they have any respect for authority, it's little, very little. This case was from November of 2020, and here we are on a destruction of property case, 27 months later, still playing with it. You just don't show up when you're supposed to. You weren't here in February of 21. You didn't show up in December of 21. You didn't show up in June of 22. And the warrant was issued after the second of those misses. I don't understand. All right, tell me your name again and tell me what you think.
Elizabeth Wiles, probation, Your Honor. As you just indicated, even during or prior to probation, Mr. Harrison was non-compliant. Probation worked very diligent to even try to get his PSI done. As you indicated, he failed to even show on probation or to return any paperwork for that. When he was finally placed on probation, he complied with maybe just a couple of months of his terms and conditions. Almost immediately after being instructed, he pretty much absconded. He failed to show for his first day on the work program and never showed to take care of that miss. The only thing that I can say to Mr. Harrison's credit is he did complete the anger management program with his follow-up. Outside of that, he's had no communication with the probation department. Again, no credit for the work program. At the time of the show cause authored by Mr. Rojas, the balance was $360. I'll be honest, Your Honor, I did not look. I don't know if he has any late fees or penalties in there, Your Honor. But he basically blew off the court after, again, just a couple of months of probation.
Your Honor,
Good way to put it.
Mr. Harrison went through a profound change in his life after that, Judge. That's all I can say.
Before or after he missed court for the third time?
After.
After, okay.
He would be sorely missed, Judge, by his family, his employees, and the community if he were incarcerated.
I'm just not gonna let these kinds of things go. I'm just not. Just not. Go off this other one too.
Judge, we'd be leaving 3 small children without supervision.
I get it. Who's watching them?
Sorry?
Who's watching them now?
She's home. She works nights.
Okay, well, I'm sure that the mother isn't going to go to work if Mr. Harrison isn't here. And by the way, let's not make it look like he's a choir boy. I mean, we got a 36 district court warrant that was entered back in August of 19. We got one out of Allen Park, January of 20. We got another out of Allen Park, January of 20. Another one out of Allen Park from January of 20. Another one out of Novi from May of 21. Another one out of Taylor from November 15 of 21. Another one out of Taylor from November 15 of 21. Another one out of Taylor from November of 21. And I think there's a state police one here. May of 21. So I know everybody's supposed to be a choir boy. You know that? Choir boy and an altar boy with a tremendous voice. Right? And you just haven't done anything here. You got to grow up. I mean, I think all this is wonderful that your lawyer's bringing up. And if you were just doing that, my hat would be off to you. But you're not. You're committing crime, blowing off course, and showing no respect. It's just that simple. mean, you don't have to be, I don't know how else to put it. The criminal justice system does not owe apologies for doing what I'm about to do to people that just don't show any concern or any respect or any attempt to comply with orders of the court. I mean, I'll go kind of white on you, really. How much does he owe right now? Antonio. Yeah, I just. On the suspend charge, Ms. Wilds, do you have anything else?
Nothing else to add, Your Honor. I was going to pass up his pre-sentence report if you wanted it with his prior convictions and outstanding cases on it, as you were going through the record, but that was all.
On the suspend charge, 100 fines, 200 costs, 75 victim charge, $50 justice assessment. I'll go light on that. $425 or 93 days jail with credit for one. On the other case, there's just nothing I can do. Probation's revoked. You're to pay costs of $450 and serve 90 days credit one for 89. If you pay costs of $450, I'm going to go out of my way. I'm going to treat you with like 10,000 times more respect than you've treated courts in the Tri-County area. I'll suspend 81 of the 89. You'll only have to serve 8. That's a gift. It's like a massive Christmas present. I didn't just buy you a Christmas present. We drove up a Rolls Royce. You pull this nonsense with me again, I'm telling you, you come back and do this again, I'll give you every single day that I possibly can. Do we understand one another?
Yes, Your Honor.
100%. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you pay $450, you'll be out in 8 days. On the suspend charge, I'll be happy to give you time. I want you to be able to pay the other one. I'll let you pay this at the rate of $60 a week, and I won't start this until February the 27th. If you don't have the money, you call the court. You and I will go on Zoom on or before the due date. Be more than happy to work with you. You have to call me 38 times, about 3 times more than warrants that you have. I'll be happy to work with you, but stop ignoring me and stop ignoring courts. This is ridiculous. This is a gift. Do you understand what I'm telling you, son?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stop this. Have a seat. Good luck. Thank
Judge,
you.
will the order be will the order be clear enough for the county to?
Yeah, can you pay $450 today?
I can try.
You get somebody to bring the $450 and they'll redo the minimus. If you can get somebody to bring $450 now, it'll just say 8 days.
Can you do that?
I can try.
Okay.
Well, if
Will he
you-
have access to his phone while he's waiting?
We'll let you make a couple calls right now.
Okay.
We don't want you to sit in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One here. Yeah, she's gonna.
We're gonna make a number of it.
People against Gannon, James Dean Gannon Jr., 22B 142373, A and B.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mike Hill Crawford, representing Mr. Gannon. Sir, for the record, please state your name.
James Dean Gannon
Jr. Plea to allowing a licensed driver to drive is suspended, no proof to be dismissed, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Boy, your lawyer did a good job. If you plead to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, the possible penalties are up to 500 fines, 90 days jail. Costs are all of those. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign, read, and understand an advice of rights form?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you will be giving up all those rights, and there will be no trial of any kind. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
To the charge allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, how do you plead?
Are you pleading guilty or not guilty, sir? Are you?
Guilty, sir.
On November 18 at 22 at 10:57 p.m., were you operating a motor vehicle or in control of a motor vehicle that was being operated on Van Horn near Struan in Brownstown?
Yes, sir.
And do you allow somebody to drive that was unlicensed, and was that somebody you?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation?
Well, yes, sir, actually, I am.
Are you on parole?
No, sir.
Anybody in the world force you to plead guilty?
I'm sorry, sir?
Anybody in the world force you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Please accepted, suspends, dismissed. The second file is dismissed as well, that being the no proof. Counsel, does he have a valid license?
He doesn't. He's caught up in a kind of a bureaucratic circle. As soon as this is cleared, he has to go over to Flat Rock, present this same information, and he's expecting to clear it and then have a license then.
Yeah, you're not doing too good. You have multiple suspensions, right?
Yes, sir. I understand. Like, as you mentioned a few minutes ago about the COVID thing, I should have never received or gotten my license suspended. It was a mishap on the court's behalf downtown.
What do you mean?
Your Honor, my client had picked up a charge previously from another jurisdiction, but it had been worked out and resolved to an allowing version of that charge, I'm sorry. And it should not have been suspended. It just wasn't entered by that courthouse. So since they didn't enter it into the system appropriately to let Secretary of State know, they suspended it, even though it shouldn't have been. He presented documentation to show that the charge he was actually guilty of was not a suspending type of offense.
He's already got multiple suspensions out of there.
Well, I think he picked up a couple after that because they thought it was suspended. So he's kind of working backwards to show it never should have been suspended. He's coming to these various jurisdictions to try to clear it up.
Sure.
Where do you work?
I'm sorry.
Where do you work at?
I subcontract exterior work, mostly concrete masonry, do emergency roofing repairs.
Okay.
I was actually
What do you want to say? Anything else?
I was actually in the midst of getting my CDL and it was supposed to be driving a truck when I received the letter about my license.
So to the extent you can, Your Honor, if you could take it easy on him on the fines, he's trying to get things in order.
Take it easy on everybody.
Yes.
But not enough to help some of them. Listen, stop this nonsense.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Absolutely.
100 fines, 210 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment, 435 or 90 days.
Your Honor, my client can't pay that today. Can he have 30 days, Your Honor?
How much can he pay today? Anything?
$50? 45, I'm sorry. 45 is exactly.
Okay, how much can you pay per week? Can I set you up on a weekly plan?
Yes, sir. We do 50 a week.
No problem. If you don't have the money, you just call me. Don't call me, call the court. And you and I will go on Zoom and I'll give you an extension.
Thank you, sir.
Or you can come in here and I'll give you an extension. But don't ignore me.
Thank you,
45 today, 50 a week, and I'll start that beginning on February I'll just start you February the 17th. Again, if you don't have the money, no reason to be scared, call the court, we'll go on Zoom, or you can come in on it before the due date and I'll work it out. Don't ignore me, good luck. You're all set. Thank you very much. I have 340A and 340B.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again. For the record, Your Honor, House Counsel Attorney Mike Allen, P65417, on behalf of Mr. Braden Keys.
Name?
Nathaniel Braden. Judge, today's a day and time set for, we have a contempt hearing and a pretrial. The contempt is on an underlying civil infraction. Prosecution has been amenable to add an additional count, which is a civil infraction of loitering in return for the misdemeanor disorderly public intox. My client is ready to plead to the contempt hearing, plead guilty and plead responsible to the underlying civil infraction.
For the charge of loitering, how do you plead, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
Please accept the disorderly is dismissed. I'm going to ask you how you're going to plead to the civil infraction contempt charge. Looks like you owe 189.
Your Honor, we're hopeful that the court will consider, but I'm also looking at the age of the case, is that Your Honor allow the opportunity for the contempt to be set aside and allow him an opportunity to pay that ticket on or before February 17th.
He has been playing with this.
I spoke to him in
Do you
my
work?
I'm starting a new job on Monday.
Starting a new job. When did you last work? How old are you?
I'm 30 years old.
When did you last work? This case been outstanding for over a year.
I was working through people already off and on.
Your Honor, I went over this. If I had a valid reason to explain that period of time, I would be giving you that reason right now.
I'm not putting any cart before any horse here.
Yes,
I
Judge.
took his plea to disorderly. If he wants to plead the failure to pay, he can. If he doesn't, I'll give him a hearing.
He's going to plead to failure to pay. And I've explained to him that in part that's because of the age of this case. And he can pay on or before February 17th.
I'm not sure I want to give him the February 17th. He's known about this. He's playing games. Mr. Braden.
Your Honor,
Miss Braden.
Yeah.
You're playing games. You plead guilty here. I want you to understand you could be held in contempt. You could get 19 days. You can satisfy this in full by payment, full by serving the jail term, or in part by payment, in part by serving the jail term. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
You plead guilty, you're giving up all of those rights, and there will not be a hearing. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
The charge you failed to pay $189. How do you plead?
It's up to you.
Guilty, Your Honor.
Did you fail to pay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Please accept it. What irritates me is you've known about this for a year. I mean, this is the same old story that I see all the time. It just got a different ending because it's different people. You know, you blow these off like they're no big deal at all. I mean, look at you on the disorderly public index. Do I really have to show these bad?
I went over it, Your Honor. He failed to appear.
I know, but it's the same story, and at some point you get a little tired of it, and I've been tired of it, and I'm not going to apologize for being tired of it.
I understand, Your Honor. Last time we spoke about this, as the address that the court had was to an old house. I didn't get the notice.
Mr. Brady.
Just what the best thing to do is, yeah, it's too old. There's no, unless you're in a coma or something.
Would you think that we threw the file in a garbage pit, took it over to the Franken Poet drain and dumped it in the creek, or we took it over to the landfill and had it buried? I mean, come on. You knew you got tickets. You need to grow up. You got a lot of growing up to do if you're 30 years old. When did he last work before this new job he started?
I was forward thinking. My objective was pay it today, have your money today, try and keep you out of jail today. He does start a job on Monday. It takes 1 week for the paycheck circulation, and that's why I'm asking for February 17th.
You know how much?
Your Honor, if he pays on it before February 17th, or be prepared for the inevitable. I've told my client cash is king. Words aren't going to get us through the day, and he's mindful of that. And he knows if he doesn't pay that on or before that date, that he's gonna have to address the court.
Lisa, you know the language that I have about every $10 reducing it. I want it on the commitment. You're to pay $189 or serve 19 days. We're going to give you a jail start date down there for that date, for February 17th at 8:30 in the morning. If you pay by that time, the contempt will be purged. You don't have to serve. If you don't, you have to show up and serve your 19 days in jail. Do we understand one another?
Yes, Your Honor.
150 on the loitering charge. I'm going to give you until March 1st to pay on that one. If you don't have the money, you come in here and talk to me. If you show me an effort, you come in here on March the 17th, you'll find a reasonable judge. If you're holding in handcuffs, good luck. See what I'm telling you?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's ridiculous.
Was it March or February, Your Honor?
February 17th on the civil infraction at 8:30. He's going to go down and get a jail start date. I'm going to make him pay the $150 on the loitering charge by March the 1st.
Yes, Judge.
Again, you don't have the money? No problem. Come on in here, Honor, before the due date. I'll give you an extension. But you can't keep doing this. Good luck. 643FY and 22B142 450. Your name.
Gary Mike McFadden.
You're gonna have to sit back close. They're gonna want you to sit in my car.
Edward Zelenak for the defendant, Your Honor.
Okay, I want to know, I need to first call out, there were several victims on these cases, and I need to make sure that none of them are in here. Let me just pull out all the names. There was a notice sent to Chief Oakley of the Trenton Police Department, Brian Wojcik of Perrysburg, Ohio, Sarah Barisky, Ambrosi, Officer Cassette of Trenton, Officer K of Trenton. That is on the 23T728643FY case. Any of those individuals show up here, Lisa?
Not by
Zoom, I
Zoom.
mean?
Not by Zoom.
All right, and then I also have an R&O on the other case, the R&O from Brownstown, or under local ordinance from a February 16 date. So these pleas were taken, by the way, on different dates. The R&O out of Brownstown was taken February 15. That was a no contest plea. And the no contest plea on the felony charge reduced to misdemeanors of assault and battery were taken on February the 7th. And those pleas were to counts 3 and 4. And give me 1 second. I'm going to need another probation order on those. So one of those involved an assault or an assault and battery upon Ambrosi, and another one upon Wojcik. So, counsel, have you had the opportunity to review the report with your client, and are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
No, there's brief allocution, Your Honor, and Mr. McFadden is here today with his father, who's just been providing support on this incident. Mr. McFadden and I both agree that some corrective measures are necessary, and I'd ask the court to consider the adoption of the report. And at this time to hold off if there's any incarceration. He clearly had a bad day. It was a reaction to drugs, and he ended up being hospitalized and on a ventilator for 5 days as the result of this incident. It's rare and it's embarrassing to have a grown man who's had no problems or any contact for nearly 20 years to run down the street in a daze in his underwear in freezing cold weather. And he went from Brownstown to the hospital, and this whole thing unfolded, and there he lay until he was released. Since then, he's been compliant with the court's orders. He's working with his father. He's the manager and logistics director for Rodriguez Expediting. Works full-time, has 2 children, and he helps his father take care of not only his brother, who's an opioid addict, who's in recovery, but the son who suffers from certain emotional disabilities. So Mr. McFadden has his hands full and clearly made an egregious error and decision that day to ingest mushrooms and everything else unfolded. Your Honor, the reports speak for themselves. Mr. McFadden doesn't recall anything about the incident at all. And you can see by the conduct, which you might deem aberrant, that you'd wonder what the heck was he thinking. He wasn't thinking anything at all.
So here's what I have. I have an offense date, Mr. McFadden, of December 17 of 22 on the felony that your lawyer did a phenomenal job on getting it reduced to misdemeanors. And then I have the other case that they have a December 16th date on. The assault and battery. We got an officer here Officer K reported he had injured his back. Cassette reported he had a hematoma on his head. Baritsky Amrosi stated she was summoned by nurses who were attempting to restrain McFadden. McFadden punched her in the left eye. She deployed her taser, which took effect and caused McFadden to fall to the ground. She called for her partner, Wojcik, who arrived and attempted to secure McFadden, continued to fight with Wojcik, punching him in the side of the head. And then I've got this one out of Brownstown who doesn't look much better. This is an officer. McFadden told Officer Fox he was going to punch him in the face. This time, Roberts, Fox, Bilecki, and myself attempted to secure McFadden in handcuffs. He actively resisted and pulled away. See, I don't really care if you're drinking alcohol or using opiates or using meth or using any other drugs. You don't, and obviously I care because it's harmful to your health and these types of things happen. But I'm not going to permit somebody to use that as a crutch for outrageous conduct. I'm just telling you. You think this is amusing, whether you do when you're sober or not sober is no consequence to me. You don't get to punch police officers. You don't get to punch anybody. You want to punch somebody, go fight in MMA. It's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. I don't know why anybody thinks that they can punch a police officer. I don't get it. Oh, I know. I don't understand, Judge. This is the 21st century. I don't give a what century it is. You don't get to do that. You want to do that? Go fight them in a ring. Go join MMA. Become a heavyweight, middleweight boxer, welterweight, whatever you want. I don't get this lack of respect. I don't understand it. Never have, never will. Not the way I was raised. Punching police officers in the face.
I did not punch a police officer in the face.
Okay, well, you pled to assault and you took a no contest plea. So as far as I'm concerned, I used the form, I used the report, and you punched the police officer. You punched Amrosi and you punched Wojcik in the face or the side of the head. If you didn't assault anybody, it was your prerogative to take it to trial. And the irony here is, quite honestly, is that this was a lack of memory, no contest plea. You stipulated to the report, due to lack of memory, it was a no contest, and now you want to start debating with me as to what happened. I don't go for this. I'm just telling you. And you did it twice. And, you know, I suppose that one can look at, well, he was high. Who got him high? Who got him high? Did the police officer force you to ingest drugs? If they forced you to ingest drugs, that would be one thing. I told you had your work cut out for you on this one.
There's not much to add, Your Honor. Mr. McFadden conceded when he read the reports that it truly was a day that unfolded. He made incorrect decisions that day. No. I often thought when I looked at his case, it'd be an ideal case for court and school, regardless of what the punishment would be, because there's several lessons in this case. And it's too bad you didn't have one, Judge. This would have been a good case to do for court and school. But that's why I took the plea, Your Honor. I realized that it's time to turn around.
No, I get it. And you did a great job for him. And nobody would dispute that. Nobody. I mean, was he in jail for 1 day?
Well, they kept him in the hospital for 5 days, Your Honor, if you might consider that as credit. He was completely immobilized at the hospital.
Were they standing there with him?
In and out, they contacted me. His father was out of the country, contacted me. I went to the hospital, checked him, then his father came back. But the police did not have to stand guard, Your Honor. He was not going anywhere. He had everything hooked up to him. And there's a harder lesson there about the misuse or the abuse of controlled substances when Mr. McFadden realized how perilously close he was to dying when he was in the hospital, Your Honor. And everyone has their pride. Everyone wants to later either revisit or deny what's happening. But I think Mr. McFadden, when he took the plea, set the die as to what the court would do here. I'd ask the court just to consider, and as much as his father's going in tomorrow for surgery and he's in charge of running the trucking company, to consider if there's incarceration, to attach it as a penalty, be revisited with a jail review date. He needs to take care of his father's business for perhaps the next 30 days, Your Honor. May I ask if you want to say anything, Mr. McFadden?
I'd like to say that I called the police out to my house to be helped. When they arrived, I was getting badgered by each officer that showed up. If I was poisoned, I would have been at my house waiting for an ambulance for 30 minutes. I never told a cop I was going to punch them in the face, swung at, attempted to look like I was punching them in the face. And I don't remember hitting any staff members. I never.
You agree the hospital report speaks for itself, and you were intubated on a ventilator for close to 5 days.
Correct.
All right. Judge, I think that lack of memory, probably there might be clouded memory or select recollection, but something put him on the ventilator, and it certainly wasn't the officers having contact with him.
It's just not the way I was raised. It's just not the way I was raised.
Well, you know, Judge, that's why his father came. Everyone knows his father. His father didn't raise him that way either.
I'm sure he didn't. I'm sure he didn't. So these are what make my position difficult, Mr. McFadden. But as I heard your lawyer say to you, you're not helping yourself. See, I'm an old school guy. And that doesn't mean I'm a tough guy. It means that I understand. It means I've been around this. It means I was watching cases in this courthouse and in the predecessor building of the 33rd District Court when I was 8. That's what it means. That's what it means. And what it means is I just was taught, and I expect people to show people with authority respect. Now, I wouldn't treat somebody who was putting pickles on a hamburger at McDonald's like this. That's just me. So it doesn't mean that a position elevates somebody in society's eyes or in my eyes. But that is an authority figure. And we have every right to disagree with authority figures. We have every right in the world to say, that guy, you can leave here. You can leave here. You have every right to go out and say, Judge McNally is a horrible judge. You have every right to go out there and tell everybody, these officers were out of control. They're horrible officers. But when you have a dispute with someone, your recourse is to come into the courthouse and say, Judge, I wasn't charged, but they assaulted me and I get to sue them. Or Judge, they charged me, but I didn't commit this act, and here are my defenses. That's what this place is about. This is the judicial system. There's none better. None better. No better branch of government in any country. That's what we're responsible for. This is our democracy. You're not going to act like this. So this makes my job difficult. Because quite honestly, You deserve 93 days here. You really do. And the fact that you think or are trying to defend yourself, it doesn't help your situation. Because I'm of the opinion, and I think any statistics would back me up on this, that those who don't accept responsibility for their actions are much more likely to come back than those who are here that are sorry about what occurred, are taking steps to make sure they don't occur again. It's just the way it is. "24 months probation." I'm gonna run these terms concurrent. I want to just clarify, Mr. Zelnick, on the jail. I guess I'm asking, were the police, was he considered to be in custody? Were the police there with him? Or did they drop him off at the hospital or get him to the hospital and then leave?
All I remember is that Lieutenant Hawkins said they checked him in, made sure he was secure. When they found out that he was put under anesthesia and intubated, they left him and said to the hospital, call if there's any problems. So they dropped him off, had him placed in the room, and you may recall that Lieutenant Hawkins participated in the plea, the reductions, and indicated that the officers were back to work within an hour after this incident here. So I don't know if you can theoretically count the 5 days. We'd ask the court to consider that, sure. We've been upfront with everything in this case. And
I'm not saying you haven't.
And you know, Mr. McFadden hasn't been in a courtroom in nearly 20 years since he was in high school, Your Honor, and
I know,
have another talk with him about decorum, Your Honor.
But he did it 2 different times.
Well, Your Honor, but it was the continuing event. It was from there to the hospital.
I get it.
Cheech and Chong would say that's some powerful stuff, Your Honor. I have no idea what it was, but it's the first time I used them as a defense in my career, Your Honor.
I'm still going back to the fact that he punched people in the head. "24 months probation." I'm running these concurrent to cases here. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate any law or ordinance. You can change your address, your place of employment, or your home telephone number. You must notify probation. You do have to report as directed. No alcohol, no illegal drugs, no bars. I'm going to order that you attend anger management with 12-week follow-up. Anger management with 12-week follow-up. In order that you attend AA/NA 3 times a week until you're in an intensive outpatient treatment. Once you get in an intensive outpatient treatment, you no longer have to attend AA or NA. You're to have no contact with Sarah Baritsky, Ann Rosary, Zachary Cassette, Stephen K., and/or Brian Wojnik. You're not to possess any firearms. You're not to possess dangerous weapons. And by the way, that case, give me 1 second. There's a lot of paperwork to fill out here. So I want to just be clear, anger management with 12-week follow-up, AANA 3 times a week until in treatment, IOP. Once you get in intensive outpatient, you no longer have to go. No contact with Sarah Baritsky Ambrosi, Zachary Cassette, Stephen K., and/or Brian Wojcik. You're not to possess any firearms. I'm not going to qualify in count 4 them as being victims. There was no real assault. It was just a simple R&O. Again, testing will be weekly for 2 months, bi-weekly for 3, then monthly. No alcohol, no drugs, no marijuana, no illegal drugs of any kind. So this is difficult. It really is. I cannot justify this behavior though. 16 days jail credit 2, 16 days jail credit 2. That leaves 14. I'm going to let him serve 5 of those days on the court work program. So he's going to serve 9. The court work program fees will be attributed on count 3 only. Count 3 only. There's $175. So um, 5 court work, and that will leave 9 jail. 9 jail. Now, I want you to understand something. This could be a lot worse. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Fines and costs are as follows. On count 3. Count 3. $100 fines, $100 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment. So that's 3 1/4. Screening fee is 60 for 385. Probation fees are 480. Bring your total to 865 plus the court work program fees of 175. Totals 1,040. On the other case, I'm simply fining 100, costs 100. I shouldn't say on the other case. On count 4. 100 fines, 100 costs, and that is it. 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment. So it's 3 1/4 or 93 days. But same thing, 16 days jail credit 2, serve 5 on the court work program, 9 days jail. The court work program fees are already attributed to the other file. Now, on the 2-4, so you have 1,040, 9 days jail, 5 court work. I'm going to give you credit for 2 or 93. On count 4, I'm going to give you, it's 325 again, or 93 days again, 9 days jail, 5 court work, 2 credit, total 16. And then the other case, I'm simply going to run it concurrent. That's on the R&O involving Brownstown. I'm not even going to place you on probation on that case. I'm simply going to say 100 fines, 100 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment, 3 1/4 or 90 days. I'm going to give you 5 days jail credit 5, or 2 days jail credit 5. 2 days jail credit 2, sorry. 2 days jail credit 2. So he owes 3 1/4 twice, that's 650 plus 1,040. The total's 1,690.
I'm gonna pay that now, Your Honor.
All right, now listen, I want to talk to you a second. What's the father going? I don't want you to get too detailed. Is there somebody else that can run this business? Because I'm not real excited about having him wait 30 days to start serving his jail term.
Probably not. It's surgery that he's put off for a long time on his back, Mr. McFadden.
I mean, is there nobody else? I'm not asking him.
No, there's nobody else, Your Honor. Right now, Mr. McFadden Jr. runs the company, and Jail is therapeutic. Remember another judge down in Southgate used to say that, and this will help Mr. McFadden, but if we could have a report date in the future, Your Honor, it'd be an incredible discretion from the bench, not for the defendant, but for his father. The court would permit that. 30 days would help you get through the surgery? Well, he's going tomorrow morning.
Here's what I'm gonna do. He's gonna report to service jail term on March the, I'm gonna make it March the 13th.
Thank you.
If you're telling me that the surgery is gonna require him still to be doing this, I'll put it back another week, but
I'll be here, Judge. We'll let the court know.
Okay, so March 13th, you can pay now. Mr. McFadden, I'm really concerned about you. I don't send a lot of people to jail. I really don't. I'm just telling you, I know you want to say something. I wouldn't if I was you.
There are those brigadoon moments in life, and let's certainly hope this is it for Mr. McFadden,
I
Your
hope
Honor.
so too. I really do. All right, he'll meet with probation. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize.
To attempt to resist an obstructed officer. He was referred for a pre-sentence report, actually a screening and assessment. We had the opportunity to review the report with him, and are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
Yes, review, Judge. It is factually accurate.
Okay, anything you would like to say on his behalf?
Your Honor, I saw the terms and conditions. I believe they're extremely appropriate. He's done extremely well on bond. I have no reason to believe that he wouldn't do equally well on probation. I'd ask the terms and conditions be adopted.
Anything you'd like to say?
No, Your Honor.
When? I want to know when you're going to grow up.
Working on it.
You better work a hell of a lot harder than you are. Excuse my language.
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you mean working on it?
Well,
How are you working on it?
I started a new job. I'm living on my own with a girlfriend, trying to put all the trouble behind me.
I just don't know why it is that somebody would think that they can approach an officer like this in an aggressive manner like this. You got to tell me. Maybe I can incorporate this into one of the footnotes in the book I'm going to write. I want to know why you would think that you can do that.
I was intoxicated, Your Honor.
I don't care.
No, violent.
They didn't pour the alcohol down your throat, right?
No, that was,
I mean, nobody else did that.
Right.
Nobody forced you to get drunk, did they?
no, I'm not a violent person. It was a
You're
mistake.
taking on an officer. No respect for authority, huh?
No, I do respect.
I mean, if I do something you don't like, you're not going to approach me in an aggressive manner, are you?
Absolutely not.
You're not going to yell or swear at me, are you?
No.
Your record. Let's talk about your record. I mean, you had a 213, you had an impaired in 11, you had an OUIL in 12. Actually, it says OUIL third or subsequent offense notice. How many drunk drivings have you had?
I had 2 of them before the age of 21. So
you've had about 4 or 5?
No, sir. 2.
Why does that say OUIL third?
Well, that keeps popping up.
Disorderly in 13, drug charges. I'm just telling you. You got to stop this. Look. Here's the thing. If you think you're being wronged by the police, what do you think a judge would tell you? What do you think a judge would tell you as to how you pursue that?
To take it to court.
Thank you. That's why we have these places. You don't get to be judge and jury out on the streets. 18 months probation. I honestly think he needs sobriety court, to be honest with you. Let me see your,
Judge, I don't believe there was a requirement on his bond to
There
do
wasn't.
AA meetings, but I did in fact give him the link today, anticipating that he would be doing AA to be able to start immediately.
18 months probation. Terms are you cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law or ordinance. You change your address, place of employment, or home telephone number, you must notify probation. You have to report as directed. No alcohol, no illegal drugs, no marijuana. You're not to purchase, possess, or consume any one of those. No kratom, poppy seeds, or CBD oils. Those are prohibited. Consuming food or other items containing those substances will be deemed a violation. Submit to chemical testing, PBTs and ETGs as follows. Bi-weekly for 3 months, then monthly. Attend AANA 3 times a week until you're in intensive outpatient treatment. Once you get in intensive outpatient treatment, you don't have to go to IOP any longer. No contact with Officer Psych. You're not to possess firearms. You're not to possess dangerous weapons. Do you understand the sentence of the court so far?
Yes, sir.
How much time did he spend in jail on this? Was it a night?
5 nights.
5 nights, Your Honor.
When did you do that?
Was over Christmas.
Well, you were arraigned on December 27th. Can you tell me when you were picked up?
Yeah, the Thursday. Yeah, Thursday.
Well, if it was a Thursday, Judge, I believe that he's indicating that would be December 22nd.
Okay, so he's got 5 days coming, right? Is that fair?
Yes, Your Honor.
7 days jail credit, 5 serve 2. I'll let you serve those on the court work program. There's a $35 a day charge for that for a total of 70. 100 fines, 100 costs, 75 victim strikes, $50 justice assessment, $60 screening fee, $360 in probation fees. So your total here amounts to $745 plus the court work program fees of $70, total $815. You may be eligible for early discharge. If you violate, your probation could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for 365 days, Mr. Helko. How many times you been in front of me?
A few when I was younger.
Well, you're not ancient. You're 30. You make it sound like you're 79 or something.
With the MIPs and, the underage drinking.
These aren't even on here. Point is, you better stop coming in front of me.
Yes, sir.
Really? I mean, you're gonna end up in deep trouble if you keep up on this. I'm telling you, I see it coming. All you gotta do is get one more of these drunk drivings. That's all you gotta do. Between now and the time you're 112, you're gonna have a felony on your record. Then nobody's gonna hire you. All right, enough said. Can he pay all of this today or does he need time?
Your Honor, he can make a $250 payment today, and then he indicates he can make $100 per week.
You make $400 to $500 a week net or gross? Is that after tax or before?
After.
You pay $250 now. I'll let you pay $65 a week. I'll start this beginning a week from Friday, which is March the 3rd, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Helko, I don't want to see you back here.
Yes, sir.
Okay? He'll meet with probation. Thank you very much, Mr. Shemke.
Thank you, Judge.
He is able to pay what is owing at this moment.
I'm going to accept your plea to those violations. Where is he at?
Your Honor, that was the number one question that I asked him. As you can see from the dates, it was, the beginning of the pandemic. He went through an extreme mental situation where he had lost his job that he had for so many years, and he kind of just dug himself up underneath a rock. He shouldn't have, and he's had years to come back and deal with this since doing that. He's still dealing with some health issues. He does, he's got an appointment actually today or tomorrow to see his doctor about what he's dealing with, but he is sober. I know that that doesn't mean much because he hasn't completed probation, but he knows he shouldn't have absconded. He knows he shouldn't have pushed the court off, but pretty much he kind of pushed life off at the time, Your Honor. And he is here today, apologizing for absconding and asking the court for mercy as he submits himself to your jurisdiction, and hopefully he can rectify this in some way by getting time to complete what he needs to do for the court.
And it is, Your Honor, I went through it was like a depression. I want to talk to nobody, and I want to make positive changes because I don't want to live a life like this.
Yes, Your Honor. In regards to his probation, Mr. Harry basically has done nothing. His performance on probation pretty much mimics us, even at the time attempting to get him to fill out his screening assessment paperwork. So I'm not surprised by his non-compliance with probation. We're talking no 12-step meetings, no treatment, testing. Last I heard from House Arrest Services, he still owed them, I believe, over $1,200 for his SoberLink device. I spoke with Ms. Lacy just before, and I want to stand corrected in a previous conversation I had. Mr. Harry was sentenced January 27 of 21. His 2 years would have been up January 27 of 23. I informed her that I thought he had a little bit more time before his 2 years. I stand corrected. That at this point, there is nothing probation could do for Mr. Harry. He did not try to communicate with us at all. If he was having issues with mental health, he did not seek treatment for it. That moving forward, there's again, no recommendation outside of revocation of jail time from probation.
What was the blood draw or breathalyzer test on this? Can you tell me?
Yes, Your Honor. He was a 0.12 first BAC, 0.11 second BAC. I do have a screening assessment if you'd like.
Hey, let me see it, please.
Yeah, sure.
Something bothered me.
He has a very long criminal history, Your Honor.
And talk about the suspended driving offenses. There's a slew of those. You still got a stalking 08, domestic 09, RNC stolen property 11, stalking 11, MDOP 11, felony larceny, 2 counts of 12, another larceny 13, felony larceny 13, aggravated stalking 14, impaired 19, domestic 20. You can take that back.
Yes, sir.
How can I have any compassion for something like this?
Well, Your Honor,
I mean, words are cheap. I want you to understand something, Mr. Harry. You've been acting like a criminal your whole life.
And you're right, Your Honor. And I know you hear it a lot, but it's like it finally clicked in my head.
I know.
And even
Judges don't have crystal balls, Mr. Harry. We can only go by past behavior to predict future behavior. You got 20 convictions on there. There's got to be 20 convictions. If there's not, there's 19 or 18. And so
16.
I'm supposed to suddenly believe that you've seen the light? Seriously? You haven't been here in 2 years? You did nothing on this? I'm looking back at some other things. You pled guilty on a bond violation, failure to appear for probation visit, failure to appear for status review. I tried to get you into sobriety court, didn't I?
Yes, Your Honor.
You showed no willingness to help yourself. I mean, like I said earlier, I'd love to sit here every single day and never send anybody to jail. Nothing would make me happy. Nothing would make this easier. But I have a job to do. And you are requiring me to do something I don't want to do. How much does he owe in fines?
1,400 for that, for the probation violation case.
Is he working?
He is. He did get called back to his job, and it's just at a different location.
When did he get called back?
Well, Your Honor,
when, not where, not what, why, when?
it was shortly after in 22, the month, I believe, around.
So 4 months ago? That was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it 21? Yeah, 21. I'm sorry.
November of 21.
So you had it together enough to go to work since November of 21, but you didn't have enough, you didn't have it together enough to come and fulfill your probationary conditions.
But our contract we lost through US Steel. We're contracted through US Steel, so the hours really wasn't from what it was. And then now I have some health issue where I lost all the feeling in my hands and my feet, and I'm real like it's hard, like kind of like
you are 30.
Stumbling.
You're going to be 35 this year.
Yes, Your Honor. And it finally, I know you don't believe me because of my past, but it finally just like I finally seen the light. Like. I mean, for real, I isolated myself even from friends. Like it was just a tough time. And
how many days credit do you have coming? Did you serve 7 days jail on this initially?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Did you do any court work program?
None, Your Honor, there's no credit for the work program.
Lisa, can you confirm that he did do the 7 days? I'm trying to look for the commitment in here. It's not popping out.
I see 7 days court work program at sentencing.
I ordered initially 7 days jail and 7 days court work. It was supposed to appear to serve, it looks like on January 28th of 21. Here it is. I'm gonna be able to sleep real easy tonight.
March 3rd.
Probation's revoked, you're to pay costs of $1,400. You're to serve 93 days, credit 8 for 85. If you pay costs of 1,400, they'll suspend 30 of the 85. You only have to serve 55. I am going to give you credit for time served on the speeding violation and close that case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I ask?
He's not going anywhere. Sorry.
Well, he's got to be out of his home. The person he rents from is selling his home. He's got to be out by March 3rd.
Should have thought about that when he blew us off 2 years ago. I'm sorry.
Well, that wasn't an issue 2 years
I
ago,
know.
Your
Well,
Honor.
I'm telling you what, I'm not. Sorry. Have a seat, sir. Good luck.
Thank you.
Merlin Arnold. I need to see you.
Here they come, Judge.
Ma'am, your name? Ma'am, your name?
Sherry Earls.
I'm gonna have to speak up for him.
Mike Hill Crawford, representing the defendant, Your Honor.
So I have a complaint of violation of condition of release here. The A file is from an incident of February 7. The B file is likewise from an incident of February 7. He's going to plead, she's going to plead on the
On the A file, Your Honor, where they allege she had a domestic violence incident with her daughter. She'll be pleading guilty to that one, and then the other will be dismissed.
But the violation of conditional release pertains to the B file, right?
I believe it really pertains to both, because all three parties live together. And my client was misled and went back to the property in both.
I'm just, the B file is the one involving the daughter, right?
The A is the daughter. B is the boyfriend.
Okay. And the complaint of violation of conditional release indicates she made contact with both.
Correct, Your Honor.
So, ma'am, do you understand what your lawyer has told me here? You're going to plead according to him on file B, which is the incident involving Tawny Earls. That is a misdemeanor on a punishable by up to $500 fines, 93 days jail, costs for all of those. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you plead guilty on that, you're giving up your right to a trial by court or a trial by jury. You're giving up your right to question their witnesses, to bring in your own witnesses, to use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in those witnesses. If you plead guilty, you're giving up all those rights and there will not be a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
To the charge domestic violence, how do you plead?
Guilty.
You okay?
Yes.
On February 7 of 23 at roughly 2:06 p.m., were you at 24719 Deer Creek Drive in Flat Rock?
Yes.
What did you do?
I got into an argument with my daughter and I hit her.
Hang on a second. I got to pick you up, ma'am. You got into an argument with your daughter who was Tawny Earls, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I hit her.
You hit her?
Yes.
How old is Tawny Earls?
34.
You hit her where?
On her face right here.
On the face?
Yeah.
Closed fist, open hand, what?
It was open hand.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Did she live with you at the time?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna accept your plea. Were you under the influence? Does the report indicate she was under the influence of anything?
There's no report of any influence.
No police report?
No report of any influence, that she was under the influence of any alcohol or drugs.
All right, I'm gonna accept your plea. I'm gonna refer you for a pre-sentence report. I'm gonna dismiss the other file, which is file A. I'm gonna refer you for a pre-sentence report. A warrant was issued, I believe, when she failed to appear before, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. Your Honor.
Officer, your name?
Officer Jeremy Mullins, Flat Rock Police Department, Your Honor.
Listen, I don't know what happened. I was told you were up all night. And I don't know how that happened. We should have taken care of this morning. Nobody.
We weren't aware of it.
We were not aware of that. So I just want you to want to be clear here. That was not something on our end, okay? Pre-sentence report, sentence data. I don't really need to address the issue of the bond violation. I don't have a prosecutor here, not that I necessarily need one. Is Mr. Keeley in the building still?
No, I believe he's gone for the day.
What am I gonna do with her? I told her not to go back.
Well, Your Honor, if I could explain the circumstances. My client's position is that she was misled in this matter. There was a call made apparently from the daughter, the victim in this matter, to her boyfriend's phone claiming that CPS was there doing an investigation, I guess with regards to the grandchildren. They needed to question her. And so she thought she needed to come answer CPS questions about the kids. So she came there thinking the CPS would be there. And just a couple minutes after she got there, the police came in.
Why wasn't she here last week?
At the previous hearing, Your Honor, she actually did call to let the court know that she didn't have a way of getting there. She actually thought this was supposed to be some type of conference, but she did not show up. She called the day of. She didn't have a way of getting here, and she was told she couldn't participate by Zoom.
Where does she live?
Ma'am, please provide the address. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can help with that because I know she's having a hard time talking. In the meantime, she's been staying with her girlfriend in Lincoln Park.
Where she lives.
Lincoln Park.
Yeah, well, then we're gonna have to give her a ride. If she can't get here, we're gonna have to give you a ride. You can't not show up. You cannot violate judge's orders, ma'am.
Okay, I know.
5,010% is the bond. Pre-sentence report, sentence date. I'm presuming we can do it next week on the 23rd, Lisa.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you here in the morning on that day, Mr. Crawford?
I will, Your Honor.
8:30.
Let me be clear, Your Honor. I'm here on the 23rd, but I'm here on arraignments, but I have no problem taking care of this.
The bond, ma'am. The bond is continued, no contact with Tawny Earls or Charles Baker. So I'm transferring all these bond conditions over to, they were initially put on the A and B file. I'm simply going to indicate that they will be on this file as well. And that's what I'm doing. No contact with the Earls, no firearms, no dangerous weapons. You're not to enter 24719 Deer Creek Drive in Flat Rock until further order of the court. So you're not going back there now at all. I was going to address that issue with you. If you'd have shown up last time, no contact with prosecution witnesses. February the 23rd at 8:30 will be your sentence date. You need to tell probation to get a hold of you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Lee Earls, 23F 3031B. Mr. Carmen?
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael A. Carmen, P73824, on behalf of the defendant.
Okay.
He doesn't have power where he's at, just having a hard time connecting. He doesn't have an internet.
Where are you at, Mr. Carmen? I mean, can we not, I'd really rather you be on the device. I just don't want to look at your picture, no disrespect. Mr. Carmen, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I'm getting very limited cell phone service. I have no power at my house, so I'm sitting out in my car, and where I live, the cell phone reception is just very spotty.
All right, Ms. Earls, your name?
Cherie Lee Earls.
So Ms. Earls pled guilty to domestic violence on February 16th. She was referred for a pre-sentence, and the case involving her daughter, Ms. Tawny Earls, was the one that she pled on. That was file B. And then file A, her daughter's boyfriend, being Mr. Charles Baker, was dismissed. She was also picked up on a bond violation. I've ordered no contact, and she had contact allegedly back on the date of February. Just give me 1 second here. February 15th. So have you had a chance to review the report with your client? And are there any material additions, corrections, or deletions?
Your Honor, I have, and no, they're not at this time.
Is there anything that you would like to say on her behalf?
Your Honor, I would just like to add that I've gone through the recommendations of probation with Ms. Earls, and I would ask that the court adopt those.
I need somebody to go on and confirm that neither victim is here. Is Tawny Earls here, or is Charles Baker here?
There's nobody on Zoom, Judge. Well, everybody in the hallway behind
I just need to check and make sure that the victims are not here. Where is she going to go? If I were to release her, and I'm not sure I am, where is she going to go? She already violated the no contact provision once.
Ms. Earls, do you have someone you can stay with?
Yes, my girlfriend out in Lincoln Park.
Anything you'd like to say, Ms. Earls?
Thank you, Your Honor. All the best to you. No, I'm just gotta love family from afar.
I didn't understand you, ma'am.
I gotta stay away from my family.
This is a sad commentary. It's more sad that you think that you can violate orders. I have no idea why you would have thought that you could go back there when I made it explicitly clear to you that you were not to go back there. And I'm telling you, if we have this happen again, I'm going to give you every single day I can. Do we understand one another?
Yes, sir.
You're fooling around with meth? Is that the subject of a new case? That might be. I don't want you to answer that. I don't know what the status of that is. I'm going to place you on probation for a period of 12 months. Ma'am, I'm telling you, if you violate this no contact order, we're going to have a big problem. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate any law or ordinance. If you change your address, your place of employment, or home telephone number, you must notify probation. You have to report as directed. No alcohol, no marijuana, no illegal drugs. You cannot purchase, possess, or consume any one of those. Kratom, poppy seeds, and CBD oils are prohibited. Consuming food or other items containing those substances will be deemed a violation. You're to submit to chemical testing, PBTs, and ETG tests bi-weekly. That will be for, and I understand you don't have a lot of money, but I don't feel comfortable doing less than 3 months. If you stay clean, you show up every time you test, it's negative, I will then make it monthly. Do you understand that so far?
Yes, sir.
I want you to attend AANA at least 3 times per week. Every time you go, you have to have the form signed. Every time you come to court, you have to bring that form with you. If you need one, you can come up to the court. We'll be happy to give you an AANA verification form. You're going to go 3 times a week until you are in intensive outpatient treatment. Once you get in intensive outpatient treatment, you no longer have to attend AA or NA. Again, no contact with Tani Earls or Charles Baker. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, there was an issue as to who owned this, and that's when I ordered initially that she wasn't to go back, and I was going to address it at the hearing. Then she did not show up. Do you know anything in reference to that?
Your Honor, I do not. I didn't have that conversation with my client.
And you've been in custody since the 16th of February, correct?
15th.
So including today, that's 10 days. $10 days jail, credit 10. $100 in fines, $200 in costs, $75 victims' rights fee, $50 justice assessment, $4.25, $60 screening fee is $485, probation fees are $240. Your total here amounts to $725. If you violate, your probation could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for up to 93 days. You have 21 days to appeal. You have 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of appeal. I'm going to indicate right on this order, defendant may petition court to modify no contact, and I will consider doing that. We'll have to give notice to the victims, no contact, if defendant owns or has possessory interest in the property. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to promise you something, and I don't mean to come across as threatening. You violate, I'm not going to feel bad. You're doing all 93 days. Do we understand one another?
Yes, sir.
This should be worse. You violated the order. You went back and allegedly did the same kind of thing. That's the order of the court. Any questions?
No, sir.
Your Honor,
I'm going to let her pay at the rate of, I'm going to let her pay. Let me cut this real quick before you cut out. $25 a week. You can pay that at. I'm going to start that March the 10th. If you don't have the money, you can call the court. You and I will go on Zoom on or before the due date. I'll work with you. Anything else, Mr. Carmen? Yes, now you can address.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. We did have a question about bond in this matter. Is it 5,000, 10%?
Well, this was the sentencing, right? The bond
Correct,
becomes
Your Honor.
irrelevant.
No.
The bond becomes irrelevant. I don't know what she had on the other case. I have no idea. I don't remember. I believe I said it, but that's, I don't think my case. She's going to have to deal with that. I believe that's Judge Huston's case. Can you double check?
Right, Your Honor, that I
please?
understood, but my client was confused about the bond amounts, which was which on each case.
Let me go back and check that. Can you check real quick?
Thank you.
Sherry Earls. Does she have?
Which one did you pick, sister?
Counsel, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, I dismissed the other domestic charge. And I can't tell. Ask Lisa to get on there, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We
Okay.
appreciate it.
Wait, let me double check one thing. Go to number 1.
Okay.
Let me double check one thing real quick. See if there's a bond on that. Can you go down? Go to the other one. Oh, bond history, that's 5,000 personal. Go to number 2 now. 3. Deputy, you don't have any other indication that she has another bond on any of these cases, do you?
Your Honor, I'm looking at her stuff in GIS right now. I know in Judge Heston's courtroom, she has a March 8th, $5,000 personal bond.
Right. So that's it. She shouldn't have. That's the only one I'm seeing. So she should be able to be released.
She should be released, yes, Your Honor.
Very good, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
Very
So
good, Your
I'm
Honor.
just
Thank
saying,
you.
unless there's some other hold, this will be good on these cases. Let me just. Yeah, she should be good on these cases. Okay, good luck. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stay out of there, man.
I will.
Stay out of there. Robert Michael.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. In today's hearing, Grandma is seeking a TPO against the mother of one of her son's children. She claims that every time Mom is angry with Dad, she takes it out on the whole family, and Grandma says she fears for her safety. But what does the judge think?
All right, I got one more Miss Freight on position 3 at 12:30, and before you know it, it's 2 o'clock. I'll be here. All right, Asbury and Ector. Take yourselves off mute, please. Both of you raise your right hands. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Asbury, you have any witnesses or just you?
It's just me.
What about you, Miss Ector?
No, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, Miss. You still want to go for it, Miss Asbury?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead. Start from the most recent event, please. Please. Stay
Okay.
focused.
The most recent event was September the 11th. But we've been going through this for a year and a half, but the most recent event was September 11th. My neighbor, I work all the time, Your Honor. And I also do community. I have a nonprofit, so I'm out in the community all the time. But my neighbors kind of look out for me because they kind of know what's going on. And they called me and said that it was an altercation going on at my home down at 25. I went down like I always do to try to escalate the situation. And Miss Ector, we call her Drill. She's always coming to our property, and I have a property right up the street with. My son stays in the 2590 Avondale. She has a child by my son, and she since she had the baby, she just out of control. I wish both of them would go to family counsel to, try to find out how to coexist with the child. But Miss Ector, she'll get mad with my son and she takes it out on the whole family where she makes threats towards me. Every time I try to de-escalate the situation, it's always a threat toward me. The threats are toward the neighbors. This neighborhood is mostly older people live in the neighborhood, and it's just like, right now it's just becoming an embarrassment. The threats are coming out of control. I don't take it lightly because I had a sister who passed for domestic violence. So I even tried to talk to her and say, look, this is not the way to do it. This is not the way to do it. The last thing before that, defects will call on her because she tries to just make my son do things with the kid, even though he tried his best to do what he needs to do. She go sit the child on the pudge and somebody and leave, and don't even know if my son there or not. She might see the car, but she don't know if my son there or not. And she'll sit the child on the pudge. So somebody called defects on her. So I guess she thought it was me called defects. So she sent a threatening message, and I can read it. She said, "Not you trying to get caught a tuck from me. Watch what I tell you. Watch your back, cause it's up for your ass." Then she showed up at my house. I called the police. I have police reports on all of this. She showed up at my house, and then and that was before September 11th. It's kind of like going back. September the 11th, when I went down trying to de-escalate the situation, she left the baby, but she came back on September 12th with the police saying we just took the baby. But she said on September 11th because the baby was out there in the car while she doing all this. I went and got the baby because the baby was crying. She was like, okay, F it, y'all just keep the baby. Okay, I know she wasn't telling the truth, but of course the baby need to be seen by. So I took the baby and, you know, when they got the baby pampers and milk or whatever, and just, you know, make sure the baby was comfortable. But she came back with the police the next day. The next day, which was September 12th, things really escalated out of control. And you know, we was trying, I showed the police TPO, and while the police was reading the TPO, she said something about, that's why your sister died. You know, she was making reference to my dead sister and everything. I turned around to walk toward her. The police, then she told the police I hit her, but I did not hit her.
Okay, you're right. So Ms. Asbury, let me ask you, so you are the grandmother of the baby between her and your son?
Yes, I have nothing to do with it, but she takes it out every time she get mad at my son. She takes it out on the whole family, and that's what I'm tired of.
Does your son live with you?
No, he lives in my house. And
Ms. Hector, let me hear from her.
Right, you're right. I'm sorry.
Right. So, Ms. Asbury, does he live with you?
No, he lives down the street in my home at 25-9. I let both my son live in my home at.
All right. Does he come to your house a lot?
Yeah, he does.
All right.
And I go to 25-9 because he have other kids, so I help out with my other grandkids while my other grandkids were there. So I'm at both houses at all times.
All right. So your position is when she gets mad at him or whatever, she uses you as a grandma and a babysitter when she wants to. When she gets mad at him or gets mad at you, she comes over there, acts out, and you feel fear for your safety.
Yes, because she's very, yes, she, to me, I don't want to say she's mental because I can't diagnose that, but something is wrong, Your Honor.
All right, I got you. Miss Hector, I'll hear from you. Stay on point, Miss Hector.
Right, I'm gonna stay on point.
Go ahead.
Okay, so ever since I had my child, before Terrence, before we started going back and forth, it was no back and forth until his mom got involved. His mom started telling the baby father that we had to be married for him to help me. This man was staying in my house, and she told him he couldn't help me. And I was on my 6 weeks, couldn't work, couldn't do nothing. She was telling him, don't help me with my child. It started being a problem when he started like not helping me. I'm asking him like, just help me. I got everything that I need. Just help me. Just watch my child. That's it. I don't ask this man for no money, no nothing. Just watch my child. Anytime me and Terrence get into it, I come to his house. And whenever we get into it, she comes down there and she calls the police. This man had literally brutally, he abused me and all, and they sit and watch him abuse me. And every time we have an altercation, she calls the police. She come down there. She involves herself. Terrence don't call the police. She calls the police. She don't help with my child. She tell him, don't get my child.
All right. She mentioned other stuff. You coming over to where she lives and all that, and scared, putting her in fear for her safety. What about that?
She came where she lives. She comes where I am. She comes to his house.
Well, his house is actually her house. It belongs to her.
It doesn't matter if I'm not coming to you. Why are you coming to me?
Do you live in her house?
I have a child with her son, so it don't have nothing to do with her. Why are you in our business?
Live in her house.
No, he paid rent to her. So, and he come to my house all the time. So what? We have a child together. You can't make me stop bringing my child to him. And she also put her hands on me. She took my child, and when I came back to get my child, they didn't want to give me my child. So yes, I came with the police officer, and when we was talking to the police officer, she was talking mess, and I talked mess back to her. All I said was, you are raising an abusive man, and you're expecting me to feel sorry for you because your sister died. You're raising your son to be abusive. I have scars. I have pictures of this man brutally, like literally dragging me on the concrete down the hill. This man is bigger than me. I can't. Like, I don't have nobody on my side. That's crazy. Hold on right quick. This is my bad. I'm on the phone with the court with your mom. That's what I'm doing. Okay, and I'm on court with your mama. You want to explain to her?
Anything else, Ms. Hector?
Yes. It's a lot. It's just a lot. It's just she always involving herself. She also put her hands on me while I was sitting in the car, didn't do anything to her. Like I was saying, I told her I wasn't saying, oh, that's why your sister is dead. I was making
Stay, all right.
And she put her hands on me though. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you don't have a counterclaim. Nothing I can do about that. Anything else, Ms. Asbury?
Yes, Your Honor. When she's saying that I never tell my child, that's my grandchild. Why would I tell my child not to take care of his baby?
Anything else that's relevant?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, both of you put your emails in the chat. I'm gonna put this in place for 12 months.
That's fine. I don't gotta be around her. Don't want to be around her.
Put your email in the chat, Ms. Hector.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, then y'all can both go ahead and leave.
Thank you.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. We've 2 longer TPO hearings today. The first with a man who thinks he should still be able to come and go from his wife's home whenever he wants. And the other concerns a woman who is acting so unstable in the video evidence, the judge calls the cops to take the child during the court hearing. Let's watch and see why.
Ms. Bernie, how did that go?
It didn't.
Okay.
And so
Right.
we weren't really able to make any progress. So I think the court is going to have to hear at least from Mr. Johnson. He had some procedural, I guess, concerns as well as, concerns related to the petition. So.
Okay. All right. Mr. Johnson, Ms. Johnson, if you both raise your right hands for me, take yourself off mute. All right. You swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this petition for a TPO is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Ms. Johnson?
I do.
Mr. Johnson?
I affirm.
All right. Is it just the 2 of you or is there any witnesses, Ms. Bernie?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
All right. What about you, Mr. Johnson?
We're allowed to use witnesses in this case?
Do you have any witnesses?
I do.
Where are they?
Right here.
They can't be in the same room with you. Are they going to have firsthand knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we'll hold them send them out of the room. They can't be in there with you.
Go out of the room. Go out of the room.
All right, Ms. Bernie, you want to waive opening and just go straight into testimony?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I think we probably need to take up Mr. Johnson's procedural issue regarding service.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Johnson. I'll hear from you. Go ahead.
Well, my issue was I never was properly notified about any of this or anything going on. I didn't know about the procedure or anything. I came to my home and it was a piece of paper lying on the ground, and I looked at it and saw it had my name on it and a court date, and so I was real confused about that. I immediately contacted my lawyer and told her that I saw something and didn't know about it or whatever, didn't know what it was about, or just by happenstance saw something on the ground. And I was like, is this something serious? Is whatever. And my girlfriend.
I want to hear about your girlfriend.
No, I'm saying she read through the document to me. You know what I'm saying? And read through it and looked through it or whatever. I never actually looked at the document and stuff myself. So she read through it, showed me what's going on, told me the content of it and stuff like that. And
why didn't you read it? Why didn't you read it?
Because I don't want to read anything that I'm not supposed to have or I don't know about. So because it wasn't placed, anything wasn't given.
Okay, so according to this affidavit, which too bad you should have read it, according to Mr. Braisman, he personally served you.
He did not.
4:45.
He did not. Nobody personally served me anything.
According to
It was
him.
a blatant lie.
Okay, well, according to him, he served it. It's filed here, and there's an affidavit for him that he did. So.
That's fine. I'm disputing that 100%.
Okay, well, do you have it here?
You said what, ma'am?
Looks like it's a valid affidavit that he served you here.
That's fine. I'm telling you,
You found it on the ground because he said he placed it at your feet.
He did not. That is a lie, Your Honor. And I will testify to that unsworn on the oath that I never got anything.
I mean, you're testifying to it right now. He said it
Yes, ma'am.
testified it near the hands and feet of you while located at. Looks like there's been proper service. So
that's completely untrue, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we're going forward. Anything else?
Yes, ma'am. What I was saying, that I went through that, and so you want me to discuss the the contents of it, or how do you, I don't really understand how to proceed.
That's your only procedural question you had?
Yes, ma'am. I never received it. I just never served that order properly, and I did, so I wasn't aware about the court hearing. And there was something said about a previous court hearing or whatever where this was.
I don't know about that, but you're here. So how'd you get this Zoom link if you didn't know it?
Yes, ma'am. I saw it's on the front page. I saw the link, saw the thing. Like I said, my girlfriend picked it up and read it to me.
Okay,
Put my
well,
link number.
we're
My
going
lawyer's
we're going forward with the hearing. So now would you like an opportunity to speak with Miss Bernie or no?
No, let's go forward with the hearing. I'm all in.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Bernie. He's all in.
All right.
Love it when we're all in. Let's go.
Ms. Johnson, you're married to Brian Johnson, is that correct?
That is correct.
Whoop,
All
He
right.
said he had a girlfriend. There we go. We're going downhill right now.
And prior to May or June of 2021, how would you describe the status of your marriage?
Well, very unstable. We were married in 2009, and in the first few years it was fine. But we had a lot of issues, a lot of control issues. And we just decided to part our ways, and he moved out, and he's been out for 3 years.
Okay, so he moved out 2018 or 19?
About 2018. It's been 3 years. So he moved out into June, July. I believe it was 2018.
Okay, and you all have lived in a bona fide state of separation since 2018?
That is correct.
Okay, and do y'all have any children together?
We have one daughter. She is 6 years old, Blair Johnson.
Okay, and you filed a TPO against Mr. Johnson, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you have an opportunity to read the petition before it was filed?
I did.
Okay, and are the allegations contained in the petition true?
They are.
Okay, let's take a minute and go through the petition. You stated in paragraph 4 on June the 6th that he came to the house and he took security cameras down.
That is correct. He does
Okay.
that. When he comes to the house, he takes down the security cameras that I have in place.
Okay, was your daughter present during that time?
Sometimes she is, sometimes she isn't. At that particular day, she was not there.
Okay, all right. And then you also allege in your petition that in May that there was a physical altercation, and that's really what the court wants to hear about. So tell the court what happened.
So in May, Brian was upset that I was dating someone, and that person was doing my yard, doing the landscaping on the home that I still currently live in.
Which is the marital residence, right?
Yes, which is
the one that he moved from back in 2018.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Since 2018, I've been living there, maintaining the home, the residence, bills, everything. Then when a few weeks before that, I did explain to him, he came to the house. He was upset that somebody was doing the grass, the yard. He said, next time you need to let me know. You need to ask me for permission and tell me, ask me for permission, and I'll give you permission if someone could do the yard. So 2 weeks fast forward, I told him that the person I was dating was coming and he would be doing the yard. So he was aware, and I didn't ask for permission, but I did let him know. And so then the day came, and when he FaceTimed our daughter, he saw my friend's child, and I guess that alerted him that, hey, this guy must have stayed the night in the home. He then texted me that I was out of line, and the next thing I know, he's coming through the garage door. He didn't go, no ring the doorbell, just barging through the garage door, and he said, "Yeah, I need to talk to you right now." My friend walked outside. I guess Brian didn't notice. Brian came again. I said, "Where he at? I need to talk to him right now," And so then they proceeded and they went outside. They exchanged words to what I wasn't out there. I don't know what they said. It's just hearsay. Basically the gist of the conversation is hearsay, and what it was that he told him he could no longer stay in, he couldn't come to the home anymore. This is his home, and that my friend couldn't come anymore. My friend told him, "No, I am." So they had no physical altercation. So at that point in time, I guess when he asked my friend, "Are you comfortable now? You comfortable? You got enough space? You good? You good?"
And so my friend said, yeah. And I think once he told Brian that he wasn't going anywhere, then Brian started to advance and my friend took 2 steps back. He retreated. And then he showed Brian that he had a firearm. Like he lifted his shirt up or, showed his hip. And then Brian ran in the house and was screaming, cursing. And I guess in the midst of all of his, the excitement, the anger of the situation, he decided to punch holes in my bedroom walls.
Okay, so was it Brian that punched the holes in the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so it sounded like from your testimony, you're saying that he took the first steps toward the other person that was at the house.
That is correct.
Okay. Was there any intervention by anybody? Were the police called?
The police were called. When the police came out, of course, when the police arrived, I was already outside with my friend. Brian came outside and told the police, what are you doing? I called him, talked to me. The police said, I got it, sir. And he proceeded to talk to my friend. Once he talked to him, he decided he wanted to talk to me as well to figure out what the situation was. And then another officer came and started to talk to Brian and also Brian's girlfriend, who also came with him that day.
Okay.
They both, at that time, the cop pretty much said that, my friend was very much within his rights because but they both got, Brian had received a simple assault charge because, Brian felt threatened, but my friend also felt threatened. So he received a simple assault charge. And at that time, when the
okay,
officer-
hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna see if the screen share work. Show you what I marked as Exhibit 1. You recognize this document? Can you see it? Is it on the screen?
Just your files on the screen. I don't see anything yet.
It says I'm sharing it.
You gotta click on, yeah, it's on, there you go, now it is.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's the police report.
Okay, and is this from the date that you were just describing in your testimony? Can you hear me? Oh, I think she froze.
Yeah, I think so.
Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, I think she froze up too.
I just sent her.
Yeah, she may have to come back on.
Yeah. I'm texting her to see if she's reconnecting.
Okay.
I guess this is the only bad thing about technology.
This is. The best thing is the mute button.
Okay, she's
Mhm.
trying to reconnect.
Got her. You're on mute, Miss Jones. There you go.
I'm here. I'm so sorry. My phone, the temperature got too hot on my phone.
Okay, so you identified this police report as from the incident that you were describing, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, move to admit,
Any objections, sir? Take yourself off mute. Any objections?
That this is a, you asked me if this is, do I agree that this is a police report?
Do you have any objections to this being admitted into evidence?
The police report, no, ma'am.
Okay, it's admitted.
all right, and for the court's information, the document is certified.
All right, thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson, I'll also show you. All right, can you see that, Ms. Johnson? You're on mute.
Yes, I can.
Okay, you recognize P2?
Yes,
And what is P2?
that is my bedroom and the 3 holes that Brian punched in the wall.
Okay. And are these true and accurate photos of what you just testified to?
Yes,
Okay. And can you see P3?
yes.
Okay, and that's a close-up of the same holes that were punched in the wall?
That
Okay,
is correct.
all right. Move to admit P2 and P3.
Any objections? Any objections?
No, no, yeah.
Okay, it's admitted.
Okay. Now, Ms. Johnson, in your petition, you also described prior incidents of violence by Mr. Johnson. Can you tell the court what happened?
We had an incident about last June, I believe, where we had a disagreement over a used bike that he said that I knew where the whereabouts were, and I did not. So he told me I was a liar. He said, "I will kill you, bitch," which is normally, you know, when he's upset, that's what he says. He calls me trash. I'm weird. I'll kill you. During that incident, we were close up on each other's face, and he had his hand in my face and he spit on me. And like when he was so close, he was spitting on me. And when I moved his hand, I moved his hand out of my face, and we started tussling on the steps. To protect myself, I did try to grab, like we were on the steps, so I tried to grab anything that was on the wall, and I started to hit him with it so he can get off of me. He pinned me down. I started to kick by anything to get myself from underneath him. He pinned me down to the ground. At that point, his cousin, our mutual friend, came out of the room and said, let her go, like she can't breathe, let her go, Brian, let her go. And she said, I tried to pull him off of me, and he didn't, until she was like, Brian, like my heart, I can't take it, let her go. And then he finally let me go.
Okay, and that's what you described in paragraph 5 of your petition, where you said he threatened to kill you, he pinned you down with his forearm, it made threats to kill you, etc.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and were the police called at that time?
For that incident, no, ma'am.
Okay. And have you initiated any contact with Mr. Johnson since you filed this petition?
Since I filed this petition, no.
Okay. And has Mr. Johnson initiated any or made any contact since he was served with the petition?
He just, well, he had, since he's been served on Sunday, he did come to the residence on Monday to pick up a package from the home.
And this was after he was served?
Correct.
Okay. And tell the court what you want to tell the court about Mr. Johnson. Do you feel threatened by him in his presence?
I do feel threatened by him because I feel if something doesn't go his way or he's not in control of me or the situation, then his behavior is very unstable. I'm very fearful because I don't know what he's going to do, when he's going to do it. I don't know what is going to upset him, what's not going to upset him. I can't even walk in my home without the alarm going off so he can know when I'm home. There is, the trackers on our daughter's phone. So whenever she's with me, he knows exactly where we are at all times. It almost feels like I can't live my life without him knowing every single thing that I'm doing.
Okay. Now you've talked about the violence and the threats made against you. Has he exhibited any of this behavior towards your daughter?
No.
Okay. So you don't have any concerns that he will harm her. The real concern is towards you.
Right. None at all. Him and Blair loves her father. She loves him. That's never an issue.
Okay. Okay. And are you asking for the court to enter this temporary protective order?
Yes, I am.
Against him? Okay.
Yes,
And
I am.
you're not asking for the TPO to apply to your daughter Blair, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What do you want the court to do with respect to Blair? Well, let me start here. Do y'all have any sort of parenting schedule in place already?
There's no schedule in place. It is some days I know when I'm going to keep her because he drops her off. We've been trying to communicate a schedule, but it's off and on. And even if it's my time with her, he'll still pop up to the house and have his time with her as well. And he said he can see his daughter anytime he wants to, and he can come to his house anytime he wants to. So even if it is something that we try to set in place a schedule, he'll pick her up and he'll spend time with her, even if it's my day or my time.
Okay. So basically he just does what he wants to do.
Yes.
Okay. And so are you asking the court to enter a sort of a temporary schedule?
Yes, I definitely want a schedule. There needs to be boundaries set in place. We need to respect each other's space and each other's time. Our child needs consistency. We need consistency, and that's what I would like.
Okay, and what schedule are you asking for the judge to put in place?
If we can have alternating weekends, would be fine. A Thursday to Sunday, and then Sunday to Thursday is what I would like to be in place.
Okay.
And for us to have a mutual a location where we don't have to see each other, party that can intervene and keep Blair in a public space, so that we don't have to be around each other.
Okay, well, the TPO is issued. You're not going to be allowed to have contact anyway. So what you're saying is you want designees to be able to do the exchange with Blair.
Yes.
Okay. And in your petition, you also asked for temporary child support. Has he been providing any child support at all for Blair right now?
He has not.
Okay. Tell the court how much. What is your current income? How much money do you make?
Currently, I make $30,000 a year.
Okay. What's your hourly rate? Is it?
$13.50, I believe.
Okay. Okay, is that on the screen? I'm sorry, I can't tell.
Yes, my pay, it's not, it's highlighted, it's just, you just need to click on it.
Okay. I apologize. Sometimes this works and sometimes it doesn't. On my screen, it's open already.
I think you just need to drag the open file over to that screen.
Did that do it?
No, because what it's showing is, I think, a couple of your clients' names.
Okay.
There you go. That must have opened in a different screen. Drag whatever opened up over to in front of that.
Okay.
There you go. But it just had it.
Okay. Is it gone now? Or
Yeah, it's gone now. Where you just
Okay.
moved it, it was there.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I get this right. Sometimes I don't. Okay. Is it there now?
No, not yet.
Okay. What about now? Okay. I'll just have you testify to it. So your hourly rate is, you said, $13.50 an hour?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Johnson's income is?
I do not
Approximately?
know.
Okay.
I do not know.
All right. And you work approximately 40 hours a week?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson, you have any questions?
The questions, man?
Right. Any questions for her?
For Sharika or?
Yes.
Okay. Let me think about it for a second. I'm not very familiar with the court process, so I'm trying to kind of learn as I go and take in everything. I have a couple of, is this the point in the trial where I can dispute what she says, or would I do that?
If you have any, right now if you have questions for her, you can ask her a question.
I don't have anything to answer.
All right. All right. Anything else, Ms. Bernie?
Sorry, I was muted. Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson. I'll hear from you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. So she covered a lot of ground and a lot of different things. If the court could just, as I take my time trying to remember everything that was said and all the allegations, I want to kind of run them down one by one. First off, majorly the problem with me being violent. I want to address that directly. I've never in my life touched her. I've never in my life put my hand on her. I didn't threaten her. I'll speak specifically to the incident that she directly responded to about there being a violent situation. I came in my home and just asked her where was an exercise bike. It was during the pandemic. And so I was trying to stay in shape at home or whatever because the gyms were closed. So I had, we had an exercise bike, and I asked her where's the exercise bike, because it was in the garage the last time I placed it. And then she said she didn't know where it was or whatever. And I was like, but it was here, like you had access to it or whatever. It was here, so where did it go? And she's like, I don't know. It was a long time ago. So I just asked her about the thing, and she started yelling at me. And she was all the way at the top of the stairs. I was at the bottom of the stairs. There may be 15, maybe 12, 13 stairs or whatever in the home, going from the first level to the second level. She came down all those stairs, and I went up. She came down 8 of those stairs. I went up 3 or 4. We met on a plateau in the middle. And I told her, I was like, stop yelling and screaming at me. You can't yell and scream at me. That's unnecessary. And as she began to continue to scream at me or whatever, she got in my face. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do? I ain't scared of you. Like being very, very confrontational. I'm not in any way, shape, form, or fashion trying to have any type of physical altercation or anything with her. She kept screaming in my face, yelling in my face. I told her, stop yelling at me and get out of my face. She proceeded to grab a picture off the wall, hit me in the head and face with the picture, and cuts on my body. Then she started punching and screaming. I'm trying to grab her arm and restrain her from attacking me. She continued to hit me, punch me, kick me. As she did so, I restrained her arms by her wrist and stopped her from hitting me. Then she started kicking me. As she kicking me, I grabbed her legs and pinned her and got on top of her to stop her legs from kicking me and restrain her arms from hitting me. The third party who was in the home, who will not in any way, shape, form, or fashion, if we can subpoena her as a witness, validate any of her claims. The only person in the home who saw what was going on can testify, and I'm 100% for that. That third person say what they saw or whatever, but she did not have to tell me to do anything. She came and she was like, I talked to her the whole time. I was like, I got her. I'm just stopping her from hitting me. I'm restraining her from hitting me. I got her. I'm not hurting her. I'm not going to hurt her. I'm sitting on her legs and holding her arms because she's punching and kicking me. And I'm telling her, stop it, because I'm not about to get in any type of violent situation with a woman of any kind, because that's not my character. She then, as I was holding her arm, she bit a plug out of my stomach. I have pictures of that. Where she bit a plug out of my stomach, and I'm telling my cousin, I'm like, man, she's biting me. My cousin have a dialogue the whole time. I'm like, she just bit a plug out of my stomach. And then so I was like, Shay, get her and remove her. I do my best to avoid her. I don't like being around her in the same vicinity, in the same. I don't like her in my personal space. I avoid her at all times because she has these delusional reactions and statements to things that I don't want any part of, because I know how this can look for a male. I know how this can look when a woman cries violence and stuff like that. I haven't done anything to her, so I make sure to keep myself out of those situations, but she initiates and engages me consistently. That's not the first time she hits me. She also assaulted me prior to that when I came to the house about another issue, and she hit me. And so she's assaulted me at least 2 or 3 times. I don't file police reports about anything because that's not what I do. So it's not a police record about them, but she has definitely attacked me on multiple occasions as the aggressor or whatever. And I never do anything but restrain her. Ma'am, I am 6'2", 280 pounds. I'm a very large man. I do not have any type of youthful strength of any kind to do anything to that woman. So that's a blatant lie. And like I said, the third party who she claims would, as a witness the thing, told me verbatim that she does not agree with her account on the statement and would say so. The home, let's go back to the beginning like they did. The home was never vacated. Me and Ms. Johnson agreed in 2017 that our marriage was not working. It was not going anywhere. It was not processing, and we should mutually separate. In doing so, we cannot continue to cohabitate in the same space. So what I decided was I will go and get a secondary residence in addition to my home. In addition to the shared property, I will get a secondary apartment so we don't have to be up under each other and can live our own separate lives and do things the way we want it. I want my own space to be able to do what I want to do, not a space that's shared with her, because I can't bring, if I want an entertaining company, I can't do that in a home that we both mutually own together. That's disrespectful if I bring a female or whatever in that home or whatever and try and have a relationship functioning out of that home. So I got my own separate place, a secondary location to be able to run as I see fit. And so in doing so, I never in any step or phase of this said, this is your home, I'm leaving it, I'm whatever. No, I still continue to come over daily or about every other day. I continue to sleep there. I continue to come take naps in the middle of the day. I will come pick up my child. I come and we come do posters, we do projects together. I'm in and out the house. I still maintain the property. I still cut the grass. I still service the yard man. I still have all my stuff stored there. I still have music equipment. I have clothes. I have gardening equipment. My grandparents are hanging on the wall. I still have my pictures of myself and my mother on the wall. I still fully have 100% access and use of that home. I still come over for dinners, for different things like that at times. Thanksgiving dinner, 2020, like that. I carved the turkey. We still jointly function at home. It has never been I totally removed myself from that situation and vacated it. I've never vacated that home. I still paid the mortgage on the home from 2018 until 2019 when me and Ms. Johnson mutually agreed.
So I really just
that-
want you to respond to the violence. You guys ain't got a divorce and y'all need one. I mean, I don't care about you paying the bills. I just want you to respond to the allegations of violence.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, we'll go back to the violence. I never touched her. I didn't hit her at all. I did not curse her out or nothing. I didn't say anything to her out of the way. I did not put my hands on her physically. I did not touch her at all beyond restraining her wrist from punching me. I was being assaulted and attacked violently, and to stop that, I'm being hit with a picture frame with glass. I'm being punched. I'm being kicked, and a plug was getting out of my stomach. And there's a witness there that saw all of this.
All right, you've said that twice now. Anything else you want to tell me?
Anything else I want to tell you concerning violence or anything else?
About the allegations she's made.
Well, I was trying to respond to the allegations about the home or whatever, and I didn't. And you told
Well, I
me
mean,
not to
who
respond.
pays the mortgage? I don't really care. This ain't a divorce hearing. It's just about the violence. What else? Anything else about the allegations that she made?
Okay.
Anything else about the allegations she made? I mean, I don't care who owns the house. Y'all
Well,
need to get a divorce.
Yes, ma'am, we do, and I filed for divorce, and it hasn't been served through the court. I filed two times, and I just went in last week to get the process, divorce papers process even faster or whatever. I'm trying to stay on them about that, but the violence is total. Her allegations of violence are total lies. I've never touched her. I've never assaulted her. I've never done anything to her in any type of violent way at all.
Ms. Bernie, you have any questions for him?
Sure do.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Johnson, you were charged with simple assault, is that correct? In May of 2021?
Yes.
And isn't it true that those charges are still pending?
Yes. Can I speak to that incident, Your Honor?
Well, no, it's my opportunity now, so.
Well, I wasn't aware
well,
that I had to.
Well,
answer her question, sir.
Yes,
now you also testified that Ms. Johnson was punching and kicking you and bit a plug out of your stomach. Did you seek any sort of medical treatment?
It's a plug in my stomach. It's not a gunshot wound, ma'am. It heals.
So my question is, did you seek medical treatment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you didn't call the police?
No, ma'am.
And you don't have any physical evidence of
I have pictures of it.
Of that?
I have a picture of it. Would you like it?
No.
Oh, I bet you wouldn't. Okay.
And you also admitted that you left the home and secured a secondary residence. Isn't that correct?
The judge just informed me that we're not here to talk about the home. So
Answer her questions.
I don't understand this, Your Honor. I don't understand why.
Sir, I didn't want to hear about who paid the mortgage. Just answer her questions.
Your Honor.
That's all.
Johnson, I don't care who pays the mortgage. She's asking you a question. If I think it's not relevant, I'll tell her to stop asking.
Yes, ma'am. What was the question?
You testified that you secured a secondary residence. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you also testified that you come to the house to take naps in the middle of the day. Isn't that correct?
I come to the house at all types of times to do everything.
Okay, when you come to take naps in the middle of the day, Mrs. Johnson is not at the residence. Isn't that correct?
Whether she's there or not, that's not my concern.
Okay.
I come to my home that I own.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Miss Bernie?
No, would you like closing arguments or did you?
Sure, go ahead. You give me closing.
I'll let Mr. Johnson go first and I'll defer.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, how much money do you make a month?
A month?
Uh-huh. Before taxes.
I'm calculating it now. 2,400. Can I speak to the financial?
Do you give Miss Johnson any child support?
The child stays with me most of the time. She's with me more than her mother. She stays with me maybe 4 or 5 days a week, and I provide for everything.
Johnson child support?
No, ma'am, I do not give a child support because I support the child directly myself. She's with me the majority of the time. She's with me all the time. I take care of her fully. I pay for all her bills. I pay for whatever she got, clothing, expenses, gym, extracurricular activities. I offer to pay for anything her whole life. Any financial gains.
Is she on your is she on your health insurance?
On my health insurance? She's on Medicaid. Or Medicare, whichever one it is for child. I forget which one's for children, which one's for elderly. I'm an independent contractor, so I don't have health insurance through my job or anything.
Ms. Bernie, you have any more questions for him as far as finances?
I don't. Oh, who's your employer?
I currently work at a church. You need the next actual name of the church.
Mm-hmm.
I work at
Yes.
Impact Church.
Where are they located?
In East Point, Georgia. I recently just started there 3 weeks ago.
Okay, what do you do there?
To that, I'm a musician.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Johnson?
Concerning what? Because and like I said, I'm not trying to be out of order or disrespectful or anything. I'm just not.
No, anything else you want? I mean, I don't care about who pays the bills. There's allegations of violence. That's all I want to talk about is the allegations of the violence, not who pays what bills, anything else.
Okay, so as far as violence,
anything else you want me to know?
Yes, ma'am. I've been assaulted. Speaking directly to the other incident, I was threatened when someone walked in the home. When her boyfriend was there on the incident in May, I calmly asked him can he step outside and talk to me and have a conversation with me man to man, because there was women and children in the home. We walked outside. We decided to try and discuss. I tried to explain to him and just have a simple conversation with him about what happened and about how our situation is set up to try and make sure he understood, my concerns about him being on the premises or staying at the home. I don't know why, another man would want to stay in another man's home, but I just wanted to have a conversation with him about that. He became agitated with me. And I actually have video of this whole incident from my neighbor's Ring camera from start to finish, where we're having a conversation and where you can see that there was no threat or whatever from me towards him. There was no screaming, no yelling from me. I never agitated, never got excited or anything. He proceeded to flash it, to show his weapon to me in my own home. I had to run inside the house to get away from him. And his weapon, he followed me through the garage and then came around the front with the weapon pulled out. You can see all this on the video. He came in saying my home, screaming, yelling, causing the kids to cry, causing, you can see the weapon, like I said, you causing the kids to cry. He said, I'm going to whack this nigga, quote unquote. He threatened to kill me in my own home with children and them present. His son came out screaming, I want to stay with Blairberry. I want to stay here. And screaming, he get in the car. He agitated the whole thing. He was screaming, I ain't going nowhere. Ain't nobody gonna tell me what to do. He said he made all type of threats of violence towards me. My girlfriend, who was the witness, was there present, saw his
Mr.
gun.
Johnson, I hate to interrupt you, but do you have a TPO against him?
I don't have his address to get a TPO against him.
So, I mean,
no.
There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do to him. You don't have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
TPO against him.
And so she also,
so that's what I'm saying. Mr. Johnson, so there's nothing I can do about him. So I don't want to hear about what he did. I mean, there's nothing I can do.
She had him in the home. Is that not her responsibility?
You don't
That's what
have
the police was saying.
You also haven't applied for a TPO against her. You didn't file a counterclaim.
Well, because I didn't know, I wasn't aware that a TPO order was filed against me until.
Sir, if you'd have picked up the papers that were laying on the ground instead of having your girlfriend read them to you, and you would have read them. But I'm digressing. Miss Bernie, go ahead. Closing arguments.
Judge,
go ahead, Miss Bernie.
Judge, it's remarkable that in Mr. Johnson's closing argument, the story became more elaborate than when he was testifying and he presented evidence to the court. All of a sudden, we start hearing about all of these various things that happened. And instead, he tries to say that Ms. Johnson punched him, kicked him, bit a plug out of his stomach. There was no TPO filed against her. There was no police report made of that incident. He did not seek any medical attention. What you do have in front of you is a police report that was made on the incident that formed the basis of Mrs. Johnson's TPO. Mr. Johnson admitted on cross-examination that he was charged with simple assault, which is indicated in the police report, and those charges are still pending. Notably, you also had the photographs of where he punched holes in the walls, which, by the way, he did not deny.
Can I speak to that?
So
we're closing, sir. Go ahead, Ms. Bernie.
I didn't get a chance.
Mr. Johnson, you have had an opportunity. You wanted to talk about her boyfriend. Stop.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Bernie.
So we're asking for the TPO to be granted against Mr. Johnson. We are asking for the court to enter. This is the first time we've heard that he has filed for divorce. I'm not sure why he's not had her served, but that's great because she does want to be divorced. We're asking for a temporary parenting schedule to be put in place from some sort of schedule Thursday to Sunday. We're asking for a reasonable amount of child support to be issued, and that's on a temporary basis. Obviously, we can deal with the rest of that with the Superior Court judge on the divorce. I'm happy to run a worksheet or whatever the court would like.
All right, we'll be glad to go ahead, Mr. Johnson. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Ma'am, I'm not allowed. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not.
Sir,
allowed
you
to
were
say.
allowed to, but all you want to talk about was the boyfriend.
No, ma'am, I want to talk about everything. I want to.
You didn't, Mr. Johnson.
Well, I don't, because you keep, every time I say something, you
No, sir, I didn't. I told you I didn't want to hear about you paying the mortgage.
I tried to talk about the incident. I tried to talk about, I want to speak to what's being said to me. I want to be able to dispute the allegation. I punched a hole in the wall because I was locked. I was stuck upstairs while someone was with a pistol. Me and my lady and my daughter were locked in a bedroom while someone else was at the door with a pistol, keeping us safe. I locked her out of the bedroom to stay away from me. I'm trying to protect and stay away from us. No one was in the room. Out of frustration of the incident going on, I hit the walls because I'm trapped in a room in my own home with my daughter and my friend, and I'm not allowed to. I'm frustrated because I can't protect myself because I'm unarmed. No threat to her. No violence towards her. I'm in a room locked by myself with a man standing downstairs at the pistol, with her and the man standing downstairs, and I can't leave because there's someone threatening my life. So I call the police because I'm trapped in a room upstairs. I punched the holes in the wall, hit the wall or whatever out of frustration because I'm trapped in the room. Not any violence or anything toward her. She's locked outside of the room. I'm keeping myself and my daughter and us safe from them. There was no threat of violence towards her. She was not in danger in that situation. So using that as some form of danger is insane. I locked us in the room.
Anything else?
Yes, ma'am.
What else?
Also, you say I only speak to violence, right? Or am I allowed to talk about the house and in the way that they're trying to frame it that I vacated it and was not have access to it? I'm just trying to make sure and be compliant, man. I don't want to be difficult.
You're not being difficult, sir. This is about family violence. They don't want you near the house is what their argument is. They don't want you near her. They don't want you near the house. That's all they're saying.
And I'm leaving. I want to live in my home. I do not want her. I've notified her that I'm moving fully back into this home and I want access to the house to live there. I'm not going to live anywhere else. I want to fully 100% live in my home. And I don't have any problem with.
She don't want you there.
That's fine. And I don't understand. So my question would be what rights does she have the more access to the home than I have?
You need to get a lawyer for that. This isn't rights time. I'm not your lawyer. I'm sorry. I'm not your lawyer.
Yes, ma'am. But so I'm saying I don't want to vacate the home. I want to live in my home.
Okay.
So I don't want to be barred from living in my home or having access to it. If she doesn't want to live there, that's fine. She can go wherever she wants. Her whereabouts, her whatever. I just want my property, my child, and that's all I care about. I can really care less about anything else.
Judge, he's admitted to the violence that was depicted in the photograph. He's admitted to the simple assault that's indicated on the police report. We have the evidence of Ms. Johnson about the prior incidents. We believe there's more than enough evidence for the court to issue this TPO against Mr. Johnson, to schedule a temporary parenting agreement so that there's no confusion about that, and temporary order of child support.
All right, Ms. Bernie, I'm going to go ahead and put this in place. We'll email you a blank order in Word. If you want, you can use that, what is it called? Exhibit A, the Fulton Exhibit A parenting plan if you want. You can still find that online. So you can fill it out and shoot it back to us, and we'll e-file everything whenever you get it to us.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Free, I think we got her email. I think it's on the calendar. We have Ms. Bernie's email, Ms. Free?
I think she does. I got the reset order. Yeah.
Okay. Okie doke. All right. Thank you. Everybody stay healthy and safe. Is it .net, .com? What has
it's .net.
Okay.
And you want me to do the parenting plan and a proposed order on the child support?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. May we be excused?
Absolutely. Stay healthy and safe. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too, Your Honor.
Go ahead and leave. All right. Brown versus Kennard.
Here.
All right. Can y'all raise your right hands for me? You swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this petition for a TPO is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. Yes.
All right. You have any witnesses, Ms. Brown?
No, I don't.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brown. Miss Kennard, do you have any witnesses?
Not physically. I have a witness, but it's only over the phone. So I don't know if that counts.
Is anybody on Zoom that your witness, ma'am?
No.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Mr. Brown. Tell me what's going on.
Yes. I got the TPO order from some incidents that occurred. The most latest one I have that occurred on June 7th, where me and Perlia was having a disagreement, and she ended up grabbing a knife from the kitchen, and she ended up chasing me with it, and pretty much attacking me with the knife. I got video footage of it, and I had to run out the house and go through the basement at one point. At that time, I took some video evidence of a cut on my finger. Made it back up. She chased me again at another point. I ended up getting a knife from her. And that was the end of that day. I did not contact police. And another incident that month happened on June the 7th, where she was just being verbally abusive, saying things like nobody likes me, my sister, my dad doesn't like me. She wished I was dead, stuff like that. She wished I died in my sleep, things like that. And she also jumped on me and attacked me that time as well. And I got video evidence of that. So that's kind of why I'm seeking this protective order.
So tell me what it is about the knife incident. What exactly happened?
We was having a disagreement. We talk a lot. We were having a disagreement. I believe it was about, it was probably concerning the child, with her, she's nursing, breastfeeding, doing marijuana. And it's just a disagreement. And one thing led to another, and she ended up grabbing a knife from the kitchen and chasing me with it. And she was telling me, don't call the police, stuff like that, because she, don't want to get the baby taken away, stuff like that.
Did she end up stabbing you with it, or?
Yes, I got some proof. She bit me on my chest. I got probably 2 cuts on my right thumb. I had I got some type of cut across my chest that I got some proof of. Some across my shoulder, Yeah. It wasn't, I didn't get, it wasn't anything that completely punctured through that I needed to go seek medical attention. It was more so first aid. Yeah.
Was she arrested?
No, I did not contact police.
All right.
The time that I did contact police was when she broke down the bedroom door. And I have a police report of that. She did admit to that.
All right. And then what had happened like the first part of June 7th, that happened May 2021?
Yeah, June 27th. I'm sorry, June 7th.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, she was I don't know how it started. I really don't know, because they usually always start from disagreements, you know, and it led to her verbally abusing, you know, just telling me things about, you know, how no one likes me, and you know, I guess assuming why we can't communicate properly. You know, she justifying why we can't communicate properly, saying no one likes me and no one, you know, wants to listen to me, and nobody cares about you. I wish you were dead. You know, she punched me, jumped on me, pulled my hair, you know, even bumped the child during the altercation. She actually grabbed the knife during that time. The only footage evidence I got of that is me actually hiding the knife so she can't see it, so she can't get it, because I had got it from her before I could get any footage of that.
All right,
and as I was
show me any of the footage.
Yes, yeah, I can screen share. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll share sound here. Share screen. Yeah, this is some pretty graphic stuff here. So I'm just warning you. Oh man. Stop. Hey, girl. Please stop. Can you hear anything?
Uh-huh.
I'm telling you this right now, Mike, and I put this on my unborn baby life that just died, bitch. I'm there, bitch. You got me there. Put the phone down right now or I'm stabbing you.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go to jail anyways. Put it down.
Her, I'm not calling
You wouldn't
the
let me
police.
call the police in the first place.
Her, stop, please, please.
At that point, you see me going out the door, running out the door. And you can see her through the window here, like closing the door and locking it. But I had the basement window open, so I got back in through the basement where I came and made this video.
This is a cut from me block, and also I don't know. You see a long gash, punched me in the eye as well, but it's forget what happened. Stab wounds, stab marks from the knife. I believe I have one on my shoulder here that's bleeding right now. There's a mark right here across my chest. My eye is still healing. You can see a bite mark.
And you can see the big bite mark
on my
here.
chest here from her teeth marks. She pulled me by my hair.
So that was June 27th. June the 7th here. I started off, I didn't, you know, I just started with, you know,
These are
getting
bite
evidence
marks
of
from
bite
her
marks.
legs.
June the 7th here.
These are bite marks from earlier.
And I pretty much kind of ran into the room to get the footage. And see I cut the light off here. I didn't know what to do really.
She's coming in the room. She's coming in the room. I'm gonna record this.
Everything to us. You do everything to us. You do everything to us. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? You do everything to us. You grown ass man. What's up? You ain't doing that now. What's up? Oh God, I can't. Fucking disgrace. My son gonna be nothing like you. You want me to hate you? I fucking do. You bitch. I hope you do die.
That's what she said. She hope I do die.
I repented. I didn't feel like that. Just cause you was the father of my son. But nigga, you an evil motherfucker. You
hope I die? You hope I die?
Evil motherfucker. I hope karma.
You hope
I hope karma lay his ass on you. That's what I hope. I hope karma lay his ass
That-
on you.
I heard you.
Hard. Please die in your sleep. Die in your sleep.
Die in my
I
sleep?
me and Messiah have a happy life.
Die in my
Without
sleep?
you, yep. Go to sleep and die. Yep.
You want me to die?
Go ahead. Everything
I
that
don't
you
want
done
you
put me
to
and my
die,
son
Fred.
through, everything that you done put me and my son through, hell yeah, nigga.
I don't want you
So
to
that's
die.
what it's gonna take for
I'm
me.
sorry.
That's what it's gonna take.
Well, let me go. I'm sorry. I don't want you to die though.
Do that. Do that. What, you recording me? Let me see your phone. You recording me? You recording me? You recording me? Right. Don't like you. Your daddies don't like you. Your sister don't like you. Don't nobody like you. Don't nobody want to be around you. Don't nobody love you, nigga. Your own son barely love you, nigga. You don't even know the conversation me and Mason had, bitch. Don't even know the conversation me and your son that had about you, bitch. He don't like you for real. He see through all your bullshit. And you think he just like he did everything. I can't wait to get my son away from this shit. My son away from this shit. You want to fight at the house?
Stop! Stop! Man, the baby right there. The baby right there, bro. Man, hey,
Well, she pulled my hair.
what's wrong with you?
He wanted it. You got it. You did everything to me, and you want me. You got it. I gave you everything you wanted. There you go.
I had hit the knife at another point. I just grabbed it because she
I
got
gave it all
close
to
to the
him.
room.
I gave it
Needed
all to
under
him.
some,
You got it.
some clothes.
You got it. You got it. I give up.
She put the baby down, so I picked him.
Dave, you okay? Come on. Come on, Messiah.
She went out the front door at that point.
You okay, baby?
All right, so
Pearl, let me get out the door.
see, at this point, I'm trying to.
Let me get out the door.
Stop recording me.
I want to
I
get
didn't
out
say
the
I
door.
want to be recorded. Stop.
You don't have
Stop
to say it.
recording me.
Man, listen.
I don't record you. Stop recording
I
me.
just want to leave
Stop.
out the door. Damn. Stop. Pearl, stop. Man, Pearl. Man, stop. Pearl, leave me. Man. Oh my God, man. What's wrong? Look, he's finna cry.
I hate you.
Look what
got
you
it.
doing.
You did this. You did this shit to me. You did this shit to him.
Bro, I'm trying to
You
leave
got
out
it.
the house.
You got it. He got it all, mama. He did this shit to both of us, and now he got it. And now you got it.
Man.
You want to take my
Oh, she
baby?
attacked me again
Oh,
right when I went out, baby.
I'm gonna die. You wanted me to be crazy. You wanted me to be psycho.
Phone cut off. And this is where I made it to the garage.
Leave me alone, Pearl. Get off of me. Pearl, Pearl, Pearl. Watch the baby. Pearl.
Final
Pearl.
Royale, huh?
Watch the
Final
baby.
Royale, huh?
Watch the
You
baby.
recording me, I'm giving you a show. You recording me. You want me to die. Cause you know I got my baby, I don't got
Man, you got the baby.
You did nothing but batter me.
Man, you got the baby,
You did
man.
nothing but batter me for years. Me and my baby. Me and my baby. Me
Pearl,
and-
get the baby. Get my side.
So at this point, this is just footage from the Ring camera around to say, it's timestamped. around that time, you pretty much see me leave the residence. I was able to get out. You see me leaving in the car there. I guess she didn't know where I was at. But at this point, I did not include my son into this order because he's not legitimated right now. But I did, go ahead and seek an attorney, and I filed, I sought for legitimation, and she has been served. And that's what I have here on the screen.
All right, go ahead, ma'am. I'll hear from you.
Thank you. So as it has to do with that first video that he just showed on the first video that he showed when I was attacking him with the knife, I was attacking him because the entire night he had verbally, mentally, and physically abused me the entire night. He takes the phones so that I can't record him, or whenever I do get a recording of him, he deletes it because he has total access of this phone, the iCloud, everything. I have 5 police reports filed on Mr. Brown from his physical abusement towards me. Every time I retaliate a little bit after I take the abuse for 5 hours on end out, and I finally get fed up because I've been in a relationship with him for 3 years. I've been getting abused by him all through the course of these 3 years of us being together. I have multiple witnesses also that is willing to testify in this case that I just gave them the information. They will be getting on Zoom shortly. Willing to testify in this case that Mr. Brown has over and over and over again physically abused me to the point where I have five police reports. The reason why they're not in evidence is because the only phone that I have, he has access to, and I can't download any apps. I could not even download this app to even be on court right now. I have no money, no car, and the only phone I have is underneath his control. He is a narcissist, real narcissist. We have a 15-year age difference. Since I've been with Mr. Brown, anytime I asked to, first he isolated me from my family, he isolated me from everything. Then he takes control of the phone, takes control of the finances. Then he wiggles it in my face like, oh, if you leave, then you're gonna have nothing. That's the reason why I tried to co-parent and be with Michael Brown so long, is because I am now financially dependent on him. But in the course of our whole relationship, I am the one who has been providing for our son. I am the one who has bought everything that he owns. But Mr. Brown, because he knew that he was going to put a restraining order on me, because he didn't want me to put the restraining order on him first, because I had just got out of the hospital on June the 13th, because I had a ectopic pregnancy rupture. I went through surgery. After I got back out of surgery, the reason why I attacked him with the knife is because he kicked me in my stomach. He abused me all night because I was talking to a friend that he did not want me to talk to. So he abused me and my son all night, came in the room. I had barricaded ourselves in the room to try to keep him out, but he just would not stop. He took the phone, so I couldn't call the police. The only option that I have is to run to the neighbor's house and call the police at 6 o'clock in the morning, which I have done multiple times in these police reports, and I can give you all the case numbers. I was not able to submit them in evidence because I couldn't, because I can't download Dropbox on my phone. Like I said, I don't have any other devices to do anything. I only have one family member down here. She's been at work every other day. I had to take my baby to the doctor. I haven't been able to do that. So the reason why I attacked Mr. Brown on that first video is because I had just recently had surgery from a ectopic pregnancy rupture, and he kicked me in my stomach. He also abused me the entire time. And what you guys see in those videos, each one of those videos is a reaction from the abuse every single time. And that's all I have to say. I have witnesses. I have 5 different police reports. Each of these police reports, 2 of them is from neighbors' houses where I had to call the police and I had to run out the house from his abuse. The police came and picked me up. I'll read them. Upon arrival, Mr. Brown stated that his child's mother damaged his property. This is when he said, I busted in the door. Mr. Brown also stated that he does not believe Ms. Kennard damaged the property on purpose, that it did not happen today or at the same time. Ms. Kennard stated that she did damage the property, but it was only trying to get in the bedroom where her child was at. Ms. Kennard stated that she did damage the light fixture, but since it had got fixed, Ms. Kennard, basically all of these just state that he been taking the phone. He takes the phone, he stops me from calling the police. He deletes evidence, all the evidence. He deletes all the evidence, even all my receipts to show that I've been the one taking care of my son this entire time, his whole life. He deleted everything because he had access to do so with the phone, the iCloud. I wasn't even able just to get on here to even defend myself in court a little bit because I couldn't even download Dropbox or Zoom because he has it on parental control. But that's what he does. He'll turn the Wi-Fi off in the house. He'll turn the phone on. I can't even call out. Only people that I can call is the police. And then he'll stop me from doing that by taking the phone or barricading me in the house. The abuse has been going on for 3 years, and this restraining order is on me only because he thought that I was going to put a restraining order on him first. Because after I got out the hospital, I stated to Mr. Brown, this is too much. It's too toxic. It's too much. If you cannot not put your hands on me in front of my son, if you cannot give me basic respect, then I am going to put a restraining order in, and you're not going to be able to see Messiah anymore. So what he did was that, no, we can co-parent. We can do this cordially. We don't have to go through the courts. I don't want you to ever to feel like I know I was wrong for this and this and that. We can do this cordially. So we made arrangements that I would move out. I would go back to Ohio because I have no family here in Atlanta, which he knows. That's another reason why he preyed on me, and that I wasn't able to always leave his house as fast because I don't have barely any support here. So I also, a couple months ago, left Georgia to get away from him, took my baby to get away from the toxicity, to start my life over. I was there for a month before Mr. Brown came down to Ohio, asking to see his son, crying, saying he would go to therapy, he would go to counseling, all of this stuff, because his son wasn't paying attention to him, didn't really acknowledge him. So I said, okay, well, if you can go to therapy and we can go to therapy and we can be co-parents and we can do this right. Okay, I'll come back. I came back here, and that's when all this other stuff then occurred after I came back here. So he put this restraining order on me to protect him, which that's what he's been doing this whole time. That's why he's been deleting the evidence. All I have for my evidence for me, I don't have any videos or recordings because he deleted all of that. Every time he deletes it, he takes the phone, he deletes it. He doesn't let me call the police. Only thing I have is 5 police reports, and I have multiple witnesses. The neighbors are willing to testify. One time he picked us out on the side of the highway,
ma'am,
and I willingly got out.
Mandy, could we just take a moment and put Michael Brown in a breakout room with me, please?
Okay. All right. Let's see. Hold on a second.
I don't know if you want to move on to another case, but I'll just be done for a few minutes.
Okay, let's see. I think you're a co-host, right? You can go. Okay, I put him in breakout room 1.
That's crazy. And it's crazy. He accumulated all of this evidence.
Go ahead. I think you go. You're a co-host, so go into 1.
This is crazy.
Hold on.
Every
reaction.
reaction.
Ma'am, are you in Georgia?
Yes, right now I am still in Georgia.
Okay, hold on 1 sec. Let me see when they get back. Hold on. All right. While they're in the breakout room, I think I have.
Yes, here.
Is that right? Do you guys have
Yes.
witnesses?
Yes, I have 2 witnesses. I have my partner as well as my coworker.
Are they on here?
Yes, my partner is Brian Coleman and my coworker is Ainsley Montgomery.
All right, Montgomery. All right, Ms. Ponte, is it just you?
No, it's my twin sister. Present.
Okay. All right. And somebody just signed on here that's smoking. Ma'am, who are you? You're on mute. You're still on mute. Is that one of y'all's witnesses?
No, I'm not sure who that is.
Me either, but there's no smoking in my courtroom.
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. My phone was on, my sound was so low. We have, if you're wondering, we've got Miss Robin Stewart Amara is the children's therapist, and Roberta Robbie Mitchell is the nurse practitioner for Brooks.
They're not on here though, are they? I see Roberta.
Yeah, and Miss Stewart Amara is also.
Okay, I see her. Okay. All right. Now I was wondering the lady that was in her shower or hair bonnet and smoking. I just removed her. I don't really allow smoking in the courtroom.
Okay, my sound was low. When I heard you say who's in here, I just thought.
No, I just removed her. She was on mute and she was walking with her shower bonnet on and smoking and not talking, and she's not a party, so I just removed her. No smoking in the courtroom. Ms. Allison, are you finished?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So we'll leave Miss Walking, smoking, shower cap or whatever, hair bonnet on. We'll leave her in the waiting room till we figure out who she is. All right. Anything else from you, ma'am? Ms. Brown? Excuse me. Ms. Kennard, anything else from you? Where'd Ms. Kennard go? Ms. Kennard? Anything else for you, Mr. Brown?
Not right now. I can answer any questions.
Anything else from you, Ms. Kennard?
No, besides my witness, I have a witness in the Zoom now.
Is she the one that has the that was smoking a cigarette and walking around with a
the prophecy?
Okay.
Yeah. That's my mom. She has been, I've called her multiple FaceTime. She's been one of the main witnesses to all of the abuse.
Okay. All right, where's she at? All right, ma'am, can you raise your right hand? You swear affirm testimony you're about to give in this petition for TPO is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? You have to untake yourself off mute, man.
Your Honor, are you talking to me?
Yep, you're the only one. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you
No,
were
not you.
talking
No,
to
not you, Miss Aponte. The lady with the shower cap on. Or the
Okay.
hair bonnet. Okay, there you
Hear me
go.
now?
All right, tell me what you know about what's going on with Miss Kennard.
Okay, I'm Pearlia's mother, and I
Okay.
live in Ohio. And since day one, this man has beat on my daughter. I have been on the phone where he has actually beat my daughter up, and I'm sitting here looking at my daughter. Then he will call me and start recording my daughter when she attacked him. My daughter just had surgery. She had her fallopian tubes taken out, and this man punched my daughter in her stomach. This man has put my daughter through so much and my family through so much. I sent my sons to get my daughter from Atlanta. She came here to Ohio. He convinced her to come back. As soon as she get back, he started beating on her again. He only records what he wants to record. He don't record what he be doing to my daughter. I am so sick of this man and these games he play. I've never in my life met a person like this. He put my daughter out on the road, butt naked, kicked him out the house, her and my grandson. And he always talking about his son. You let your son get in the car without a car seat because you don't want to give it up because you mad because she left? Oh, you let your son be outside just in a diaper because you mad. He beats her constantly, but he'll record what he wants to.
Have you witnessed it firsthand, ma'am?
I haven't. My other daughter, she lives in Atlanta, and she has come to get my daughter from that house. It's been times that he was beating her and she would just like call me and I can hear it. The man has even been disrespectful to me after he didn't beat my daughter, and I'm trying to talk to the man. He disrespects me. I'm tripping on this restraining order. She the one needed to be putting a restraining order on him. But no, she's young. And she felt like she was in love. And he took advantage of that. He's too old to even be with her. I am fed up with this situation. I'm shaking now, and I'm really upset for the games that he plays. He is so manipulative. I'm just over this. He's so sneaky. I can't take it anymore. I can't. I can't. I've been begging her to get away from him. Stay away from him. I sent my sons to get her. She was here. He manipulated her to come back. And then the stuff started all over again. I'm getting phone calls. He doing this to me. And he in the background yelling and screaming and being really disrespectful, calling her all out her name, telling her she ain't this, she ain't that. I'm gonna calm down. This is the most disrespectful human being I've ever met in my life. And I'm done with this. I pray that Pearl, you stay away from him. That is not a good situation for you or your child. At some point in your life, you will start listening to your mother. Let this go. Let it go. Please.
I think we've lost her. I don't know where she went. She's not on Zoom anymore.
She probably upset because I'm upset. But Your Honor, oh, my mother, my dead mother. I'm not going to lie about this. This man has been beating my daughter. And he only records what he wants to be seen. He has cameras all around his house. Crazy stuff inside the house. You get, whew. This is the most narcissistic man I've ever met in my life. And I'm so afraid for my daughter. If nothing be done, just make sure she stay away from him.
Judge, can we take a break real quick and I speak to Michael Brown?
Okay, well, I think I don't see her. I think she's gone. If y'all want to go back to the breakout room, y'all can.
Yeah. Mr. Brown, will you hit where it says breakout room, join, you're in room 1 and hit.
Ma'am, if you want to reach out to your daughter, see if she can jump back on the link, okay?
That'll give her time to get back on. Michael, do you see where it says room 1?
It did not pop up yet.
Okay.
Go back down to where it says breakout room.
Yeah, if you scroll down where it says room 1. Yeah, you see it now?
Oh, okay. Yep.
All right, while y'all do that, I'm gonna, until she gets back on, I'm going to go ahead and try to knock out this other hearing real quick because I've got my last hearing that's on. All right, looks like where did Mr. Call all them. Looks like I think Mr. Brown was having some sort of internet issues or something.
Yeah, he's back. I just think his camera's not working, Judge.
All right. All right, Ms. Kenyard, anything else you want to tell me? Did you hear what your mom said? I can't hear you, ma'am. You're on mute.
The phone had died, so I didn't hear what she said.
You have anything else you want to tell me?
Other than the fact like he still has control over the phone, and he just does his best to go out his way to hurt me. It's not even about our son. It's about hurting me, controlling me, having control. And if I don't do what he and sound like he want me to sound, then I have repercussions to pay. I have consequences.
You have to submit.
Pretty much. If I don't submit, then I have consequences. That's why I have this restraining order. That's why, more than just that. But.
All right, let's see. Is Mr. Brown, are you still having issues? Is he still having issues with his camera? You want to text him and see or whatever, Miss Jill?
Sorry, Judge. I'm sorry. I thought that may have been him, but it was somebody else. What was the question?
Do you know if he's still having issues with his camera? If he is, I could just continue to.
Yeah, I think we should just continue it and move on to another case because I know he was having some issues with it.
Okay, if he's having issues, I'll go ahead with this. I'm sorry, Ms. Kennard. So I'm going to go ahead and just continue with this other hearing I'm having really quickly. All right.
Okay.
So as soon as Mr. Brown can connect with his camera, you and your mom can hold on. And if Ms. Schuman, if you guys get ready, just let me put a little bit more coffee in my mug. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I had a couple of emergency issues I had to take care of. All right. All right, so we'd heard from Ms. Millard.
Yes, and Your Honor, just as a housekeeping, Miss Roberta Robbie Mitchell is the nurse practitioner with the Cho investigation, and it was brought up before the hearing. And I understand Ms. Wine's, argument that we've closed our case and that a rebuttal witness would have to wait. Even a valid legal request. There are still no.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I have to interrupt. I haven't finished my court case with the judge, and I have police in front of me. So I really need to speak to the judge because I have police trying to take my child away from me, and I haven't even finished court. I'm waiting for the other person to come back on the phone, and now the police is here to take my baby away.
Let's see, Mr. Brown.
Yes. The police is right here. I don't know if can I turn the camera? The police is right here telling me that they're here to take my child away from me. And I haven't even finished to get no verdict in this court right here. I've been on the phone with you guys since 12:20 this morning.
I understand, ma'am. You're going to go ahead and give them Mr. Brown's going to get the child, and you're going to go show up back to court, file some sort of emergency motion and get in touch with one of the other judges and appear in front of them. Mr. Brown's going to keep your child until you guys can get in front of another judge. Mr. Brown, go pick up the child.
Until when?
Yes, ma'am.
You get in front of the other judge for the legitimation case, ma'am.
Until a whole month?
I didn't say a month. I said till you get in front of the other judge in the legitimation.
The legitimation already, that says it takes 30 days. We haven't even.
Ma'am, call and speak with a lawyer. Ma'am, call and speak with the lawyer. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lawyers right here.
He's not even legitimated, and now they can just
ma'am,
take my
there's
baby
1,
away?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lawyers right here. Go speak with a lawyer. Mr. Brown, go.
And this is Justice Howe. You haven't even told me no verdict in my case. You haven't.
I'm telling you right now, ma'am, I'm putting this in place. Your mental health status and the way you were acting on those videos and with that knife, with that child there, has me very concerned for his safety and the safety of that child.
Okay, so what about all the evidence that I told you?
Ma'am, I'm telling you right now.
I have 5 police
telling you
reports of
right
him
now
being
to
abusive.
turn the child over to the sheriff so they can give him to Mr. Brown. And the judge hearing the legitimation case will hear more about where the child needs to be on a more permanent basis. Right now, turn the child over and go hire a lawyer.
Quit playing with me, man. Y'all foul. Y'all court system is foul. Y'all real foul. Y'all real foul.
How is she getting custody of the baby?
Because she says she's concerned for my mental state and the well-being massage. So it worked. Now he got.
Ma'am, you should go get a lawyer.
You said go get a lawyer?
That's what you should probably do, ma'am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
My baby's getting taken
They're
away
all
from
right
me,
here.
so yeah.
Ashley Wine, Miss Miracle, Marcy Millard, Eileen Schumann.
The lawyer talked to Mike. The lawyer talked to him. Nobody talked to me, though. I didn't get a public defender. Somebody put him in.
This isn't a criminal case, ma'am. This isn't a criminal case, ma'am. This is not a criminal case, ma'am. You don't have a right to a lawyer.
Yes,
I'm going to go ahead and remove you from this meeting. I'm going to remove you from this meeting. I'm going to remove you from this meeting. You'll get a copy of this order. Jill, make sure that he's got the kid, okay?
Okay, and Ms. Millard, this is my last question.